Online romance comes to reality. My girlfriend's sister turns out to be my first love. Ye Bei originally just wanted to have a simple, pure online relationship with his girlfriend, Feifei. However, under pressure from his father to choose the best genetic traits, he ended up half-heartedly dating several others online. What Ye Bei didn't know was that each of these girls was no ordinary person. There was the cold CEO, a professional assassin, an international superstar, and a pure school beauty. The real twist came when he finally met one of them in person. It turned out to be his first love, Qingya. Even more outrageous, Qingya was actually his online girlfriend's older sister. Qingya, didn't you say you'd only love me in this life? Feifei, Hubby, what are you doing with my sister? Chapter 1. Scumbag. On the crowded bus, a woman sitting in the rear right with sunglasses, chestnut-colored hair, wearing a white shirt, black coat, and a professional uniform, glanced at Ye Bei with disdain. Ye Bei, who was sitting by the window, paused for a moment and looked at the woman. Although her face was partially obscured by the sunglasses, it was clear that she was beautiful. With her office attire, a black pencil skirt, and long, slender legs, it was no wonder that the people next to him kept sneaking glances in her direction. Ye Bei put down his phone. I say, miss, you're being rude. I didn't even say you were eavesdropping on my conversation, yet here you are, calling me a scumbag. You are a scumbag. Jiangingxue turned her face away, clearly disgusted. At first, she thought the guy sitting next to her was kind of handsome, not the greasy type, but rather a more sunny, unpretentious kind of guy, despite his plain clothes. However, she hadn't expected him to be a scumbag. Earlier, she had inadvertently glimpsed his phone screen, where he was chatting with someone named Little Baby. Alright, that wasn't a problem, it could just be his girlfriend. But when he exited the chat, she saw that he was also talking to another girl, labeled Cutie. Thinking about the innocent joy those two girls must have been experiencing, chatting happily with their boyfriend, while he was clearly two-timing them, she couldn't help but feel angry. How am I a scumbag? Ye Bei asked, raising an eyebrow. Two-timing. And you're denying it? Jiangingxue snapped, taking off her sunglasses and glaring at him. Wow, she was a beautiful woman. Ye Bei couldn't help but admire her inwardly. You're talking about this? Ye Bei took his phone and pointed to the two contacts labeled Little Baby and Cutie. Yes. Jiangingxue nodded, her tone irritated. Ye Bei pointed at the Little Baby contact. This is my online girlfriend. I'm heading to Shinhan City to meet her in person. Got a problem with that? No problem, Jiangingxue said flatly. Then Ye Bei pointed at the Cutie contact and continued, this is my sister. I saved her as a cutie. Got a problem with that? Jiangingxue was momentarily speechless. Sorry, Jiangingxue said awkwardly, putting her sunglasses back on. She was about to turn her head away when she noticed another contact in his friend list, one with the label Good Baby. She froze for a moment. That profile picture. This. Jiangingxue hesitated, then looked at Ye Bei's own profile picture. Ye Bei quickly turned off his screen. My sister, Ye Bei said calmly. Jiangingxue didn't say anything, but turned her head and pulled out her own phone. She opened WeChat and sent a message to her pinned contact. Interestingly, her pinned contact had the exact same profile picture as Ye Bei. Meanwhile, Ye Bei's phone lit up. He quickly sent a voice message. I miss you too. After sending it, he put his phone down. Jiangingxue received the message and saw the voice note. She tapped to convert it to text. I miss you too. Boom. Jiangingxue felt as though she had been struck by a bolt of lightning. She stared blankly at her chat interface. The same profile picture, the same reply, the same timestamp, the same nickname. The walking street stop is here. Please get off the bus if you're getting off. The bus stopped. Shameless. Jiangingxue stood up, her eyes red with anger, and slapped Ye Bei. However, he quickly raised his hand to block it. Jiangingxue then stormed off the bus. Crazy woman. Ye Bei muttered under his breath, lowering his head to send a message to Little Baby. Little Baby, I've arrived in Shinhan City. The next stop is almost here. We're meeting at Yuanfen Cafe, right? Wait for me. Shinhan Villa. In a pink-themed room, a girl around 16 or 17 sat in front of a vanity, putting down her phone and humming happily as she applied light makeup. Okay, done. Feifei clapped her hands joyfully, then stood up and walked over to her wardrobe. She opened it, revealing a variety of dresses, and picked out a blue and white schoolgirl JK outfit to change into. Standing in front of a full-length mirror, she gazed at herself. Beautiful. Feifei couldn't help but smile at her reflection. At 17 years old, she had already blossomed into a tall, graceful beauty. Standing at 165 centimeters with fair skin and exquisite features, she had the kind of legs that were a dream for leg lovers, long and flawless. White or black stockings looked better. Feifei held up two pairs of stockings, one black and one white, and compared them. She had never worn stockings before, not knee-high cotton socks, not tights, nothing. But she had always admired how others looked wearing them, especially the girls at school. They looked so sexy, but Feifei had never dared to try them herself. She had bought these stockings and the JK uniform specifically for this occasion. They were tight and very elastic. Black, I think it goes better with this JK outfit. Feifei sat down on the edge of the bed, slipped her foot into the black stocking, and slowly pulled it up her leg, stopping halfway before standing up and pulling it all the way up. Looking at herself in the mirror, Feifei couldn't help but place her right index finger on her lips, thrust her hips out, and strike a flirtatious pose. I'm really a showstopper. She laughed to herself. She was about to meet her online boyfriend for the first time and was feeling a little nervous. Although they hadn't exchanged photos, they had chatted happily and confirmed their relationship. Okay, time to go. Feifei put on her white sneakers, slipped her feet into them, and grabbed her bag before quietly opening the door. Outside, it was pitch black. It was 9 p.m. now. Her parents were likely in their bedroom, and her sister was probably busy with work in her own room, so there wouldn't be any problem. Feifei tiptoed down the stairs to the first floor but froze when she saw the light on in the living room. Oh no. Her heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, someone on the sofa turned to look at her as she descended. What are you doing? Qingya's cold voice, tinged with emotion, rang out. The glow of her laptop illuminated her flawless, pale face. Feifei grabbed the strap of her bag and, with no other option, walked over and sat beside her sister. Sis, why aren't you in your room? And why are you working without turning on the light? It's so dark, it's bad for your eyes. I'm concerned about you, Feifei said sweetly, wrapping her arm around Qingya's shoulders. The light's too bright. Now, tell me, where are you going? Qingya asked as she glanced at Feifei's outfit under the dim light from her laptop. Oh, it's a middle school reunion. I really didn't want to go, but they kept pestering me. They are all from the school beauty group, and I felt like if I didn't go, they'd gossip about me behind my back, so I decided to go, Feifei said with a mischievous smile. Qingya's gaze shifted to the stockings Feifei was wearing. She reached out, grabbed a bit of the stocking, gently pulled it, then released her grip. Pop! The stocking snapped back against Feifei's leg with a loud noise. These stockings are nice, Qingya remarked casually. Feifei's face turned red. Sis, be gentle, don't tear them. They look bad if they rip, Feifei pouted. Ripping them makes them look even better. Boys love that, Qingya said calmly. Is that so? Feifei mumbled inwardly. She glanced at her white Casio watch. Well, sis, I'm leaving now. Don't stay up too late, okay? She stood up and made her way toward the door. Just as she was about to open it, Qingya's voice called out. Going out for a late-night reunion wearing stockings? I think I should tell Dad. Feifei froze in her tracks. She rushed over to her sister, clinging to her arm, and started whining. Sis, please don't. Don't tell Mom and Dad. I beg you, just this once. Please. Qingya looked at her with her wise and discerning eyes, as if she had already seen through her. Okay, I won't tell them. But you'd better come clean about what you're actually doing. Chapter 2, Beauty Equals Justice. They were born into wealthy families, with privileged backgrounds and strict family upbringing. Although Feifei may appear carefree, she has never been in a romantic relationship and has never even held hands with a boy. The reason for her behavior this time is likely because her adolescent heart has been awakened. After all, she is at the age when emotions are just beginning to stir, and she might want to experience that so-called feeling of being in love. Therefore, Mufay knows that if her parents found out about this, she would be doomed. Mufay pouted, feeling aggrieved as she acted coquettishly. The sisters had a great relationship. Even though they often bickered, and Mufay occasionally pranked her older sister, they always cared for each other deeply. Qingya was, of course, not swayed by this. Useless. First, it's too late and not safe. Second, do you think you look like you're going to a class reunion dressed like this? Third, I'm your sister. Mufay sighed in resignation. Then I'll tell you this, you cannot tell mom and dad, or I'm finished. Qingya nodded. No. Mufay suddenly had an idea and began shaking her little head. Last time you stood up Mr. Shin, telling mom you went to meet him, and I reported you. You must be holding a grudge about that. Still bringing that up. What's the good of it to you? Mom gave me an earful. Mufay chuckled. Mom said you're getting older and should think about marriage. She said it's for your own good. Also. She lowered her voice and mumbled, she'll give me a 100,000 reward if I tell her. Qingya shook her head helplessly. She then looked at Mufay and said, don't worry, I won't tell mom and dad. Go ahead. You swear? I swear I won't tell mom and dad. Qingya replied faintly. Mufay knew she had to say it, so she mumbled, I'm going to meet my boyfriend. My boyfriend? I've never heard you talk about this, Qingya frowned. He's my online boyfriend. We've never met before, and today is our first time meeting in person. Qingya nodded slightly and thought for a moment. What does he look like? Mufay shook her head. We haven't exchanged pictures. We agreed not to reveal our appearances before meeting. It's more mysterious this way. I think it's quite interesting. Qingya then tapped her little head. You don't even know what he looks like. It's late, and you're going to meet a stranger like this? How am I supposed to feel at ease? Mufay nodded vigorously. I understand. I know he's a good person, very gentle. He replies to my messages right away. We talk on the phone every night before we sleep. He's available anytime except when he's sleeping. He told me that he doesn't care about looks, he just likes me for who I am. He must be a good person. Qingya raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Doesn't he have school or work? How can he be so free every day? I'll go with you, Qingya said. No. Mufay was shocked. Why would you bring your older sister to meet your online boyfriend? That would be so embarrassing. I'm not at ease. Qingya stared at Mufay and continued, it's too late. Online is the place where people are most easily deceived. You're young and inexperienced, so you're more likely to be scammed. You want to date, that's fine, but what you said sounds unreliable. At least I need to check for you. But Mufay fiddled with the skirt of her JK uniform, thinking about how awkward it would be if Qingya really came with her. Here's the plan. Qingya stood up and put on a coat. I'll go to meet him instead of you. I'll check if he's trustworthy, and you can hide and listen. No. Mufay quickly shook her head. You're so beautiful and sexy. What if he falls for you instead of me? That's a huge loss for me. Oh my god, sister, you're so evil. You're not trying to steal my boyfriend, are you? If you're so desperate, why don't you go on an online date yourself? Qingya. Don't worry, I'll put on some ugly makeup. Qingya started heading upstairs to do her makeup but stopped and looked at Mufay. This way, I can see if he's really superficial or if he's genuinely a good person. It'll also make you safer. Didn't you say he doesn't care about looks? Well. Mufay pouted. How? You don't trust your online boyfriend? Mufay clenched her fists. Alright, fine. Let us do it that way. Qingya nodded and walked upstairs. Tianhua City. After getting off the bus, Ye Bei was heading to Yuanfen Cafe but received a message from Mufay. She said she would be a bit late, so he wandered around casually. Scumbag. Ye Bei remembered the words from the woman on the bus and shook his head. He wasn't a scumbag. He was forced into it. His phone rang. Old man, what's up? Ye Bei asked nonchalantly as he strolled along the commercial street, cigarette in hand. Going to meet your online girlfriend? A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. It sounded similar to Ye Bei's tone but much more exaggerated and sleazy. This was Ye Bei's father, Ye Hai. "Yeah, meeting tonight," Ye Bei replied. "After you meet her, meet a few more. You refused my arranged blind dates, and now you're doing this online dating thing. That's fine, but didn't I tell you to talk to more girls and see? Go meet them all, pick the best one, and carry on our excellent genes." Got it, got it. Ye Bei scratched his ear. That's right. Ye Bei initially only chatted with Feifei because he liked her, but his father wasn't happy about it. He insisted Ye Bei cast a wider net. If Ye Bei refused, he threatened to sever their father-son relationship. Ye Hai was adamant that he wanted the best for his son and that online relationships couldn't be better than those his father arranged. So, Ye Bei started chatting with a couple more girls. The man on the other end of the line seemed to inhale deeply, then continued, "Of course, if you meet more, it's better. Having more options never hurts. The Yi family still has that kind of capital." Yeah, I know. Let me remind you, when you're in a relationship, you can't just look at the outside. You have to pay attention to the soul. Wasn't it you who said looks are justice? Ye Bei scoffed. All right, looks are justice. And by the way, I've got people keeping an eye on you. If you dare to mess with your dad, well, I'll take care of you. The phone call ended. Keeping an eye on me. Ye Bei took a puff of his cigarette, a faint smile on his lips, then flicked the cigarette butt in the direction of an alley. The cigarette butt flew like a bullet towards a man in black, who was smoking by a wall. The man's pupils constricted, and he quickly dodged the cigarette butt, watching it embed into the wall and smolder. Cold sweat formed on his forehead. Wait, where did he go? He looked around, but Ye Bei was already gone. The man hurriedly took out his phone. "Boss, we lost him. The young master is much stronger than 3 years ago." A voice of satisfaction came from the other end. He is the king of that organization. Let him be. Come back, I want to see what kind of daughter-in-law he brings me. Mu family villa. Feifei was sitting on the couch, swinging her feet, chatting with Ye Bei. "Darling, wait for me a bit, I'll be there soon." Ye Bei, millimeter, no problem. I'm just walking around. Let me know when you head out. Feifei, love you. Ye Bei, how much? Enough to kiss you the first time we meet. Feifei blushed. Stop it. Stop it. She buried her flushed face in the couch cushion. After a while, she sent a message, "Well, that depends on how handsome you are. If you're handsome, I'll kiss you. It's my first kiss, you know. Carrot. She blushed even harder after sending it. Feifei continued typing, "Bad boy, what else do you want to do? Ye Bei, play with your legs. Feifei, you're so annoying." At this moment, footsteps were heard coming down the stairs, and Feifei turned to see Qingya descending. Foot. She spit out her milk tea in shock. Chapter 3, Online Romance Turns into Reality. Qingya changed into a simple and elegant white dress that was just above the knee, not too short, and naturally paired with leggings underneath. I have to say, both of these sisters have absolutely stunning legs. She wore a pair of simple white sneakers, nothing wrong with them, but what made Feifei almost spit out her drink was Qingya's makeup. Oh my god. It was so ugly, wasn't it? Her double eyelids were forcibly turned into single eyelids, her nose looked flattened by some magical makeup trick, and she even had freckles, which wasn't the worst part. The most exaggerated thing was her buck teeth. Oh my god. Can buck teeth even be faked? How do I look? Qingya asked calmly. Sis, do you really need to go this far? It's so ugly. Even a normal man, no matter how little he cares about appearance, how many could actually accept this? Feifei felt like Qingya was doing this on purpose. She could have just done a plain, ugly makeup, but now it was so terrible, clearly meant to scare Ye Bei away, make her offline meeting fail, and push her back to being single. It's not that ugly, is it? It doesn't matter, let's see his reaction. If their psychological gap is big, then we'll see his upbringing. His upbringing can also reflect his character. Don't you care about his upbringing? Got it, Mufay said as she tugged at her little head. By the way, I told Ye Bei that I'm a beauty like a flower, though I said it jokingly. Feifei added. What about him? He said he's also a charming and dashing guy. I think he's definitely more handsome than your first love. What was his name? Ye Bei Chen. Upon hearing that name, Qingya paused for a moment but quickly regained her composure. Let's go. Qingya grabbed her bag and the two sisters walked out the door. Ye Bei walked into a makeup store. Boss, give me an ugly makeup. Ye Bei sat down in a chair and looked at himself in the mirror. Handsome guy, why would you want to wear ugly makeup? Are you acting in a play? Meeting someone offline? Ye Bei replied indifferently. Boss lady? You young people really know how to have fun. When people meet offline, they try to look as handsome as possible, but you want to wear ugly makeup instead. She shook her head helplessly, but who would turn down money, right? Ye Bei didn't have much of a choice. His dad had called again and insisted that he focus on the inner beauty of the girl, so he had to go for ugly makeup to see her reaction. Ye Bei didn't have much experience, but he thought his dad made a good point. For a girlfriend, inner beauty was an extremely important criterion, and Ye Bei cared about it. After getting the ugly makeup done, Ye Bei left the store and headed straight to Yuanfen Cafe. At 9:30 p.m., Yuanfen Cafe was a place that operated until the early hours. Business was good, with both beautiful women and handsome men hanging around. It had a vibe similar to a lounge bar. At this time, there were indeed quite a few people there. Inside the cafe, 3 men in suits walked in with smiles on their faces. They looked around, as if searching for prey. The man on the far left looked disinterested and said, Hua Xiao, what are we doing here to pick up girls? This place is boring. Let's go to the bar. It's much more exciting to grab young girls there, especially since the nearby university town is packed with them. Today is the weekend, so there is plenty of them. The man in the middle, Hua Xiu, adjusted his suit and smiled. You don't understand. The women in bars have been played out. What's the point? And they are filthy. This place is full of intellectual, elegant women in business attire. Aren't they 100 times better than the ones at the bar? Look over at the 3 o'clock direction, those 2 women in professional outfits, and... Hua Xiu turned his gaze toward a corner, and immediately froze in place. He widened his eyes and couldn't help swallowing. It was a figure, wearing a white dress, with long hair cascading down. She sat there, gracefully stirring her coffee, her poise and elegance absolutely flawless. Although he only saw her back, it already gave him an inexplicable impulse. She was definitely a stunning beauty. This woman is 100 times better than the ones at the bar, right? The other 2 men followed Hua Xiu's gaze and couldn't help but gasp. Let me go. Liu Dongqiang flashed a gentlemanly smile and straightened his collar. Then, he confidently walked over. They were all experts at picking up girls. I'll bet my dick this is a goddess-level beauty. The man next to Hua Xiu, Zhang Meng, said. Hua Xiu nodded. Hi, beautiful, let us get to know each other. Liu Dongqiang walked up to Qingya, said this, and elegantly sat down. Qingya was sitting by the window, and the large floor-to-ceiling window allowed her to clearly see the crowds outside. Qingya looked up at Liu Dongqiang. Whoa. Oh my god. At the moment she saw Qingya's face, Liu Dongqiang, who had been smiling and maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor, suddenly froze. His entire body shuddered, and he didn't know where to place his hands. Wrong person, sorry. Liu Dongqiang swallowed hard and quickly stood up and left. So quickly rejected? Hua Xiu asked. How was it? Rejected or successful? Zhang Meng hurriedly asked. Devil's body, goddess aura, angel's back, deathly face. Liu Dongqiang sighed. Are you saying she is ugly? The other 2 didn't believe him. Go take a look for yourselves. They didn't believe him, so they walked over to a spot where they could see her profile. Damn. That was a mistake. Hua Xiu shook his head. But I just don't get it. Even though a woman's body doesn't always mean she's beautiful, her aura is incredible. I even felt a bit inferior. How could she be so ugly? What a pity. Hua Xiu sat down, stirring his coffee. Looks like she's waiting for someone. She keeps glancing outside, like she is waiting for a date. Har har, I want to see who she's meeting. The three of them grew interested. Oh right. Who are she? You suddenly thought of something, looked at Zhang Meng, and then at his legs. Zhang Meng shivered. Finally here. Ye Bei entered the cafe and glanced around. Damn. So ugly. Hua Xiao, do you think he's here for a date too? They seem like a good match. Who are she? You looked at Ye Bei. Looks like it's possible. Ye Bei glanced at him and took out his phone. Baby, which table are you at? He quickly received a reply. Table 9. Then he spotted the table in the corner where Mu Qingya was sitting. Hiss. In an instant, Ye Bei was stunned. Devil's body, angel's back, goddess aura, perfect. Is this my online girlfriend? I'm in love, I'm in love. Ye Bei's taste is really on point. This is definitely the perfect girlfriend. Let us see how his disordered old man will respond now. He always said online relationships were unreliable, that they are all fake photos. Har har. Ye Bei then walked straight toward her. The person should be here. I've muted you, but the pinhole camera on my chest will send the footage to you. Mu Qingya quietly spoke into her phone on the table. That's right. Mu Feifei was sitting across the street, watching the live stream from the pinhole camera on Mu Qingya's chest. She could also hear the conversation on Mu Qingya's side through the phone. So excited, so excited. Mu Feifei rubbed her little hands together. Feifei. Ye Bei reached the side of Mu Qingya's table and called out. Mu Qingya had just taken a sip of coffee, set the cup down, and turned to look at Ye Bei. The two stared at each other. Damn. These two words echoed in many people's minds in an instant. Chapter 4, Can you test him again for me? When Ye Bei saw Mu Qingya's appearance, he was stunned. First, his body tensed up, and then he froze in place, unable to move. The contrast between her figure and face was just too much. After seeing such a graceful back and aura, Ye Bei was no longer thinking about whether she was good-looking or not, but how good-looking she was. But then, he realized he had been too hasty in his judgment. Mu Qingya noticed Ye Bei's reaction and couldn't help but cough. A bit of coffee spilled from the corner of her mouth. If it weren't for her broad experience, she might have ended up spitting it out. Is this what Mu Feifei meant by elegant and charming? You call this charming? Phut. On the other end, Mu Feifei couldn't help but spit out her milk tea. What? Is this her online boyfriend? No way. R. Cough, cough, cough. Ye Bei cleared his throat, trying to remain calm as he sat down in front of Mu Qingya. I didn't expect cough, cough, Feifei, you really are as beautiful as a flower, har 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 har. Ye Bei didn't even know how awkward his har 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 sounded. Mu Qingya, now recovered, cleared her throat and said, You're also quite the charming guy. Feifei, your voice doesn't sound quite like how it did online. Also, your tone isn't as sweet and enthusiastic. Ye Bei smiled awkwardly. You too, Mu Qingya replied. Based on what Mu Feifei had said, Ye Bei was supposed to sound quite sweet online. I just haven't come to my senses yet. Cough, cough, Ye Bei stirred his coffee. Me too, Mu Qingya replied. But, you're indeed not what I imagined, Ye Bei said, staring at Mu Qingya's overbite. Then, he noticed the pinhole camera near her chest. What does this mean? Is she worried something might go wrong? Is this for security? Sister, no need to be that cautious. You don't have to worry. As for her age, although Mu Qingya's makeup was a bit off, it was still youthful. Her voice was slightly sweet, and her movements and demeanor were a bit immature, making it hard to distinguish if she were 23 or 17. Nowadays, it's harder to tell a girl's age. So, Mu Qingya looked at Ye Bei with her beautiful eyes. Nothing, I've said it before. What I like is you as a person, not your looks, Ye Bei said. Mu Qingya paused, clearly taken aback. It seemed Feifei's online boyfriend had decent character. On the other side, Mu Feifei, hearing this, was moved. Sis, tell him that I don't care about his looks either. Mu Feifei urged, but since Mu Qingya had silenced her phone, Mu Feifei's words couldn't be transmitted. Thank you, but don't you think I'm ugly? Mu Qingya asked, gently adjusting her hair. It's fine, I'm average too, Ye Bei replied. Do you want to go shopping? Ye Bei asked again. Of course, Ye Bei cared about looks. Who wouldn't care about appearances? If his father knew his online girlfriend looked so ordinary, he'd probably laugh at him. However, just a moment ago, Ye Bei noticed details on Qingya's face. Her nose had a prosthetic, making it wider and more unattractive. The only reason he noticed was because a little bit of the prosthetic had slipped. Ye Bei had a thought: could she, like him, be deliberately making herself look ugly to test him? Interesting. All right. Qingya picked up her bag and stood up. Ye Bei followed closely behind. I'll go to the restroom first, Qingya said and entered the bathroom. Feifei, he seems fine, although his looks are a bit lacking. Do you want to come out? Qingya asked. She had no ulterior motives, just worried that her younger sister was too innocent and might be tricked. But now she felt okay about Ye Bei. He was proactive about suggesting shopping instead of making excuses to leave. Yes, fine, but I really want to know what kind of person he is. Can you test him for me again? Feifei said. Like how? Go to the movies with Ye Bei and see if he tries anything. If he touches you even when it's your first meeting, it means he genuinely likes me and doesn't he care about looks. Feifei said. Touching you on the first meeting? Doesn't he that just show bad character? Qingya responded. Feifei blushed a little and said, But I promised Ye Bei I'd kiss him, and we're a couple. Qingya. And what else did you promise? To touch his leg. Qingya. Such a pervert. Qingya muttered, but it was just teasing between sisters. Oh. Sis, are you serious? Back in high school, didn't you and your first love, Ye Bei Chen, sleep together? You were only 17 at the time. You're the one who's a pervert, not me. So listen here, don't take advantage of this opportunity to kiss Ye Bei because of loneliness. Qingya's mouth twitched. We never slept together. Liars. You've had several nights where you didn't come home, and you told Mom you were at Kuning's house. But that night, I was at Kuning's place, and Mom called me saying you were at Kuning's house. I had to make up an excuse for you, or else you'd be in big trouble. And you say you never slept together. Qingya. I really didn't. She couldn't explain it anymore. She had had her first love in high school, Ye Bei Chen, for 2 years. During those 2 years, they did almost everything except for the last step. After all, it had been 2 years, right? As for that night, she did spend it with Ye Bei Chen, but they were playing games at an internet cafe. Later, because of some special circumstances, they broke up, and since then, she hadn't dated anyone else. Let us not talk about this anymore. Qingya silenced her phone again, and her thoughts drifted back to the past. Ye Bei Chen. She took out her phone and opened QQ. Now, more people used WeChat, but back then, it was all about QQ. Qingya opened a chat with a friend marked Ye Bei Chen. After hesitating for a long time, she typed a message. Do you have time recently? Let me treat you to a meal. Outside, Ye Bei sat at the table, playing with his phone when his QQ notification popped up. Seeing the message from Qingya, his eyebrows raised, and he opened it. No, Ye Bei replied directly. Then he stared at the screen. The other person's status showed typing, but after waiting a long time, there was still no reply. Ye Bei scrolled through the chat history, and it was still from 3 months ago. Qingya, have you started dating anyone? Ye Bei, no, what's up? No reply. In the restroom. Qingya sighed slightly, then took a deep breath. She checked her makeup. Qingya noticed that the prosthetic on her nose had started to slip off. Hope I didn't get caught, she thought, inspecting carefully. It seemed like it hadn't been noticed. She adjusted it slightly and walked out. Let us go. Qingya looked at Ye Bei and said, trying to make her voice sound like her younger sister Feifei, pure and sweet, though it didn't quite hit the mark. Ye Bei didn't think much of it. It's normal for there to be some differences between the online and real-life versions of someone. It's natural to be nervous when meeting in person for the first time. Her voice still sounded youthful, similar to Feifei's. The difference in looks wasn't noticeable. She appeared around 20, but some girls at 16 or 17 could easily look 20, so Ye Bei didn't think much of it. Qingya and Ye Bei walked side by side on the street. Want to watch a movie? Let us go, Ye Bei suggested. Sure. They both entered a cinema. Behind them, Feifei followed, clutching her milk tea, and entered the cinema with them. The cinema was fairly busy, with about 1/3 of the seats occupied. Qingya and Ye Bei sat in the middle, while Feifei sat behind them. Chapter 5, Sis, what are you doing with him? The movie was adapted from a novel titled Online Love Come True. My girlfriend's sister turned out to be my first love. So, it was a city-themed film. Ye Bei and Qingya sat together, and Ye Bei didn't make any inappropriate moves. The two of them quietly watched the movie. Feifei, sitting behind them, had no interest in watching the movie. She was just waiting for the two of them to chat. Are you cold? Ye Bei asked, his gaze casually drifting towards Qingya, and he unconsciously glanced at her legs. She wasn't showing much, but her skin was smooth. It's fine, not cold. Let's just watch the movie, Qingya replied. Are you nervous? Ye Bei asked. Huh? Why do you say that? Qingya looked at Ye Bei in confusion. Because you seem a bit distant. You're not like this when we chat online. Qingya nodded, following Ye Bei's words. Yeah, I'm a bit nervous. It's okay, Ye Bei said, stretching out his hand and placing it gently on her slender hand. In that moment, Qingya felt uncomfortable. She instinctively shivered and tried to pull her hand away, but remembering Feifei's request, she held back. She glanced at Ye Bei, but he was pretending to watch the movie. Qingya didn't say anything, turning her attention back to the film. A while later, she suddenly felt Ye Bei's hand slowly moving down from her wrist to her thigh. It was a subtle movement, but it was definitely happening. She pretended not to notice. Soon, Ye Bei's hand had moved from the back of her hand on her thigh to her upper thigh. Although it was through her skirt, she was extremely uncomfortable. Behind them, Feifei stood and saw this scene. Ye Bei really loves me, Feifei thought happily. Even though he thought she was unattractive, he still touched her. But then, she realized that Ye Bei was actually touching her sister, and the thought made her uncomfortable. Hold on, Feifei bit her lip. Qingya couldn't hold it anymore. She opened her mouth to say something, but Ye Bei leaned close to her ear and softly said, Good girl, you really did promise to let me touch your leg, and I know you're uncomfortable, but I can feel that you love me. Thank you. Jerk. Qingya felt like he was a scumbag when she heard that. Although he sounded understanding and gentle, it just came across as manipulative. It was like he was trying to charm her with just the right words, making her feel shy, warm, and satisfied all at once. Qingya wasn't fooled, but if it had been her younger sister, she would have been completely taken in, heart racing. But there was also a possibility that he was speaking sincerely. Though, Qingya thought, it was probably the latter. Ye Bei was dressed plainly, with clothes worth only a few hundred yuan. He didn't seem like he had much money. If you were going to meet someone from an online relationship, you'd at least wear your best clothes, right? But he looked very ordinary, not someone with ulterior motives. His words, however, had effectively silenced her. Qingya couldn't bring herself to reject him. Thank you. Qingya endured the discomfort, at least it hadn't touched her skin yet. Gradually, Ye Bei's hand moved further down, trying to reach the part of her leg not covered by her skirt. Qingya couldn't take it anymore. At that moment, her phone vibrated. Seizing the opportunity to reach for her phone, she raised her hand and shifted her leg, causing Ye Bei to remove his hand. It was a message from Feifei. Sis, I'm in the bathroom, doing a little water magic. For your dear sister's happiness, hang in there. Qingya saw the message and felt a surge of frustration. If only she had just let Feifei handle things when they were at the cafe. Sigh. Meanwhile, Ye Bei was already thinking about how to kiss his online girlfriend. Who is that? He asked casually. Nothing, just a friend, Qingya replied, putting her phone in her pocket and continuing to watch the movie. Baby, Ye Bei whispered beside her. Qingya furrowed her brows and turned to look at him. As she turned, Ye Bei had already prepared himself. He leaned in, and their lips met. Qingya? Her eyes widened in shock. For that brief moment, her mind went completely blank. She froze. And Ye Bei. So soft, so tender, so smooth. At the same time, Feifei happened to be passing by the aisle near them. She had been distracted by the dark environment, but since she wanted to take a quick glance at the couple, she turned and saw them kissing. Feifei? She froze. Sis, what are you doing with him? Feifei's resentful voice suddenly came from beside them. Chapter 6. Qingya came back to her senses after hearing what Feifei said. Although her mind was blank for a very short time, it seemed like a long time. Qingya pushed Ye Bei away and stood up angrily. She subconsciously wanted to slap Ye Bei again, but she held back and just stood up and walked away angrily. Sister, you are so coquettish, you seduced my boyfriend. Feifei pouted her lips with a look of grievance. Qingya. Wow. The most infuriating thing is her, Qingya, okay? Your sister, actually wronged her. Feifei, what's going on? Ye Bei stood up and looked at the two girls in confusion. Wow. This girl is so beautiful. Many other people also looked over in confusion. To be honest, Ye Bei really doesn't know much about feelings, but he is brave, so he dares to do some actions, but he really doesn't understand why this scene happened. The main thing is, who can think of such a plot? When Feifei heard Ye Bei calling Qingya Feifei, she immediately became anxious. I am Feifei. Feifei looked at Ye Bei aggrievedly. Huh? Then who is she? Ye Bei scratched his head. Qingya glanced at Ye Bei with her peripheral vision, then walked away without saying a word. Ye Bei. Feifei then ran to Ye Bei, because she felt aggrieved, and didn't care about the girl's modesty, so she hugged Ye Bei. Feifei buried her little head in Ye Bei's arms, looked up at Ye Bei aggrievedly, and said, I am Feifei, she is my sister. Although Ye Bei's ugly makeup was very ugly, it was not to the extent of Qingya's, otherwise Feifei would not be able to accept it. Ye Bei. So, you are Feifei, then why is it your sister who came to meet me in person? Ye Bei was sure that the person in front of him was Feifei. This time their voice was exactly the same. So beautiful. JK skirts, Ye Bei is a normal man, of course he likes this, especially Feifei is beautiful, with JK, it's really amazing. And fuck. Black silk. YYDS. Ye Bei is still capable, the object of his online love is such a beautiful and pure school beauty, it's okay as long as she is a beauty, and not an ordinary beauty, but a super beautiful one. She is coquettish, she is lonely, she is empty, she wants to steal my man. Feifei pouted and said unhappily. Full of resentment. That's true, although it was Feifei who asked Qingya to help test Ye Bei, Qingya was wronged and taken advantage of for this, and Feifei felt bad. But kissing is too much, after all, in Feifei's mind, Qingya is still a cold beauty. Feifei never thought that her sister would kiss a strange man, unless she was really too lonely. But you can't steal her boyfriend. I felt very wronged. Damn it. Of course, all her thoughts were based on her not knowing the real situation. The scene she saw made her feel that her sister was in love. In such a dark and ambiguous space, she couldn't help but act naughty and kissed Ye Bei. Oh? Ye Bei touched the tip of his nose. Awkward. For Ye Bei, who wanted to calm down and talk about love, this was indeed a bit shocking. Feifei, I'm really sorry, I really thought it was you, I was still wondering why your voice was not similar, and you looked a little cold. I thought it was because I was nervous. After all, reality is different from the internet, but now it's okay. Ye Bei smiled, then hugged Feifei, sat down, and put Feifei on his lap. You are annoying. Feifei's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, her pretty face blushed, she couldn't help but say something coquettishly, patted Ye Bei's shoulder, and then shyly buried her little head in Ye Bei's shoulder. Ye Bei's eyes lit up. This feeling is right, this is the feeling of a 17-year-old girl. Young, shy, tender. Feifei really likes Ye Bei. She doesn't care about appearance, girls are emotional animals, they care more about feelings. Ye Bei had been with Feifei before, Feifei was used to this feeling, she liked it very much, and appearance was just a plus. Ye Bei, I'm sorry, my sister was afraid that I would come out alone at night and worry about me, so. Ye Bei put his hand on Feifei's black silk and gently stroked it, and with the other hand, he held Feifei and smiled in her ear and said, by the way, let her test me. Why did you say it? Feifei's pretty face blushed again. Love it. Ye Bei. Feifei's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she mustered up the courage to look up at Ye Bei's face in Ye Bei's arms. Her little face was flushed and she wanted to ask something, but was interrupted by Ye Bei. Call me husband, don't we usually call me husband on the phone? Par. As he said that, Ye Bei patted Feifei's beautiful legs, without using much force. Amazing. Silky. Stop. Oh, stop touching me, it's itchy. Feifei couldn't stand this feeling, she couldn't explain it, but she couldn't stand it, and she was too shy, so she quickly jumped off Ye Bei's legs and sat aside with a red face. Feifei felt so coquettish. Ye Bei smiled and looked at her. Be obedient, call me husband. Feifei lowered her head, her little hand shyly pinching the hem of her skirt. Old husband. Wow. So shameful, she didn't mess with anyone. So good. Ye Bei immediately felt that this girl was awesome. After 2 seconds, Feifei bit her lip, lowered her head and dared not look at Ye Bei, and asked. That. Ye Bei, do you think I am very casual? I let you touch me the first time we met. No, isn't this what we agreed on? And we are a couple, but you are much more beautiful than I thought. Hee hee. Feifei raised her head and smiled, her big eyes curved into a crescent shape. Actually, I really have never had a boyfriend. I know, don't worry, come here. Ye Bei patted his thigh again and motioned for her to sit on it. No, you are so lustful. Feifei's face became even redder. Don't you always say that I am lustful? But what do you think of my appearance? Ye Bei suddenly asked. It's okay, actually I really like you, so appearance is not important, the lover's eyes are beautiful, and in my eyes you are very handsome. Ye Bei was still quite moved after hearing this, and then touched her hair. Good boy, I'm going to the bathroom first. After saying that, Ye Bei put his face in front of her, meaning very simple, kiss me. Oh, I'm so embarrassed, go quickly, you're not serious. Feifei felt that Ye Bei's expression and demeanor were quite serious. Sometimes at first glance, he felt like a soldier, but he would suddenly become bad and lewd, but there was no sense of disobedience. Seeing that Feifei was really shy, Ye Bei spared her. Then you must kiss me when I come back, as agreed. Well. Okay. So good. Ye Bei then walked away. Huff, huff, huff. As soon as Ye Bei left, Feifei gasped and patted her chest. So nervous, but. Feifei couldn't help laughing. Is this the feeling of being in love? It seems really good. In the bathroom, Ye Bei took off his ugly makeup and came back. I'm back. Ye Bei sat next to Feifei. Feifei was stunned for a moment, blinking her big eyes at Ye Bei. You? Ye Bei. Ye Bei stretched out his hand and scratched her little nose. How many times have I told you to call me husband? Feifei's big eyes lit up. Wow. Ye Bei, you deliberately put on ugly makeup, damn it. You're so handsome. Hate. She kept punching Ye Bei's arm with her little fist. Ye Bei grabbed one of her restless little arms and looked at her with a smirk. Feifei saw Ye Bei's expression and immediately became shy again, especially, he was so handsome, really handsome. Isn't this to give you a surprise? Kiss me. Oh, Ye Bei, you look so serious sometimes, but why is your personality so bad? Feifei said shyly. Ye Bei's personality. With such a father, he is naturally not a very serious person. He had a girlfriend in high school, who was definitely aloof, but it was because Ye Bei was shameless and mean, so he took advantage of her in various ways. But because of the things he experienced after high school, under normal circumstances, he looked similar to Feifei, and he should be a serious person. But after all, he was still a bit of a bad man in his bones. When have I ever been serious? Kiss me. No. Feifei said shyly, nervously and reservedly. At this time, Qingya, who had gone to the bathroom to remove her makeup, came back and planned to say something to Feifei, and then so that the two of them looked very intimate. Ahem. Qingya coughed coldly. The two looked at Qingya one after another. And at that moment, Qingya and Ye Bei were stunned. Ye Bei-chen. Qingya? Feifei? Chapter 7. Why is this plot so familiar? Qingya looked at Ye Bei. She was surprised to see Ye Bei here. Then why not Ye Bei? Why are you here? Qingya frowned and stared at Ye Bei and asked. Wait. She looked at Ye Bei and Feifei. Their actions just now were very intimate. Besides, wasn't the clothes he was wearing the clothes of Feifei's online boyfriend just now? A possibility was born in Qingya's mind. Her first love boyfriend Ye Bei was her sister's online boyfriend. Ye Bei? So Ye Bei is Ye Bei. Qingya's tone suddenly turned cold. Sister, what Ye Bei? You mean your ex-boyfriend? Feifei was still a little confused. Although she guessed something, this was too bloody, wasn't it? Sister. Ye Bei looked at Feifei and then at Qingya. What the hell? He opened his mouth. At first glance, I didn't pay much attention. Wasn't the clothes Qingya was wearing the white dress that Feifei's sister was wearing? It was the woman who dressed up ugly to meet her. Fuck. Isn't this too ridiculous? Qingya. Feifei. My ex-girlfriend turned out to be the biological sister of my online girlfriend. Feifei looked back and forth between Ye Bei and Qingya. Oh my god. My online boyfriend turned out to be her sister's first love in high school, Ye Bei. Wow. Hee. Qingya's face turned cold. She sneered, looked at Ye Bei and said, Didn't you tell me that you were not in a relationship? Ye Bei shrugged and said, That was a few months ago. I really wasn't in a relationship at that time, and I was in a relationship with Feifei later. HMPH, Feifei, let's go. Qingya snorted, then angrily pulled Feifei's arm and prepared to pull her away. I'm not leaving. Feifei leaned into Ye Bei's arms. Ye Bei is my boyfriend. Even if he was your ex-boyfriend before, it has nothing to do with me now. Qingya moved her red lips but didn't say anything. Ye Bei smiled and put his arm around Feifei's waist. He looked at Qingya and said, Yeah, you don't want to try to break us up, do you? You're not a bad woman, are you? Huh. Qingya took a deep breath. She looked at Ye Bei's eyes and expression, and felt as if he was provoking her and showing off in front of her. Qingya was extremely upset. But think about it, he and her sister are lovers now, and Ye Bei is not a bad person. They broke up not because of Ye Bei's character. What right and reason does she have to stop them? She just felt uncomfortable in her heart. After all, she still loved Ye Bei. She had always naively thought that Ye Bei still loved her. He found a girlfriend, who was his own sister. Then I'll go back first. Qingya turned away angrily after saying that. Ye Bei looked at her from behind. To be honest, he was still upset about the breakup in high school and had some opinions about Qingya, but Ye Bei knew that he couldn't blame her completely. Ye Bei, I really didn't know that you and my sister were ex-boyfriends and girlfriends. I always knew that my sister's ex-boyfriend was Ye Bei and you were Ye Bei. I never thought that you were the same person. Feifei looked up at Ye Bei. I didn't expect that either. Ye Bei said. Ye Bei. Feifei suddenly pouted her lips in grievance. Ye Bei patted her back and said, Don't worry, your sister and I have broken up. I only love you now, and your sister is obviously a bad woman. Yes. She is a bad woman, and she kisses you when I'm not around. Feifei wrinkled her cute little nose. Oh? Ye Bei touched the tip of his nose and was embarrassed and couldn't say anything. Can you kiss me now? Ye Bei sat down and asked with a smile. My sister kissed me, of course I want to kiss her, and I want to let my sister see that I am a better girlfriend than her. She broke up but I will never do that. Ye Bei nodded repeatedly, yes. Let your sister regret it, let your sister look at us with envy. Yes, bad woman, hum. Ye Bei smiled in his heart. I didn't expect that Feifei would not care that he was with her sister before. Great. Wouldn't that be? What are you thinking about? Let's continue watching the movie. Yeah, okay. Qingya walked out of the cinema angrily. Ye Bei. You bastard. You are shameless. Qingya kept cursing as she walked, her eyes were red. He was actually with her sister, how abominable. It's okay for her sister to be in love, but it's uncomfortable to be with her ex-boyfriend, and the key is that she still loves this ex-boyfriend. I felt betrayed by both love and family. After walking on the street for a long time late at night, Qingya calmed down a little and was almost home, so she walked back directly. Just after returning home, her cell phone rang. It was her best friend Jiang Xue who called. They met after Qingya graduated from college. They got along very well and became best friends. Xue. A sobbing voice came from the other end of the phone. Xue, what's wrong with you? Qingya asked in surprise. In her eyes, Jiang Xue has always been a strong woman who would not cry easily. But she didn't realize that she was also a strong woman, and she almost cried. Qingya, I met a scumbag. On the other end, Jiang Xue said angrily and sadly. Your online boyfriend? Yes. I went back to Tianhua City today, and I didn't expect that there was a man sitting next to me chatting with several girlfriends, so I scolded him. Qingya said, that was him, not your online boyfriend. Could it be that one of the people he was chatting with was you? As soon as she finished speaking, Qingya stopped where she was. There was silence on the other side. No, could it be? Qingya couldn't believe it. But when she heard a loud cry and angry, I really give up, from the other end of the phone, she felt that she was right. It's such a coincidence, I'm dumbfounded. Woo, Qingya, what do you think I should do? You really cried. Is this worth crying for you, Jiang Xue? It's only been a few months, and it's still an online relationship. You haven't met, and you haven't lost anything. Even if you take a step back, what is your identity, Jiang Xue? Even if you really broke up with your boyfriend, you don't have to cry. Qingya said. In her mind, Jiang Xue was still very strong. They were very similar, and her family background was also extremely superior. Therefore, it was not worth it for Qingya to cry for a boyfriend she fell in love with online. That man was not worthy of Jiang Xue. But in the past few months that he has been with me, I really felt moved and even wanted to entrust my life to him. Although I don't know what he looks like, I really rely on him during this period. I will tell him a lot of trivial things, and he will comfort me and be very patient. He will reply to messages in seconds. Although many people who pursued me before were very enthusiastic, they really couldn't reply to every message in seconds. Jiang Xue sniffed and said. Qingya. Wait, why is this plot so familiar? Isn't this the same plot as Feifei's? Chapter 8. How far did you and my sister go before? The story of Feifei and Jiang Xue. The same online love, the same unknown appearance of the other party, the same patient other party, replying to messages in seconds. But Qingya would never think that this is the same person. Don't be too sad, it's really not worth it. Qingya comforted. I know, you just feel unhappy. If you feel unhappy, then take revenge. Qingya didn't know why, the image of Ye Bei, that bastard, appeared in her mind. How to take revenge? Does he know your identity? Jiang Xue shook her head and said, he probably doesn't know. I slapped him at the time, and I guess he was also confused. I didn't say anything on WeChat, nor did I delete him, but we didn't chat. That's just right, find a time for you to ask him out, and say that you should meet in person, right? I'll accompany you and tear off his scumbag mask in public. It's feasible. Jiang Xue said without hesitation. Okay, I'm going home first. What were you doing so late? Jiang Xue asked. I'll tell you later. Qingya was too embarrassed to talk about this. Okay, thank you for your guidance tonight. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Okay. Then Qingya went home. On the other side, Ye Bei and Feifei finished watching a movie, and they walked out hand in hand. Ye Bei, it's getting late, I have to go back, I'm really happy today. Feifei said sweetly. Me too, I'll take you. No need, I'll just take a taxi back. Ye Bei shook his head, no, I'll take you. He, I love you so much. Then they took a taxi, and Ye Bei took Feifei back to Tianhua Villa district, downstairs of their villa. Ye Bei looked at the building, he had been here before. Ye Bei, have you been here before? Feifei asked. Yes, I came here once, but you were not here at that time. Feifei nodded, that's what I said. But I'm your sister's ex-boyfriend. Can't you recognize me when you see my real appearance? That bad woman. Feifei shrank her head after she finished speaking, looked in the direction of the villa, and then lowered her voice and said, that bad woman never showed me your photo. You are so mysterious. I guess only my parents know. I see. Right, right. Feifei thought of something, and suddenly looked at Ye Bei with some liveliness and asked, why did you break up with my sister? Didn't she tell you? No. Ye Bei smiled and said, I'll tell you later. HMPH. Still keeping a little secret, well, then tell me, how far have you and my sister developed? If I don't tell you, you'll be unhappy when you hear it. Oh, Ye Bei, don't worry, I'm not that kind of girl. I really want to work hard to do everything better than my sister, to be a more competent girlfriend, to let my sister see that I'm better than her. As she said that, she secretly clenched her pink fist. Ye Bei touched Feifei's little head and said, except for the last step, everything else has been done. You haven't slept together? Feifei asked in surprise. Not yet. Wow. My sister is so slutty, you guys haven't slept with her. Ye Bei. These two sisters. Why do you think your sister is slutty? Look, she doesn't have a boyfriend herself, but she wants to steal my boyfriend. I left the cinema for a while and she kissed you. Isn't that slutty? Feifei pouted. Of course, she was just talking nonsense. She knew what kind of person Qingya was in her heart. After all, if she was really slutty, she wouldn't have been single for so many years and would work all day long. Yes. Your sister is slutty. When we were together, she took the initiative in many things. Ye Bei nodded repeatedly. Of course it was a lie, but after all, Ye Bei and Feifei are in the same camp now. HMPH. I knew it. Second floor of the villa. Qingya's bedroom. Qingya stood by the curtains, looking at Ye Bei and Feifei standing downstairs. The curtains were drawn, and she was quietly hiding behind them, peeking through the crack. Feifei has been chatting for so long and she still hasn't come up. Qingya didn't know what she was feeling, she just felt uncomfortable. It's okay for a couple to chat for a while, but one is her sister and the other is her ex-boyfriend. In this situation, she really wants to know the content of every word they talked about. Oh. Ye Bei looked up at the window on Qingya's side. Qingya quickly hid in the crack of the curtains like a thief, and after several seconds, she slowly looked through the crack to see what was happening below. Ye Bei, it's getting late, I'm going back. Feifei said reluctantly. You don't kiss me even though you're already back? Ye Bei asked with a smile. Bad guy. Feifei blushed. Come on. Ye Bei closed his eyes and stood there waiting for Feifei. You've bullied me to death. Feifei approached Ye Bei, stretched out her hands to hug Ye Bei's waist, and then shyly stood still, as if she was building up her mind. What are they going to do? Qingya saw this scene, it was obvious that they were going to kiss. You, Feifei, really kissed him on the first day you met. Holding hands is acceptable, although you said before that you agreed to touch legs and kiss when you meet, but do you really agree? Qingya felt that she was in love with her boyfriend, and she absolutely couldn't do these on the first day. She stared at him eagerly. No, no, no. Qingya kept muttering in her heart. Below, after a while, Feifei mustered up the courage to slowly tiptoe, and her red lips gently touched Ye Bei's lips. At that moment, her delicate body trembled. Qingya upstairs also trembled at the same time. Originally, Feifei was going to touch her and then end it quickly, but Ye Bei suddenly reached out, one hand hugged Feifei, the other hand pressed the back of her head, and kissed her vigorously. Qingya upstairs was stunned watching this scene. Yes, you are boyfriend and girlfriend, that's nothing, but one is your sister and the other is your ex-boyfriend. Oh my god. If she is guilty, let the law punish her, don't use this method. Qingya watched for 30 seconds and found that they hadn't stopped, and Ye Bei had put his hand on Feifei's leg while kissing her. Qingya couldn't stand it. She walked out of the room and opened the door of the villa. Click. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Feifei immediately reacted and quickly pushed Ye Bei away. Seeing that it was Qingya, at least a big stone fell from her heart. It's good that it's not my parents. But it's so embarrassing to be seen by my sister. What time is it? Why don't you come back to sleep? Qingya said in a bad tone. Chapter 9. Please, don't tell mom. Feifei is usually afraid of Qingya. Parents are busy. Although Qingya is busy, she will still discipline Feifei. especially when she saw such a shy thing. I know, I'll go back now. Mu Feifei's mouth puffed slightly, and she said aggrievedly. Then Mu Qingya looked at Ye Bei and said coldly, "It doesn't matter if you go to bed late, but Feifei is a girl. Staying up late is very bad for the skin and has a great impact. Unlike you who are thick-skinned, there is no impact. I hope you will pay attention to it in the future." Obviously, she was very jealous. But this remark also secretly scolded Ye Bei, thick-skinned and shameless. "Well, I'll pay attention." Ye Bei nodded, looking very serious, and said, "After all, I love Feifei so much, and I don't want her skin to be bad because of staying up late." Mu Qingya. She secretly gritted her teeth. Damn it. Saying that he loves his sister so much in front of her. Ye Bei smiled in his heart. This round, he won. "I love you so much." Mu Feifei looked at Ye Bei with emotion and said, "I love you too." Ye Bei smiled gently. Mu Qingya. So angry. "Let's go back." Mu Qingya took Mu Feifei's hand and turned to walk home. Ye Bei, "Then I'll go back first, you go back too." Mu Feifei looked back as she walked. "I know, let's go back." Ye Bei waved his hand. "By the way." Mu Qingya stopped, half-turned her head, looked at Ye Bei with her peripheral vision, and said, "Feifei is simple and conservative. I don't know what tricks you use to let her be taken advantage of by you on the first day, but I will keep an eye on your behavior. I hope you don't let me see anything bad." Yes, Feifei is indeed conservative, unlike someone who used to put my hand on her chest every day. Ye Bei put his hands in his pockets and said. Mu Qingya staggered, her face flushed, and it was unclear whether she was embarrassed or angry. Mu Feifei opened her mouth, obviously surprised. "Feifei, then I'll go back. You have classes tomorrow afternoon, right? I'll take you to school." Ye Bei said from behind. "Okay, Ye Bei, go back quickly." Ye Bei nodded and turned to leave. The two girls returned to their house. "Sister, I'm sorry." Mu Feifei whispered. Hearing Mu Feifei's words, Mu Qingya looked at her. Mu Qingya thought that Mu Feifei realized how sad she was that she was betrayed by both family and friendship. One more thing, Mu Feifei should also realize that it was really outrageous for her to date her sister's ex-boyfriend. Because she thought of this, she said sorry. That was really outrageous. Is there such a thing in the world? It's okay, no need to say sorry. After all, no one would have thought that there would be such a coincidence. Since you can't get over it, then tell Ye Bei clearly. Mu Qingya said. Ye Bei is not suitable for Mu Feifei, Mu Qingya is sure. Mu Feifei just wants to experience the feeling of falling in love, that's too easy, it really can't be Ye Bei. Otherwise, if they get married in the future, my god, her ex-boyfriend will become her brother-in-law? Sister, what are you talking about? Mu Feifei looked at Mu Qingya with a confused look. Mu Qingya frowned slightly. Haven't you thought it through and decided to break up with Ye Bei? No, I think Ye Bei is great, why should I break up with him? Mu Qingya. What did you say sorry for just now? Mu Qingya asked. It's just. I saw you and Ye Bei kissing in the cinema, and I wrongly blamed you and said you were a slut. I'm sorry, sister. That's it. Yeah, what else could it be? Mu Feifei asked with a blink. Mu Qingya opened her mouth but still couldn't say anything. Sister, I'm going back to my room, you should also go to bed early, you've worked hard today. Mu Feifei waved her hand, then yawned and walked towards the room. Feifei. Mu Qingya held Mu Feifei. Sister, what else? You have to break up with Ye Bei. Mu Qingya looked into Mu Feifei's eyes and said. Why? Mu Feifei asked puzzledly. Mu Qingya sighed slightly and said, because you two have no future. No way. Mu Feifei thought of something after saying that, and looked at Mu Qingya with big eyes. Sister, you don't still like Ye Bei, do you? You want me to break up and then you get along with him? Wow. The most poisonous thing is a woman's heart. Mu Feifei looked exaggerated. Beat you. Mu Qingya patted her head. He. Mu Feifei smiled sweetly, then blinked her cunning big eyes and approached Mu Qingya. I smell gossip, sister, why did you break up with Ye Bei back then? Tell me. Why break up? Mu Qingya sighed in her heart. Our mother doesn't agree. Just because of this? Then I'm not afraid, I will definitely stick to it. By the way, sister, I know you must still like Ye Bei, and Ye Bei probably likes you too, but I don't want Ye Bei to experience the same thing twice. Mu Qingya looked at her and said nothing. At this time, the door of the next room opened, and a beautiful woman came out and scolded them harshly. What are you two sisters doing in the middle of the night? Go to bed. Mu Feifei turned around and stuck out her pink tongue at Zhang Manling. I know, Mom. Then she turned back to Zhang Manling, looked at Mu Qingya with a pleading face, put her hands on her chest in a Buddha worshipping posture, and whispered, Sister, please, don't tell Mom. Yeah. Love you. Then she ran into the room and closed the door. Mom, I'm going to bed. Mu Qingya said to Zhang Manling and turned back to her room. These two girls. Zhang Manling also returned to the bedroom. What are the two sisters doing? On the bed, their father Mu Yunhai yawned and asked. Zhang Manling got into bed and said, I don't know. Ask tomorrow. Go to sleep. The Shin family called tonight and said Qingya stood up Qianjun. Let's forget it. It seems that she really doesn't like Shin Qianjun. Mu Yunhai said. No, it would be a great thing if my Mu family could marry the Shin family. I will talk to Qingya tomorrow. We must match them together. Zhang Manling said. Oh. Mu Yunhai sighed and covered himself with the quilt, saying, Qingya hasn't been in love for so many years. If she had been dating Xiaoye, it would have been great. I guess I would have had grandchildren. What's good about it? Who is he to be with my Qingya? At least they should be well matched, right? Mu Yunhai shook his head helplessly, then closed his eyes and went to sleep. Mu Qingya's room. She sat on the edge of the bed and fell into deep thought. Feifei, if it was just because my mother didn't agree, how could I not insist and finally break up with Ye Bei? Mu Qingya sighed and talked to herself. Then she took out her cell phone. Chapter 10, Introduce Me a Job. Mu Qingya's mobile page shows her chat history with Ye Bei. She hesitated for a long time, but still sent a message to Ye Bei. Are you there? On the other side, Ye Bei was walking on the street late at night smoking a cigarette. His phone moved, and he took it out to take a look. What's the matter? You don't think I'm deliberately dating your sister to get revenge on you, do you? Ye Bei replied. No, I know you wouldn't do that. Mu Qingya sat on the edge of the bed and continued typing. I was wrong back then, I failed you, I'm sorry. Ye Bei frowned and took a deep puff of cigarette. You have your pursuits, why should I interfere, but I'm just unhappy, now it's okay, my girlfriend is so beautiful, I'm very satisfied. Back then, they were in love in their second year of high school, and they dated for 2 years. When they were about to graduate from high school, Mu Qingya broke up with Ye Bei because she needed to go to a better school for further studies. Ye Bei knew it was not that simple. Later, he also knew that it was Mu Qingya's mother who did not agree with them to continue dating. For this reason, he came to the Mu family and talked about this matter with Zhang Manling, but was humiliated by her. It's nothing. The key is that Mu Qingya did not insist on their relationship. She still broke up with him. Break up, and keep saying things like I really still love you. Ye Bei couldn't help laughing. Since then, Ye Bei dropped out of school. Mu Qingya sighed, lowered her head and continued typing. I almost lost contact with you in the past few years. What did you do? Ye Bei, I was just fooling around. Of course, I didn't pursue as high as you, Miss Mu. Now I have my own company with a market value of more than 1 billion. Congratulations. Mu Qingya felt bad when she saw this news, and she continued to type. At that time, in the dialog box, she typed a few words and stopped, and deleted it after a few seconds. Then she typed something else. Do you live in Qianhua City now? Yes, I just rented a house. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Good night. After saying that, Mu Qingya put her phone on the bed and sat there in a daze. Back then, she did break up with Ye Bei, and it took 2 months to break up. Why didn't she insist? The reason was that she wanted to go to a better school, and her mother didn't agree with their relationship, so why didn't she insist? Even her mother threatened to commit suicide to break up with Ye Bei, but she still insisted on not breaking up. Until that day, she received a call from Mu Yunhai, and Zhang Manling was rushed to their hospital for emergency treatment. The reason was, she drank pesticide to commit suicide. Qingya gave up. She made up her mind to break up with Ye Bei. Feifei didn't know all this. She only knew that Zhang Manling accidentally drank pesticide. Who? Ye Bei blew a smoke ring and walked towards the house he rented. The cold wind was howling. Whoosh! At this moment, Ye Bei's ears moved, and he immediately looked towards the woods next to him. Two shadows flashed by at an incredibly fast speed, but their target was not Ye Bei. The day after tomorrow. Ye Bei felt it was interesting. This small Tianhua city was not a place where there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. How could there be two internal strength masters? In the woods. A man spitted and looked at a black-clothed man limping away in front of him. Waste, you dare to assassinate me just after you were promoted to external strength. Yang Qianchu then stretched his waist. Before he retracted his hand, he suddenly frowned, and then he turned his head and punched out. At this moment, his fist collided with the fists of a black-clothed man rushing over. Swish! At that moment, the leaves on the ground were shaken away, and Yang Qianchu hummed in his mouth, and was blown away by a punch, hitting a tree behind him. The whole tree seemed to have a cracking sound. Ahem! Blood flowed from the corner of Yang Qianchu's mouth. He looked up at the two men in black in disbelief. Internal energy. Buzz. A dagger appeared in the hands of the two men in black at the same time, shining coldly under the moonlight. Without saying a word, the two men in black rushed over, trying to take his life. It's over. Yang Qianchu secretly said that it was not good. Two internal energy masters, he was dead. But his strong survival instinct made him unwilling to die like this, and he still tried his best to resist the siege of the two masters. Tear his body was scratched with blood marks one after another. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been stabbed long ago. Bang! Before he could react, Yang Qianchu was kicked in the chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood and falling to the ground. Hurry up and kill him, the longer the night, the more dreams there are. A man in black said. Then the two men holding the daggers suddenly exerted force and threw the daggers at Yang Qianchu. The dagger flew as fast as a bullet. Yang Qianchu wanted to dodge, but he was in so much pain that he couldn't dodge at all. Buzz! Buzz! Just at this moment, two small stones flew out from not far away, and the two small stones flew towards the two daggers, knocking all the daggers away. Who is it? The eyes of the two men in black condensed at the same time. In the darkness, a figure slowly walked out from behind a tree. It was too dark to see clearly. Click! The lighter lit up, illuminating his face. Yang Qianchu turned his head and looked at Ye Bei. Ye Bei blew a smoke ring and looked at the two men in black. Kill Lu, right? Ye Bei sneered. Who are you? A man in black asked. Don't waste your time talking to him. Kill him. Swoosh. The two rushed towards Ye Bei. Ye Bei stood still, and when they came in front of him, he flicked the cigarette in his hand into the air. Bang bang. In the dark night, Yang Qianchu only heard two dull sounds as if a hammer hit his chest. He stood up and saw the two men in black lying straight on the ground, while the one who did it was still there. He stretched out his hand to catch the falling cigarette and took a deep puff. The two men in black died, and they didn't even make any sound before they died. Theoretically, even if you were stabbed in the heart, you could still struggle, but they didn't. Hiss. Yang Qianchu couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Thank you for saving my life, sir. Yang Qianchu quickly bowed to thank him. It's not to save you, but I just happen to have a grudge against Shalu. Ye Bei said and turned away. Shalu, a famous killer organization. Hey, wait for me, sir. Yang Qianchu endured the pain and caught up with Ye Bei. When passing by the two men in black, he saw that their clothes were torn, exposing their backs. Yang Qianchu was horrified and thought, could it be that the man in front of him punched them one by one, both in the chest, and the powerful force instantly destroyed their internal organs, so they didn't even have time to scream. Although the fist hit the chest, the powerful impact broke through the clothes on their backs through their body. Horrible. Is there anything wrong? Ye Bei looked at Yang Qianchu and asked. This man was quite young, about 25 or 26 years old. Yang Qianchu saluted respectfully and said, Thank you for saving my life, sir. I am Yang Qianchu from the Yang family. This is my business card. Yeah. Ye Bei took it and nodded, not seeming to care much. It's okay, I'm leaving first. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Sir, please stay. Please give me a chance to repay you. Yang Qianchu said quickly. Ye Bei scratched his head. You are really annoying. Didn't I say that I killed them because I had a grudge against Chalu, not because of you? Yang Qianchu said quickly, but you did save my life. I must repay you, sir. Ye Bei leaned against a tree and took a puff of cigarette, lowering his head as if thinking about something. Yang Qianchu looked at Ye Bei with full sincerity. After a while, Ye Bei raised his head and looked at him. Okay, introduce me to a job. Yang Qianchu, huh? Chapter 11 Big Star? Yang Qianchu stood there dumbfounded. At that moment, he wondered if he had heard it wrong. Introduce him a job. Does such a person need him to introduce a job? How is it possible? With his strength, what can he lack? Ahem. Yang Qianchu coughed and looked at Ye Bei awkwardly. Sir, you want me to introduce you to a job? Why? No suitable one. I haven't been to college, and I don't expect a high salary. Anyway, it's fine if it's not a technical job. Ye Bei said. Damn. Does he look serious? Seeing Yang Qianchu's tangled look, Ye Bei thought he was in a dilemma, and then said, okay, then no need, let's go. Hey, sir, wait a minute. Yang Qianchu walked in front of Ye Bei. If you don't mind, you can come to my company to be the general manager. General manager? No, I can't do anything. Ye Bei shook his head. Then, ordinary managers. Sales department, technical department, operation department, etc. are all fine. Ye Bei shook his head again. I can't, and I don't like managing people. A less busy job, similar to the security guard, is there still a need? It's better not to stand guard. To be a cadre to manage people. Ye Bei hates this the most. His father doesn't let him rely on him, and Ye Bei is too lazy to rely on his father. Ye Bei doesn't have much ambition. He works during the day, which is the kind of job that doesn't require worrying. In short, he just wants to spend his days, and then he can peacefully fall in love with Feifei. Now his primary goal is to fall in love. Security. Yang Qianchu was shocked. Yes, but you? Don't worry about these. Okay. Yang Qianchu nodded immediately. Yes, my business card is the company address, you can come anytime, there is my number on it, just call me when the time comes. Okay, thank you. Sir, your name? Ye Bei. Ye Bei turned and walked away, suddenly thinking of something. Oh, by the way, there is another request. You say it. Yang Qianchu said immediately. Ahem, can I advance 1 month's salary first? Yang Qianchu? Mr. Yi, what are you talking about? Yang Qianchu rummaged around, then took out his wallet, took out a stack of about 3,000 or 4,000 yuan and handed it to Ye Bei. That's all I have, and I don't have any checks, so keep it first. Thanks, I'll go there tomorrow morning. Ye Bei walked up to him, patted his shoulder, patted his back, and then walked away. It hurts. It hurts a lot. This is how Yang Qianchu felt after being patted by Ye Bei. He didn't know why he patted himself abnormally. Mr. Yi, take care. Yang Qianchu watched Ye Bei walk away until he disappeared. Huh. He let out a long sigh. At this moment, he suddenly felt a heat flow in his body, burning all over his body, and although the bruises on his body had not completely faded, the range was reduced by half. And he felt that he suddenly had so much strength. Internal strength. Yang Qianchu widened his eyes. He was promoted to external strength at the age of 13, and he is still external strength until now at the age of 25, but he can't break through to internal strength, but now. Could it be that? Mr. Yi just tapped me to open up my acupuncture points to promote internal strength. Yang Qianchu thought in shock. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. As expected, masters are low-key. I wonder who Mr. Yi is. Yang Qianchu exclaimed. He killed 2 internal strengths in an instant, so he might be a congenital master. Hiss. Such a young congenital master, I have never heard of it, it's too scary. And such a master became a security guard in his company? This. Ye Bei returned to his single-room rental house. It was very small, probably the size of a bedroom in a normal 3-bedroom and 1 living room. There was only a bed, a bedside table, a cabinet, a TV, and a bathroom of several square meters next to it. There was nothing else. The phone was turned off. It was just turned on after charging, and then Ye Bei checked the message. Feifei sent him many messages. Ye Bei, I miss you again. Ye Bei, my sister told me that my mother didn't agree with your breakup. Don't worry, I will never let you have such an experience again, hee cute. Ye Bei, have you arrived home? Husband, haven't you arrived home yet? Grievance. Ye Bei quickly replied, just arrived, my phone was turned off, and I just turned it on. In the room. Feifei stared at the phone motionlessly. When she saw Ye Bei replying, she immediately picked up the phone and replied happily. Yeah, it's good to go home. Are you so far from my home? Why did it take you so long to get home? Ye Bei, I didn't take a taxi. I walked back. Stupid, why didn't you take a taxi? Ye Bei, I have no money. As soon as he finished typing these 3 words, Ye Bei deleted it. Exercise. By the way, I found a job. Wow. What job? Feifei asked excitedly. Security. Great. After being a security guard, you can be a security team leader, a security captain, and then you can open your own security company, hee. Ye Bei smiled. Yeah, I'm working hard. It's getting late. Go to bed quickly. I made you wait anxiously. I won't do that again in the future. Yeah, Ye Bei, you go to bed too. Good night. Then Ye Bei glanced at another friend. This was also the online girlfriend he casually chatted with at the time. Many online girlfriends actually feel like playing house, chatting and playing when bored. For example, this one. Ye Bei's note for her is, big star. She always says she is a big star. Usually, we don't chat much. She seems to be very busy. I'm here. Ye Bei replied. What are you doing? You just replied to me. She added 2 more emojis. I met my online girlfriend. This big star knew that Ye Bei was also in an online relationship with someone else, but her original words were, the so-called online relationship is actually a relationship between a man and a woman who have a good relationship. Anyway, I don't believe that online relationships can have results and it is impossible to meet in person. Big star, you're lying, did you bring a knife? Didn't you say you would bring a knife when meeting in person? If the photos don't match, will you fight at the station? Har, did you fight? Ye Bei, why would I lie to you? We kissed today. Big star, really? Then you can be considered to have met in person successfully, then I will be more careful about what I say in the future, and you should be more careful too. Is it considered cheating when you chat with me now? Ye Bei, not really. I showed her my phone. She knows you and the others. She also thinks we are just online friends. Anyway, I just told her not to meet in person. Also, be careful with the words you use. No ambiguity. Big star, TSK, you haven't been ambiguous with me. Damn it. By the way, show me the photo of your real girlfriend. Ye Bei, no, look at yourself. Okay, big star, it's late. Go to bed. Big star, okay, scumbag comrade, I wish you happiness, but har, you can't guarantee when I will snatch you away. Ye Bei, what's good about me? Big star, that's right, what's good about you? You don't even post photos, and you can have several online relationships. Har, I won't say any more. Good night. I can only sleep for 4 hours and have to get up again. Woohoo, I'm so miserable. Please hug me. Ye Bei, no. Big star, TSK, good night. Ye Bei also turned off his phone and prepared to go to bed. Who knew that at this time, the phone rang again. Hiss. Seeing the message, Ye Bei took a breath of cold air. Chapter 12. Is it you? The person who sent the message to Ye Bei was also an online friend. Ye Bei rarely chatted with this online friend. The message she just sent to Ye Bei was a picture. This was a picture of legs lying in a bathtub. Especially a pair of invincible legs. Can you understand that feeling? A woman sent you such a picture late at night. Ye Bei was also helpless. This woman would send some such photos to Ye Bei from time to time, and didn't say much. Seems quite aloof. Well, don't send it any more in the future, I'm afraid my girlfriend will misunderstand. Ye Bei replied to her. The other party sent an awkward expression. Don't you like it? Then she asked. I like it, but I have a girlfriend. Ye Bei replied. It doesn't matter. I don't care if you have a girlfriend or not. I just like you. Ye Bei. What do you like about me? You don't know from the looks of it. I don't chat with you much. It was you who proposed the online relationship. I have a girlfriend, so what do you want from me? Ye Bei really didn't understand. At that time, he didn't get along well with her. Ye Bei just treated her as a simple female netizen. It was she who took the initiative to have an online relationship. It's okay. You should go to bed early. Good night. Ye Bei shrugged his shoulders, turned off his phone and went to bed. The next morning, Ye Bei got up at 6 o'clock and sent a message to Feifei. She was obviously still sleeping. Her going to work. Ye Bei stretched, washed up, and went to the place where Yang Qinchu's company was located according to the address on the business card. Wow. Ye Bei looked up at the dozens of floors high building. It might not be working hours yet, so there were not many people coming in and out. Ye Bei walked over. Stop, where's your work badge? A security guard stopped Ye Bei. I'm here to apply for a job. Apply? What position? Security guard. The man thought for a moment. Oh, you are Ye Bei, right? The captain just told me there will be a new security guard today. Ye Bei nodded. What are you doing? Go stand guard. A shout came, and then a middle-aged man came over aggressively. Ye Bei looked at him. The security uniform couldn't hide his fierceness. He was ugly, but the scar on his face was particularly conspicuous. He was burly and looked like a powerful character. Captain, this is the new security colleague. Baoqiang looked at Ye Bei. That's pretty cool. Manager Wang told me in person that I don't even need to interview you. Who are you to Manager Wang? Ye Bei shook his head. I don't know him. Don't know him? Aren't you a distant relative of Manager Wang? This is very normal. A senior executive of a company asks a distant relative to come and work. It may not be a very good job, but the Yarn Group does pay well. Even if it's just a small security guard, the salary can be 6,000 yuan, which is very comfortable. Some of the distant relatives of the executives' families are not doing their jobs properly. Their families hope that they can find a job, so they will naturally ask them to work in the Yarn Group. Generally, they are embarrassed to refuse. Although it has not reached the level of one person becoming an official and everyone else rising to heaven, it has a bit of this flavor. No. Ye Bei replied. Baoqiang was a little confused. The application for a normal security guard is decided by him as the captain of the security team. Although there will be people sent in by the higher-ups, he knows that they have connections. It's a bit strange that Ye Bei, who is not a distant relative, was sent in. No matter who the relative is, they have to bow down in front of Baoqiang. After all, this kind of person is a grandson, a useless person with no ability and waiting to die. Baoqiang is different. He is the captain of the security team when he comes to this company, so he naturally has his background. Captain, didn't Xiao Zhang just resign? Maybe the superiors feel that they are short of people. Liu Yi said on the side. Well, okay, your name is Ye Bei, right? Ye Bei nodded. That's your workplace. Baoqiang pointed to the security room at the gate and said, you only have one thing to do. There will be vehicles coming in and out. You are responsible for opening the railings. Liu Yi is responsible for the door for pedestrians to go in and out. Of course, vehicles must have a pass to come in. If you let in strangers, the consequences will be serious. This made Baoqiang very unhappy. This security room is comfortable to sit in. Although he, Baoqiang, is the captain of the security team, he can't do nothing, so he will stay here often to let others know that he has been working. And now, the boss actually named him, the newcomer, to watch the gate for vehicles coming in and out. How can he be happy? I understand. Ye Bei nodded. Well, in the future, I will be responsible for all your things. You can't go out during working hours. If you are found, you will be fined 500 yuan. I understand. Ye Bei continued. Ma Baoqiang then handed Ye Bei a work permit. This is your work permit. Ye Bei took it and took a look. The work permit clearly stated that Ye Bei was in charge of the gate. This Yang Qianchu is not bad. He actually gave him a comfortable position where he could sit all the time. Thank you, Captain. Well, do you have cigarettes? Ma Baoqiang asked, leaning against the wall and glancing at Ye Bei. Ye Bei took out a cigarette and handed it to him. Okay, go ahead. The operation is very simple. Xiao Liu, go and teach Ye Bei. Okay, Captain. After saying that, Ma Baoqiang took Ye Bei's cigarette and prepared to leave. Captain. Ye Bei said. Well? Something. Ma Baoqiang looked at Ye Bei with a cigarette in his mouth. My cigarette. Ye Bei pointed at the cigarette in his hand. Oh. Ma Baoqiang couldn't help but shoot a fierce light in his eyes, but he held it back. Yes, I almost forgot. He handed the cigarette to Ye Bei and patted Ye Bei on the shoulder. Work hard. He smiled at Ye Bei and turned away, but at the moment he turned around, a haze appeared in his eyes. Ye Bei leaned there and lit a cigarette and smoked it happily. Fuck you, brother. Liu Yi saw Ma Baoqiang leaving and approached Ye Bei with a surprised look on his face. The captain took your cigarettes, so he took them away. Why are you still asking him for it? I tell you, he is very mean and cruel. He is definitely thinking about you. Ye Bei held the cigarette in his mouth and said calmly, it was originally my cigarette, why should he take it away? Giving him one cigarette is a reasonable social interaction, why did he take my whole pack of cigarettes? That's the truth, but he has to be treated like a grandson when he works for him. I give him a pack of cigarettes every month, and he doesn't even take the cheap one. It's 1,000 yuan a pack. Fortunately, his salary is high, so just treat it as a normal 1,000 yuan less. Otherwise, he can find fault with everything you do and deduct your salary. It's several hundred yuan at a time. How many times can a month's salary be deducted? Liu Yi sighed. Then I won't do it. Why should I suffer this? Ye Bei said. No way, the security guards of Yarn Group have high salary, which can be increased, and the benefits are good, which is higher than the salary of white-collar workers in some small companies, and it is also easy. How many people are trying their best to come here to be a security guard? For people like us who have no diploma and no ability, we are content to work here, and we can be grandsons. Then he looked at Ye Bei and said, Ye Bei, you have to pay attention too. He may deduct 500 yuan from your salary if you yawn. And there are people in his company. When he came, he was the security captain. The previous security captain directly found a reason to fire him. Ye Bei nodded, thank you for reminding me, I will go to work first. Okay, there is nothing to teach. The red button lowers the railing and the green button raises the railing. Then I will go to work too. But you are so lucky. Not only can you sit while working in the security room, but you can also play with your mobile phone and smoke at any time. Just be careful not to be seen by the leader. I envy you. After that, he walked away. Ye Bei then walked into the security room and sat on the chair. A car drove over, and there was a beautiful female white-collar worker in the driver's seat. Ye Bei lifted the guardrail. BMW. Wow, what does this company do? Are the employees so rich? Hey, the new security guy. The beauty took off her sunglasses and said with a smile. Hello. Ye Bei nodded. You're pretty handsome. I'll go in first. She seemed to be just casually chatting. After all, who would look down on a security guard working in such a company? Another car drove over. Porsche. Ye Bei opened the guardrail. The car slowly came in, and the woman in the driver's seat turned her head and glanced at Ye Bei casually. Ye Bei also looked at her. You? Ye Bei raised his eyebrows. Chapter 13 Understand. Isn't this woman the one who called him a scumbag on the bus and beat him for no reason? Fuck. This world is really small. I actually met her here. It's you? Jianging Shua recognized Ye Bei at once and couldn't help getting angry. She didn't know Ye Bei. Although she was a close friend of Qingya, they knew each other late. After Qingya broke up with Ye Bei, she naturally wouldn't show anyone photos of her ex-boyfriend. The only thing she knew about Ye Bei was that he was her online love interest. He was also a scumbag. This world is so small. Hey, do you have to apologize to me? Ye Bei said while smoking. I apologize to you. Jiang Shue felt it was outrageous when she heard Ye Bei's words. You are dating several people online, and some of them may be in real life. She, Jiang Shue, is also a victim and was deceived. You are the first to accuse her. Ask her, Jiang Shue, to apologize. Well, Jiang Shue knew that it was because Ye Bei didn't know the truth, so she endured it. You slapped me before getting off the car. Ye Bei said. I'm slapping you, scumbag. Jiang Shue said in a bad tone. Okay, even if I'm a scumbag, what does it have to do with you? If Jiang Shue hadn't thought about testifying against this scumbag with Qingya, she would definitely let the man in front of her know what it has to do with her. A grown man with hands and feet has to be a security guard to eat and wait for death. Isn't it shameful? What's the matter? Do you look down on security guards? Ye Bei lit a cigarette and asked. I look down on you. Jiang Shue didn't look down on security guards. There is no distinction between high and low professions. Even if you are a prostitute, you make money with your own ability. A man who is not living a satisfactory life in reality is learning to be a scumbag from others. Jiang Shue said unhappily. She looked down on this. If you want to be a scumbag, you can have some capital yourself. She is a security guard in real life, submissive in real life, and a heavy punch on the internet. However, Jiang Shue also knew that Ye Bei had never been to college and was unemployed now, but she didn't care at the time, as long as she could make money. Excuse me. Ye Bei shrugged his shoulders. Nothing to say, right? Jiang Shue felt a lot better inexplicably. Then do you admit that you are a scumbag? Jiang Shue asked. I admit it. Ye Bei nodded. HMPH, then I ask you, you have several relationships, do you have a girlfriend in real life? Jiang Shue asked again. Why do you ask? Maybe because you want to know. There is a difference between having a few relationships online and having a girlfriend in real life and still doing that. What if he just had a few more relationships online? I think it can be forgiven, right? Although it is still hateful. Yes. Ye Bei nodded. Asshole, shameless. Jiang Shue was furious. She looked around the car for a few times and tried to find something to throw at Ye Bei. There was really nothing suitable, so she threw a pack of toilet paper in the car at Ye Bei, then stepped on the accelerator and rushed into the company. Oh, it's all that old man's fault. Now I'm a scumbag, but it's indeed my fault. Ye Bei shrugged and continued to look at the gate. Good morning, Ye Bei, I'm awake. Feifei sent a message to Ye Bei at this time. I've started working, let me show you. Ye Bei then took a video and sent it to Feifei. Wow. You've worked so hard. You got up so early. Are you still sleepy? If you are, sleep a little longer. Ye Bei. You let me sleep while working. He. I feel sorry for you. Feifei lay on the bed and shook her feet, her face full of happiness. I'm going to bring you breakfast. Ye Bei, give me your company address. Ye Bei sent a message, goodbye today. It's my first day at work. I'm not feeling well. Okay, I'll go wash up. You work hard. Okay. At this time, Ma Baoqiang opened the door and walked into the small security room. You go out for a while and watch the small door. I'll watch the door here. After saying that, Ma Baoqiang sat on the chair next to Ye Bei, crossed his legs, took out his mobile phone and started to browse. Seeing that Ye Bei didn't get up, Ma Baoqiang looked up. Why are you in a daze? Just go if I tell you to. Isn't this my job? Why should I go somewhere else? Ye Bei said lightly. You fucking. Ma Baoqiang frowned, and anger appeared on his face, the kind that couldn't be suppressed, and he also had a bad temper. I'm the captain, understand? If I tell you to do something, you can do it. If I tell you to get out, you have to get out. Also, you have to do whatever I tell you to do. Now, I'll tell you again, you go to the small door and watch, I'll watch here, understand? Ye Bei couldn't help laughing. If you tell me to get out, I have to get out. Isn't it the right of the Human Resources Department to decide whether to do it or not? You are from the Human Resources Department. I'll say it again, my work permit says that I'm in charge here, I just have to do my job well, understand? What the hell? Ma Baoqiang's eyes suddenly widened with anger, his face was ferocious, he cursed, stood up with the ashtray on the table and threw it at Ye Bei's head. Ye Bei tilted his head to avoid the ashtray, but the ashtray hit the table on the other side, then bounced onto the glass, breaking the glass of the security room. It was enough to see how much strength he used. This sound also attracted the attention of Liu Yi and several other security guards. They all looked over. Alpaca. Ma Baoqiang didn't hit Ye Bei, and he didn't think much about it, and then slapped Ye Bei in the face. However, Ye Bei stretched out his hand and pinched his arm. Ma Baoqiang's face turned red from the force he used, and his hand was motionless. Ye Bei's hand was like a pair of pliers holding him tightly. And Ye Bei's hand made his arm hurt. Fuck. Liu Yi, what's going on? Who did the captain hit? Outside, several young security guards gathered around Liu Yi. The new security guard is called Ye Bei. I heard from the captain that a new security guard was coming. The captain was very unhappy at the time. After all, there was no such thing as someone who could guard the gate comfortably right after coming. It is probably someone's relative, but Ma Baoqiang is not afraid of this. One person nodded. Yes, the previous manager Zhang had a distant relative. Wasn't he beaten by Ma Baoqiang and got a concussion and never came again? And Ma Baoqiang seems to have nothing to do with him. I heard that Ma Baoqiang seems to have a good relationship with the general manager. Hey, this new guy dares to provoke Ma Baoqiang, and he is asking for trouble. Liu Yi nodded. Hey, he is too tough. He was not happy when Ma Baoqiang took his cigarette just now. Not far away on the other side, Jianging Xue, who had just parked her car, saw the scene in the security room and frowned slightly. Ma Baoqiang is indeed ruthless. He used to be a gangster. Why did this person fight with Ma Baoqiang? He must suffer a big loss. Jianging Xue walked over quickly. Chapter 14. Go get your salary. Inside the security room, Ma Baoqiang's face had turned purple due to the pain and swelling. At this moment, Ye Bei held both of his hands, put one hand on his face, and pressed his head and face on the table, making him unable to move. This scene was also seen by people outside. They all showed expressions of disbelief. This new employee who looks quite thin, has he been able to control Ma Baoqiang? You let me go. He began to lose some of the spirit he had just had, and Ye Bei's grip on his wrist was so tight that it seemed as if all the bones were broken. Let you go. Ye Bei sneered. Why are you begging for mercy here like a grandson now? Weren't you so proud just now? As he spoke, Ye Bei put a little more strength in his hands. Ma Baoqiang let out a shrill scream, which scared the people outside. Let me go, it hurts. Ma Baoqiang began to beg for mercy. Please. A sneer appeared on Ye Bei's lips. Please, let me go, it hurts. Only then did Ye Bei let it go. The moment Ma Baoqiang was released by Ye Bei, he punched Ye Bei's head. Jianging Xue, who had just walked to the door of the security room, happened to see this scene through the glass. She couldn't help but scream subconsciously and closed her eyes in fear. Given Ma Baoqiang's physique and the force with which he punches, it seems that if this punch lands on Ye Bei's face, his bones will be broken, right? However. Bang. With a loud bang and a scream, Ma Baoqiang's body smashed the door of the security room and flew out, landing next to Jianging Xue. Jianging Xue was startled. She opened her eyes and quickly ran away. What she saw was Ma Baoqiang lying on the ground wailing. She couldn't help but open her mouth. Holy crap! Did you guys see that? This new employee is really skilled. He was able to dodge a punch that was so close, and that kick must have sent Ma Baoqiang nearly 10 meters away, right? This was also due to the buffering effect of the door. No wonder he wasn't afraid of Ma Baoqiang, it turns out he has some skills. Liu Yi couldn't help but say with envy. Cut. Another security guard nearby said sourly, so what? He's still just a small security guard. That's true. Thinking in this way, those who feel unbalanced will feel much more comfortable. I'm telling you, you're done. Ma Baoqiang got up and pointed at Ye Bei with a grim face. If I dare to hit you, you're dead. Just wait for me. Ma Baoqiang ran away cursing. What are you looking at? Damn. Go to work. When passing by those security guards, Ma Baoqiang kicked one of them in anger, then limped away. Hey, are you fascinated by me? Ye Bei stood at the door of the security room, looking at Jiang Shue with a smile. Jiang Shue came back to her senses. You little big-headed ghost, you are quite capable, but you have offended Ma Baoqiang. Your life will be difficult in the future. After all, he is your boss. Jiang Shue said this and walked away with her bag on her back. Ye Bei looked at her figure. This woman is really attractive. She was wearing a professional attire of a white shirt, a black hip skirt, and high heels. She had a perfect figure, especially her butt, which was particularly clear under the hip skirt. Of course, the most amazing thing is this professional outfit with black stockings. Really, there is no one else. Ye Bei felt that these beauties had one thing in common, of course, besides their pretty faces, that was, their legs were pretty. If these legs were clamped around the waist. What are you thinking about? You have a girlfriend. Ye Bei slapped himself, then turned around and walked into the security room and sat down. Ma Baoqiang returned to his security captain's office with a gloomy face. When he thought of Ye Bei, his eyes were filled with resentment. But he was very rational. He knew that Ye Bei was no ordinary person, because he knew very well how strong he was. And Ye Bei, who was so thin, could make him unable to move. It was obvious that he was a martial artist. A head-on confrontation is not a good idea, but he has to find out clearly before doing so. Manager Wang. Ma Baoqiang made a phone call. Baoqiang, why did you think of calling me? The voice coming from the other end of the phone was that of a middle-aged man. That Ye Bei, the new employee that you told me about before, Manager Wang, who is he? This, you don't need to know. I must know. Ma Baoqiang's tone was very firm, giving people the feeling that he was above Manager Wang and was giving him orders. There was silence on the other end. Ma Baoqiang, don't think you can speak to me in this tone just because you are Mr. Shu. Wang Hai said in a bad tone. Wang Hai, we'll meet again someday. I want to be polite to you, but you're just a manager. Anyone can be a manager, including me. If you can climb up, I can make you roll down. You should be polite to me. What am I, Ma Baoqiang, afraid of? Tell me the identity of that man. Don't forget that I've killed someone before. Obviously, the other party was frightened by Ma Baoqiang's fierce tone and words. Wang Hai immediately became scared. I don't know about this person. I received a call from the Human Resources Department, asking me to arrange this. Maybe they poached him from somewhere. You know, the people arranged by the Human Resources Department basically don't have any special backgrounds. They are not parachuted in. Although I don't know why they asked me to arrange this matter. I see. Ma Baoqiang had a clear idea in his mind. He has some skills, so it's normal that he was spotted by the Human Resources Department and recruited. Naturally, he couldn't give the position of security captain to the newcomer, but after all, he had some skills and should be treated better than ordinary security guards, so he was given the position in the security room. Ma Baoqiang hung up the phone. Ye Bei, if you dare to mess with me, I will kill you. Ma Baoqiang's face looked ferocious. With more and more employees coming to work, Ye Bei is also very busy. He opens the door every few tens of seconds, but he does not feel tired. A BMW sports car drove over. Ye Bei opened the door and rolled down the driver's window. It was Yang Qianchu. He glanced at Ye Bei. How do you feel, sir? Yang Qianchu asked respectfully. No one can hear or see them, at most they can be seen talking, but it is normal for the leader to say a few words to the newcomer. As for Yang Qianchu, if Yang Qianchu didn't know that Ye Bei didn't like other people knowing his abilities, Yang Qianchu would definitely get out of the car and salute Ye Bei respectfully, and hope that Ye Bei wouldn't mind him greeting him in the car. It's okay. I like it. Ye Bei lit a cigarette and said. That's good. That's good. Yang Qianchu also breathed a sigh of relief. Director Yang. When Ma Baoqiang saw Yang Qianchu coming, he immediately trotted over with a smile on his face. Morning, Director Yang. Ma Baoqiang greeted him. Well, good morning to you too. Ma Baoqiang noticed that Ye Bei was smoking and immediately scolded him. How dare you, boy, smoke in front of Mr. Yang? Ma Baoqiang was laughing to death. Although he wanted to kill Ye Bei, he knew it was unrealistic. Ma Baoqiang now wanted to slowly kill Ye Bei. Since you come here to work, you must be living a very restrained life, so Marbaoqiang will make you, Ye Bei, work for nothing for a month, and deduct all your wages. Then I will see his expression and slowly play him to death. Boss Yang, I'm so sorry. It was my mistake. I didn't keep an eye on my men and smoked in front of you. Marbaoqiang immediately said to Yang Qianchu. Well, since it was your mistake, go to the finance department to settle the salary. Yang Qianchu said calmly. Chapter 15. It doesn't matter who you are. Marbaoqiang originally had a fawning look on his face. After all, the Yang family, to which Yang Qianchu belonged, was very powerful, so naturally he wanted to get close to Yang Qianchu. By the way, he saw Ye Bei smoking and wanted to make things difficult for him, in front of Yang Qianchu. But who would have thought that he would be recognized for saying that it was his mistake, but he didn't expect that Yang Qianchu would directly ask him to go to the finance department to settle his salary. Marbaoqiang stood there in a daze. This plot is wrong. Normally speaking, shouldn't Yang Qianchu say something like, it's okay, to Marbaoqiang, then blame Ye Bei and deduct his salary? Even if the salary is not deducted, life will certainly not be easy in the future. Who can tolerate a small security guard smoking in front of their vice president? But this plot is wrong. This. Director Yang. Marbaoqiang showed an awkward smile on his face. Are you going to fire me? Although Marbaoqiang claims that he is fearless, he is really afraid of the power of the Yang family. If the Yang family wants to, they can kill him silently. Yes. Yang Qianchu nodded lightly. You said it was your mistake, which means you were not doing your job. Why should I keep a person who is not doing his job in the company? Yang Qianchu said. What a joke! Although you, Marbaoqiang, are good at fighting, who are you in front of Mr. Yi? This. Marbaoqiang was at a loss for a moment. The only thing he could think of was that Yang Qianchu was in a bad mood today, and it just so happened that Marbaoqiang ran into the gun muzzle. He couldn't possibly think that Yang Qianchu fired him because of Ye Bei's face, right? Go to the finance department to settle your salary. Yang Qianchu said and prepared to drive in. Ye Bei said at this time. Director Yang, the problem is mine. The captain can't be by my side all the time, so please be merciful, Director Yang. Yang Qianchu looked at Ye Bei in surprise. What on earth is this expert thinking? Is your mind so broad? But since Ye Bei said so, Yang Qianchu would naturally give Ye Bei face. Yeah, that's true. Yang Qianchu nodded. Then he looked at Marbaoqiang and said, I was too careless. Okay, go back to work. Thank you, Mr. Yang. Thank you, Mr. Yang. Marbaoqiang nodded and bowed repeatedly. Well, I'll go in first. Yang Qianchu drove into the company. Marbaoqiang's expression also returned to its previous state. He glanced at Ye Bei. Oh. Then Marbaoqiang sneered. What? Are you scared? Are you trying to please me now? I'm telling you, it's too late. Don't think I'll thank you just because you say a few words for me. Just wait. Marbaoqiang pointed at Ye Bei and walked away. Ye Bei couldn't help but smile. It's certainly not that Ye Bei is afraid, nor is it that Ye Bei is broad-minded. This job is so boring, how nice it would be to have some fun. If Marbaoqiang is fired, where will Ye Bei have fun? Let's get to work. Ye Bei held a cigarette in his mouth and sat down in the security room. Morning, sis. Mu family. Living room dining table. Mu Feifei was eating breakfast and greeted Mu Qingya, who was walking down. I must still be dreaming. Seeing that Mu Feifei got up so early, Mu Qingya muttered to herself and turned around to go upstairs again. Mu Feifei. Oh, sister, that's not the case. Mu Feifei shouted helplessly. Mu Qingya shook her still dizzy head. Qingya, come down for breakfast. Zhang Manling called out. Mu Qingya then walked down. What time did you stay up last night? Zhang Manling put breakfast in front of Mu Qingya and asked. It's not too late. Zhang Manling sighed and said, You don't have to work so hard, get more sleep, and women don't have to work so hard. It's better for women to marry well. Mu Qingya lowered her head and bit the bread without saying a word. Instead, Zhang Manling was looking at her. Mu Feifei blinked her eyes, looked at the two men quietly, and said she didn't dare to cheat. Why didn't you go to meet Master Shin? Zhang Manling asked. I pushed it off because of something. Zhang Manling shook her head helplessly and said. The Shin family is a big family in Qianhua City, much stronger than our Mu family. Our Mu family is just a simple business family, not even a family. Their Shin family is not simple. If you can enter the Shin family, it will be of great benefit to your future children and future generations. I know, Mom. Mu Qingya said lightly. I really don't want to talk about this. Well, make an appointment with him some other day to have a meal and have a good chat. New. I'm going to go find your dad and go downstairs for dinner. Zhang Manling then walked away. As soon as Zhang Manling walked away, Mu Feifei came close to Mu Qingya. Sister, I have an idea. Mu Feifei said. Mu Qingya looked at her in confusion. If you find a man and get pregnant, I don't believe my mother will stop you. What's going on in your head? Mu Qingya couldn't help but roll her eyes. That's right. You and Ye Bei were together fine before, but Mom stopped you from breaking up. Anyway, I've made up my mind. If Mom doesn't agree with me and Ye Bei being together, I'll make it a done deal. Mu Feifei muttered. Hearing Mu Feifei's words, Mu Qingya's body trembled slightly. Because she felt a sense of loss. Why didn't I think of this back then? Although it is possible that Mu Feifei is too naive now and thinks too beautifully, that's why she said that. But Mu Qingya was stunned. However, she also knew that this was definitely not a good idea. Let's not talk about the consequences. Even if she got pregnant, would her mother let her give birth to the baby? The consequence would be to abort the baby. You must not have such thoughts. Mu Qingya reminded. I know, sis. Mu Qingya nodded, then asked, why did you get up so early? It's only 7 o'clock, not even 8 o'clock. Don't you usually get up at the exact time and go to school without eating breakfast? It's different now. She has a boyfriend. I have to get up early and bring breakfast to Ye Bei every morning before going to school. Yeah. Mu Qingya nodded. I'm done. Mu Qingya wiped her mouth and stood up and walked away. Ye Bei, I'm having breakfast. I'll go to school after breakfast. You should work hard. You've worked hard. Mu Feifei then took out her cell phone and chatted with Ye Bei. Ye Bei, okay, I came a little early on my first day at work today. I don't need to come so early next time. Wow, Ye Bei, you can reply to my questions within seconds while you're working. Mu Feifei was shocked. I'm quite free, let's eat quickly. Okay. On the other side, Ye Bei put down his phone. A car came in front, but Ye Bei did not open the door for him. Beep, beep. The car kept honking its horn, so Ye Bei opened the window. Pass. Ye Bei said lightly. A man stuck his head out and looked at Ye Bei. I am Shinchen. Ye Bei then continued, it doesn't matter who you are, you can only enter if you have a pass. Chapter 16 Ye Bei's Fun. Shinchen was stunned. He gave Ye Bei a special look. Do you know who I am? You want a pass from me? Ye Bei shook his head. I don't know, but my job is to let people with passes in. No one is allowed in without a pass, and you are not from the company, so is it a problem for me to stop you? Why did Ye Bei know that he was not from the company? It's very simple. This car and the 3 cars behind it came together and none of them had a pass. If you don't have one, then you may be a company employee and just lost it, which is easy to understand. But if you don't have several cars at the same time, then it's definitely not your company employee. Har, interesting, there are still people who don't know me, are you new here? Shinchen couldn't help but laugh. Hey, you. Shinchen shouted to Liu Yi who was beside him. Do you know who I am? Mr. Shin. Liu Yi quickly said respectfully. Then Liu Yi shouted to Ye Bei, he is Mr. Shin, a director of Shin Group. He must be here to discuss something with Mr. Yarn. Please open the door for him. Did you hear that? Shinchen looked at Ye Bei. I don't care what the number is. You won't be allowed in without a pass. This is what Captain Mar Baoqiang ordered me to do. Or you can tell me if you have an appointment. I'll ask for you. If you do, I'll let you in. Ye Bei said. That's right, Ye Bei certainly wasn't someone who didn't know how to adapt. How could Ye Bei not see that this man named Shinchen had an identity background? There was no problem letting him in normally. But Ye Bei deliberately refused to let him in. He mentioned Mar Baoqiang's name and told him that it was Mar Baoqiang who ordered him to do so. Moreover, without a pass and an appointment, wasn't it natural not to let him in? Isn't this where the fun begins? Har har, young man, you have to be flexible in the workplace. These rules are set for ordinary low-level employees like you. If you don't know how to be tactful in the workplace, you won't be able to survive. Shin Qianjun thought that Ye Bei in front of him was a very upright and honest person. I don't care. I have to do what the captain says. He also said that I have to do whatever he tells me to do, so I must do my job well and fulfill my responsibilities. Ye Bei said with a very dutiful look. You ask your captain to come and talk to me. You don't deserve it. Ye Bei said lightly. Shin Qianjun was stunned. Har 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 har. He couldn't help laughing out loud. I want to see where this captain of yours really comes from. I am not even worthy of meeting him. At least from what I heard from the captain, he is definitely better than you. Har har har. Shin Qianjun laughed loudly. And you really believed it? Shin Qianjun looked at Ye Bei. Of course. If the captain is not good, how can he become the security captain? Ye Bei said. Har 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 har. Shin Qianjun couldn't help but burst into mocking laughter. Several other men in the car also laughed. No wonder he can only be a security guard. He is a frog in a well. He must have come from some rural area or mountain. Maybe in his eyes, 1,000 yuan is several months' living expenses. Then you can understand his words. Therefore, in Shin Qianjuan's eyes, Ye Bei is just a frog in the well. The key is that the captain Mar Baoqiang behind him is very arrogant, which makes him dare to say such words. One can imagine what kind of awesome things Mar Baoqiang usually said in front of him. Achoo! Mar Baoqiang sneezed. He didn't know yet what kind of enemy Ye Bei had created for him. That's really interesting, Arfu. Shin Qianjun said something to a man in the co-pilot seat, then took a stack of money from him and threw it directly to Ye Bei. All right? Open the door. I don't want to waste time with you here any longer. I told you that you can't go in without a pass or an appointment. Ye Bei said lightly. Shin Qianjun looked displeased and began to get impatient. Don't be shameless, open the door quickly, and don't force me to break the railing open. Shin Qianjun said angrily. He laughed just now because he found it ridiculous, but he was really upset that such a ridiculous and weak person dared to block him now. I'll say it again, the door cannot be opened without a pass or an appointment. Ye Bei said lightly. I really want to know how much confidence your security captain gave you. Shin Qianjun got out of the car. As soon as Shin Qianjun got off the car, there were 4 cars in total, and more than a dozen people got out. Master, why don't you give Yang Qianchu a call and tell him about it? Arfu whispered to Shin Qianjun. You mean I have to make an appointment with him to see him? Shin Qianjun said coldly. No, it's not that. Arfu quickly shook his head. The car is parked here, let's go in. After Shin Qianjun finished speaking, he led his men into the company through the gap in the railing. It is not easy to hit this railing. After all, this is the Yarn Group. It's not that you can't afford to offend them, but it's best not to offend them. If it's a family of the same level, the other side won't be afraid of you at all. And this time I came here to cause trouble for Yang Qianchu, and it would be bad if I hit this railing. Ye Bei walked out. If anyone comes one step closer, I will attack. Yo-ho. Shin Qianjun exchanged glances with the person behind him, and then couldn't help laughing out loud. Come on, try it out. Master Shin gave you a favor just now, right? Arfu walked in with a sneer and stood in front of Ye Bei. Bang. Then Ye Bei took direct action and punched him in the nose. R. With a scream, Arfu covered his nose and kept backing away. I don't know if the bridge of my nose was broken, but blood was pouring out of my nose. This scene was also something no one expected. Does he really dare to do it? Liu Yi and other security guards didn't dare to come over and say anything. This was Shin Qianjun. How many people in the entire Qianhua city had a higher status than him? This Ye Bei even dares to fight Shin Qianjun's people. Grass. Seeing Ye Bei really take action, Shin Qianjun was completely furious. Let me teach these men a lesson for Yang Qianchu. You guys, go get the security captain behind him. Everyone else, break his legs. Shin Qianjun said this calmly and then leaned there and lit a cigarette leisurely. Yes, Mr. Shin. 5 people walked directly towards Liu Yi and asked them to lead the team to the security captain's office. Another 9 people rubbed their fists and walked towards Ye Bei. Ye Bei twisted his neck slightly, making a cracking sound, with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Go to hell. The tattooed burly man in the front swung his fist at Ye Bei's face, but Ye Bei didn't even move his head. He reached out and held his fist. Then he was shocked to find that he couldn't swing his fist at all. While he was stunned, Ye Bei punched him in the stomach. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of bitter water, then he slowly knelt down in front of Ye Bei, holding his stomach and vomiting the bitter water. Some ability. Shinchen Jun raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene. Chapter 17. Who gave you the ability? Shinchen Jun and some other people didn't think there was anything special about Ye Bei, nor were they afraid. Those people rushed towards Ye Bei, waving their fists. Shinchen Jun leaned there and smoked calmly. However, after the next scene, he could no longer remain calm. Those who rushed towards Ye Bei were knocked down one after another, lying on the ground wailing. Ye Bei's figure shuttled among them with ease, and every punch and kick did not miss, while their fists could not hit Ye Bei. What the hell? There were 2 security guards who stayed here and opened their mouths wide when they saw this scene. This is too cruel, isn't it? No wonder he was able to beat Ma Baoqian. He is really much stronger than Ma Baoqian. But he is useless. He dares to beat up Mr. Shin's people and doesn't even give Mr. Shin face. He is just a security guard. Wait and see. Even if Mr. Shin doesn't do anything, Mr. Yang won't fall out with Mr. Shin for a new security guard. Is this your man? Ye Bei looked at Shinchen Jun. Shinchen Jun threw the cigarette on the ground and stomped it out. Fuck, you're showing off in front of me. Who the hell do you think you are? After saying that, he quickly rushed towards Ye Bei. It is obvious that he is definitely a martial artist and a master of external strength. Bang. He swung a punch at Ye Bei, but Ye Bei dodged it easily. Ye Bei turned around and kicked him in the stomach. Bang. A dull voice was heard. Shinchen Jun was kicked and fell to the ground. What the hell? He beat up Master Shin. The other security guards widened their eyes. In the company building, some people had already noticed the situation at the gate, and many people came downstairs to take a look. What's going on? Why is there a fight at the gate? Go and take a look. Damn, there are quite a lot of people. That's Mr. Shin. The people who came saw Shinchen Jun getting up from the ground and their eyes widened. Mr. Shin was beaten. Was he beaten by a security guard from their yarn group? Jianging Shua also came over while drinking soy milk, and she was stunned when she saw this scene. This Ye Bei beat up Master Shin. And what the hell are those nearly 10 people wailing on the ground? Could it be that Ye Bei was the only one fighting? What the hell? Isn't this the new security guard? What's going on? Oh my god. He even beat Master Shin. No, he beat 10 people alone. He beat all those people on the ground. How awesome. Wow. So handsome. Ingxue, this little security guard is so handsome, did you see it? The female white-collar worker who had talked to Ye Bei before and was driving a BMW patted Jianging Shua's shoulder and said in a lovelorn way. TSK, that's also a scumbag. Jianging Shua said unhappily, but still looked at Ye Bei worriedly. Go and inform Director Yarn quickly, the situation here is a bit out of control. Someone shouted. Shinchen Jun got up from the ground, his face ashen. Especially when he saw so many people looking at him and seeing how embarrassed he was, his face became even uglier. Fuck. Shinchen Jun took off his suit jacket and threw it on the ground, rolled up his sleeves, and then rushed towards Ye Bei again. He is a master of external force. In his eyes, Ye Bei is just good at fighting, but he is definitely not a traditional Chinese martial artist. He was kicked by him just now because he dodged the kick. Shinchen Jun could only think that it was his own mistake and Ye Bei had good fighting skills. So he is not afraid. Boom boom boom. Shinchen Jun rushed over and his fists collided with Ye Bei's repeatedly, making a dull sound. The 4 fists collided at a very fast speed and fought fiercely. Fuck. Master Shin is so good at fighting. Isn't this the key point? The key point is that this new security guard seems to be more capable of fighting. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinchen Jun was kicked to the ground by Ye Bei again. This time when he wanted to get up, Ye Bei had already come in front of him and stepped on him. R. As Ye Bei exerted a little force, Shinhan let out a scream. Gulu. The people watching the show couldn't help swallowing. This security guard is so fucking cruel. The key point is why the fight started. I wanted to stop the fight, but most of them were just workers and this kind of thing was not their business. Let me go. Shinhan lay on the ground and stared at Ye Bei angrily. Ye Bei exerted force again. R. He screamed again. What are you doing? At this time, Wenhai hurried over and pointed at Ye Bei's nose in anger. He wanted to break into the company without a pass or an appointment, and he even tried to attack me. Is there a problem if I stop him? Ye Bei asked calmly. Do you know who he is? Master Shin, please let Master Shin go. One of his fingers is more valuable than your life. Wang Hai watched Ye Bei take out a hemp rope to tie up Shinhan, then leaned against the wall of the security room and pointed at Ye Bei angrily. A finger is more valuable than his life? Ye Bei smiled. Wang Hai, is this how you, the Yang group, treat guests? Shinhan was tied up by Ye Bei, and he looked up and glared at Wang Hai. Snap. Ye Bei slapped him on the face. Shut up and wait for Director Yang to solve it. Ye Bei said. Everyone. Oh my god. Oh my god. I love him so much. The beautiful white-collar lady has stars in her eyes. Jianging Shue opened her little mouth. Is he crazy? Even if Mr. Shin doesn't have a pass or an appointment, just let him in. Why would a small security guard make so much trouble? Jianging Shue was convinced. Or can you earn tens of thousands of yuan? Work so hard. And you know how to adapt, okay? Jianging Shue could already imagine how miserable Ye Bei would be in the future. I really feel a strange and unpleasant feeling in my heart. But, he is really handsome, and a good fighter. No girl can resist, right? You dare to hit me in the face. Shinjuan's eyes were bloodshot as he roared at Ye Bei. Snap. Ye Bei slapped him again. Be quiet. After Ye Bei finished speaking, he tied up the others and threw them next to him. Looking at these 10 people, Ye Bei smiled in his heart. Play with him? Can't I kill you? Wang Hai swallowed his saliva, looked at Ye Bei and was about to say something, but after seeing Ye Bei's eyes, he shrank his head and dared not speak. Well, in theory he did. But, it's all over. This is Master Shin. Who's going to call Director Yang? Or should we call the police? Ye Bei looked at everyone and asked casually. Someone has already gone to invite Director Yang. A girl said fearfully. On the other side, Ma Baoqiang was lying in a chair, eating oranges and watching TV. Although he was very unhappy about Ye Bei's incident, there was nothing he could do in the short term, so he might as well take it easy. Bang. Someone kicked the door open. Ma Baoqiang stood up immediately. Alpaca, who? Then he saw 5 strong men walking in. Who are you? Ma Baoqiang looked confused. Bang. The leading man walked over and punched him in the face. With a scream, Ma Baoqiang's nose bled. He wanted to resist, but what could he do against 5 people? My dear brothers, I have no grudge against you. What's going on? Ma Baoqiang leaned in the corner in a daze, his face covered in blood, looking very miserable. No, who is this? Why would he come in and fuck him for no reason? What's going on? Even Master Shin looks down on you, right? You are so capable. Ma Baoqiang? What Mr. Shin? Who does he look down on? I don't have any, who is Mr. Shin? Bang. One of them kicked him to the ground. Mr. Shin doesn't know. You are so bold that you dare to embarrass Mr. Shin. You are ruined. Ma Baoqiang? He lay on the ground miserably with a dazed look on his face. What Mr. Shin? How did he make Mr. Shin lose face? What did he do? Oh my god. Dear mother, what did Ma Baoqiang do? Take away. At the other end, the main entrance. What are you doing? You don't have to work. A middle-aged Mediterranean man who was probably in his 50s heard the news of the fight at the gate, walked over quickly, passed through the crowd and saw this scene. General Manager. General Manager. Everyone shouted. Xu Xiangyang was also stunned when he saw this scene. What's going on? He pointed at the scene and asked in surprise. Then he saw Shin Qianjun. Mr. Shin, Mr. Shin. Xu Xiangyang widened his eyes. Who tied up Master Shin? What's the purpose? I'm asking you, did you do it? He then looked at Ye Bei and questioned. If they try to break into the company without a pass or an appointment, I'll tie them up, Ye Bei said calmly. Nonsense. Nonsense. Xu Xiangyang was furious. It is true that even if Shin Qianjun came, he couldn't come directly. They did break in, but who cares about this? The security duties are clearly written, and the captain clearly stated that no one can come in without an appointment and a pass, unless they are from the company. I think I did nothing wrong, so how can it be considered nonsense? Mr. Shin must be here to see Mr. Yang, and what is Mr. Shin's identity? Does he need an appointment? Xu Xiangyang said. Oh? People outside the company don't need to make an appointment to see me, right? Who gave you, Xu Xiangyang, the ability to say such things? As Yang Qianchu spoke, he walked out from behind the crowd. Chapter 18 Mar Baoqian, it's so hard for me. Everyone made way for Yang Qianchu. Director Yang. Director Yang. They shouted one after another. Cold sweat broke out on Xu Xiangyang's back. He looked at Yang Qianchu and then lowered his head. Director Yang, I don't mean that. After all, Mr. Shin is also the vice president of Shin Group. I think that the vice president of Shin Group coming to our company. Before he finished speaking, Yang Qianchu interrupted him and said, no need to make an appointment. Is this my company or his company? Or is it your Xu Xiangyang's company? No. I don't dare. Xu Xiangyang trembled all over. Oh. An outsider came to my company without a pass, without an appointment, and indeed without calling me, and barged in. Is this reasonable? Why didn't you inform me? Yang Qianchu looked at Ye Bei and asked. I told him to call many times, but he just wouldn't. Why didn't you call to report it? Yang Qianchu asked. He knew that Ye Bei must be aware that he was acting for everyone to see, so Yang Qianchu knew that Ye Bei would not blame him for questioning like this. I wanted to call him, but he wouldn't tell me who he was looking for and insisted on coming in. I had no choice but to tie them up. Yang Qianchu nodded, then looked at Xu Xiangyang and Wang Hai, any questions? They swallowed and shook their heads, no. You, the company's veterans, are not even as good as a new employee. They kept their heads down. The others were also surprised. Director Yang doesn't even give face to Mr. Shin? Shin Qinjuan's face looked extremely ugly. Yang Qianchu really wants to thank Ye Bei. This time Shin Qianjun came with great urgency and came directly without even calling him. It was obvious that he had no good intentions. Moreover, they had no cooperation to discuss, and this was not the way to discuss cooperation. So, Ye Bei stopped them and beat them up, and Yang Qianchu was very happy. Then think about it, if he let them in directly, where would Yang Qianchu's face be? Even Yang Qianchu felt that the person who assassinated him was hired by Shin Qianjun. They are rivals, and have been rivals for many years. On the surface, they are courteous to each other, but secretly, there are stormy waves. Well done. Yang Qianchu patted Ye Bei on the shoulder, then said to Xu Xiangyang, when the time comes, go to the finance department and tell them that his salary will be doubled in the future. You, Xu Xiangyang, will find yourself 1 month's salary this month. Is that okay? Xu Xiangyang quickly shook his head, no, I'll go now. Then he walked away dejectedly. At this time, Yang Qianchu suddenly looked at Shin Qianjun with a smile on his face, and that smile was extremely friendly. He walked over and untied Shin Qianjun, saying, Mr. Shin, I'm really sorry. My employee is new. I'm really sorry. He's too dedicated. The praise I gave him just now was purely appreciation for his work, but seeing you like this, I'm really heartbroken. But Mr. Shin, you're also the vice president. From the company's perspective, we're really happy to have such an employee. You should understand, right? Shin Qianjun said, with a dark face. Hey, look at you. If you had come and told me, I could have given you some instructions. This situation wouldn't have happened. I'm really sorry. Ye Bei. Yang Qianchu looked at Ye Bei and said, this is Mr. Shin. From now on, when he comes to our company, he will be allowed in even if he does not have an appointment or a pass. New. Ye Bei nodded. At this time, 5 people came over with Mar Baoqian, whose face was covered in blood and who was very confused. Mr. Shin. They were all shocked when they saw this scene, then quickly let go of Ma Baoqiang and ran to Shin Qianjun. Yang Qianchu had not yet untied the hemp rope, and they hurriedly tried to untie Shin Qianjun. What's going on? Ma Baoqiang asked in confusion. Team leader. Ye Bei looked at Ma Baoqiang, then walked over and said quickly, I listened to you and stopped the people who broke into the company. It turns out that doing one's duty is good. Director Yang has doubled my salary. Captain, what's wrong with your face? Ye Bei asked as if he was quite innocent and knew nothing. Ma Baoqiang. He saw this scene and then saw Shin Qianjun, especially when he saw the vicious look in Shin Qianjuan's eyes, he probably guessed something. Boom. At that moment, his heart collapsed. My legs felt a little weak for a moment. This is Shin Qianjun. Fuck. Who the hell told you to hit Master Shin? In order to save his life, Ma Baoqiang had no choice but to say this and scolded Ye Bei. Yang Qianchu looked at Ma Baoqiang. Ma Baoqiang, what do you mean? It's wrong for Ye Bei to hit Shin Xiao, but what does your attitude mean? You mean I will let anyone who comes to see me go, right? Do you think so little of me? When Ma Baoqiang saw Yang Qianchu's eyes, his body trembled again. No. Mr. Yang, please listen to my explanation. This is not what I meant. Grass. He has a hard time. Shin Qianjun and Yang Qianchu were two big guys. He had to please Shin Qianjun, but if he did, he would offend Yang Qianchu. If he didn't, he would offend Shin Qianjun. What did he do? He did nothing. Okay, you should go to the finance department to collect your salary and leave. Ye Bei, from now on you are the security captain. Yang Qianchu said to Ye Bei Dao. Thank you, Director Yang, for your appreciation. Ye Bei then glanced at Ma Baoqiang and gave him a disdainful smile. Ma Baoqiang's mentality exploded. Damn it. At this time, Shin Qianjuan's rope was finally untied. He stood up, brushed the dirt off his body, and looked like nothing happened. But suddenly he pulled out a pistol from behind and pointed it directly at Ye Bei. At that moment, his eyes were fierce, red, and full of murderous intent, and there was a bloodthirsty taste at the corners of his mouth. Everyone's pupils shrank violently. Yang Qianchu was shocked. Jianging Xue stood there in a daze. Be careful. Jianging Xue shouted. Go to hell, little bastard. Bang. A gunshot broke the silence, followed by the screams of many female employees of Yarn Group. Many people subconsciously closed their eyes. Shin Qianjun, do you want to die? After a gunshot, Yang Qianchu pointed at Shin Qianjun angrily. Shin Qianjuan's face was ferocious. He didn't care about what Yang Qianchu said, but looked at Ye Bei. Empty? He was stunned, staring blankly at the bullet hole on Ye Bei's back. This shouldn't be the case. How could it be empty when it's out so close? Of course it would not miss, but what no one noticed was that when the bullet came in front of Ye Bei, it suddenly turned a corner and hit the wall behind Ye Bei. Yang Qianchu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Ye Bei was fine. Ye Bei rushed to Shin Qianjun, who was about to raise his gun again, and punched him on the head. Buzz. Shin Qianjun only felt a noise in his head, then he fell down and lost consciousness. Chapter 19. You don't still like him, do you? Ye Bei really wanted to kill him at that moment. But he held back. This is a city with laws, and Ye Bei just wants to have a good relationship now and doesn't want to get involved in these things. Even Shin Qianjuan's shooting and killing was definitely an impulsive act. With his status, it is unlikely that he would do such a thing. At most, he would do it secretly. If he hadn't been irritated by Ye Bei and hadn't been really anxious in front of so many people, he wouldn't have lost his mind and done this. Send Mr. Shin to the hospital quickly. Then someone pointed at Ye Bei and said, the Shin family is definitely not done with this matter. Let's go. Then they left in disgrace. Hey kid, just wait for me. You're lucky you didn't die just now. Ma Baoqiang pointed at Ye Bei and left angrily after saying this. Everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. Jianging Xue took a deep breath. Are you okay? Yang Qianchu asked Ye Bei. Without. Ye Bei shook his head. Okay, let's all get to work. Yang Qianchu then said to the people at the back. Those people were also confused. How come citizens have guns? In their minds, guns were something that they could never see in reality, and they never expected someone to shoot in front of them. Good. They came to their senses and dispersed. You are so lucky, Jianging Shua said to Ye Bei and walked away. There are only a few security guards left here, Ye Bei and Yang Qianchu. You guys go to work first, Yang Qianchu said to Liu Yi and others. Yes, Director Yang. They then dispersed. Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry, Yang Qianchu then said to Ye Bei sincerely. It's okay. I don't blame you. But I am also responsible for this matter. I caused such a big fuss, Ye Bei said. No, no, no. Yang Qianchu quickly shook his head and handed Ye Bei a cigarette. I really want to thank Mr. Yi. The Yang family and the Shin family have been rivals for generations. I even suspected that the assassin who assassinated me was hired by Shin Qianjun. Mr. Yi did nothing wrong. This Shin family is so arrogant. Ye Bei Dao. You must know that the world of ordinary people is ordinary, but for families with a little power, such as the Shin family and my Yang family, it is normal to have some guns, including ancient warriors, but they are all hidden. Shin Qianjun has lost his mind to do this. The Shin family will regret it to death, and they will have to pay the price. Of course, for Shin Qianjun, this kind of thing will not really send him to jail, Yang Qianchu said. Okay, it's okay. I'm going to work first, Ye Bei said while holding a cigarette. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Yi. However, Mr. Yi from the Shin family still needs to be careful. Although you are very powerful, it is easy to dodge an open attack but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. I am afraid. Ye Bei nodded. I know, thank you. You're welcome. Feel free to tell me if you need anything. Ye Bei returned to the security room, and Yang Qianchu also returned to the company building. Did you take pictures of everything? Yang Qianchu said to someone. We've filmed it. We'll package it and ask a professional newspaper to publish this story about Shin Qianjun. We'll buy the hot searches online later. Well, this incident will definitely cause a heavy blow to the Shin family's business. Yang Qianchu is really grateful to Ye Bei. Qingya, what are you doing? Jianging Shua was sitting in the office talking on the phone with Mu Qingya. Reviewing documents. What's wrong? Mu Qingya replied. You don't know what just happened. Jianging Shua then told Mu Qingya everything that had just happened. Mu Qingya was also quite shocked. Then he is really lucky, Mu Qingya said. Yeah, but is really good at fighting. He can beat more than a dozen people by himself. That's so cool. Jianging Shua couldn't help but admire him a little. You don't still like him, do you? Mu Qingya asked in surprise. Oh, this is just like the plot in a TV show or novel. Which girl wouldn't be moved? I had a thought just now. He has a girlfriend, so he has a girlfriend. I don't blame him. Mu Qingya. No hope. Mu Qingya shook her head helplessly. It's okay, it was just a sudden impulse, Jianging Shua said. So are you going to expose him as a scumbag in public? Mu Qingya asked. Of course I do. Tell me, how much can a small security guard earn? He has been trying to juggle multiple relationships, but now he's the captain of the security team. His salary is not bad, at least 15,000 yuan. He's quite capable. You are already trying to improve his image with what you say now, so be careful, Mu Qingya reminded. New. Jianging Shua said with a smile. You know what's the use? Why do I always feel that you still want to accept him? Even if he can fight a little, he has no other skills after all. Even if his monthly salary is 15,000 and your annual salary is several million, he is not worthy of you in any way. Hey, when did you, Mu Qingya, start caring about these material things? Mu Qingya said, I don't care, but after I knew he was a scumbag, I cared about you. Don't worry, I know what's going on. But you have to thank him. Isn't Mr. Shin someone your family has always wanted you to date? I don't know how badly he's injured. Anyway, you don't have to worry about him these days. That's true, Mu Qingya agreed. And you can also tell your mother about what Shin Qianjun did today. Your mother would definitely not want you to be with someone like him, right? Mu Qingya sighed. Let me try. Jianging Shua hummed, took a sip of water, and said, by the way, are you free tonight? I have a big client here, and I'd like to ask you to help me go and have a talk with him. It's an area you're good at. After the deal is done, I'll give you a share of the profits. Let's go to the Houtai Hotel. I've booked a private room. No need to split the profits, just have a drink with me. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Okay, I'll come to your company to see you after work. Get off work. Ye Bei hummed a little tune as he packed up his things and prepared to leave. The security guards have a night shift, but that shift is done by different people. Ye Bei is the security team leader, so he doesn't need to work the night shift. There are dormitories here, but Ye Bei prefers the small place where he lives. Originally, Ye Bei was going to send Feifei to school today, but Ye Bei found a job and told Feifei about it. Feifei naturally had no problem with it, but the better it was, the more likely Ye Bei would send her to school early tomorrow morning. Brother Yi. When we reached the door, Liu Yi and several other security guards came over with smiles on their faces. What is it? Ye Bei asked. Congratulations, Brother Yi, on being promoted to the security captain. We haven't had time to celebrate with Brother Yi yet. We just happened to be in the same class, so we thought about treating Brother Yi to a meal and celebrating properly. Hee hee. In addition, please take care of me in the future, Brother Yi. Liu Yi smiled and stuffed a pack of cigarettes into Ye Bei's hand. Yes, Brother Yi, do you have anything to do tonight? If not, let's go out for a meal together. Ye Bei thought about it and realized that Feifei had to attend evening self-study tonight and he didn't have anything else to do. Okay. Ye Bei nodded. What to eat? Then Ye Bei asked. Hey, let's go to the Xiangxiang barbecue stand next to the 5-star Houtai Hotel. The barbecue there is really authentic, and there's also a really pretty girl there. Liu Yi said with a smile. Chapter 20 Pure Girl. Houtai Hotel. This is the largest 5-star hotel in Qianhua City, and it has even become a landmark of Qianhua City. Located in the city center, it has 13 floors. There is a barbecue restaurant a few hundred meters away from the Houtai Hotel. It is summer now, and there are still many people eating skewers and drinking beer, especially since there is a food street around it. Ye Bei, Liu Yi, Wang Wenjie and Guo Rui came to the outside of Xiangxiang barbecue restaurant wearing simple clothes. Wow, there are so many people. Ye Bei took a look and put out his cigarette. It's dinner time on the food street, and there are a lot of people, it's very lively, and the air is filled with all kinds of aromas. There are a lot of shirtless men with tattoos sitting in front of the barbecue stall. They look scary, but to be honest, many of them are actually very enthusiastic people. Brother Yi, this Xiangxiang barbecue restaurant has been open here for more than 10 years. The taste is very authentic and the price is not very expensive. It is quite famous. Let's eat some skewers, drink some cold beer and smoke some cigarettes. It's very nice. Liu Yi introduced Ye Bei with a smile. It smells delicious, let's eat this. Hey, okay, boss. The four of them sat around a small roadside table. Liu Yi shouted, 30 pork skewers, 30 beef skewers, and 30 lamb skewers, grilled and spicy, and a box of cold beer, and all kinds of vegetarian dishes. Okay, everyone, wait a moment. The boss inside shouted. Brother Yi, do you want anything else? Liu Yi asked. No, eat first. Okay. Liu Yi, didn't you say you had a girl? Wang Wenjie asked. He rarely comes to work and has never been to this barbecue restaurant. Liu Yi looked mysterious and said. Don't worry, let me tell you, this barbecue stall has a waitress, my god, she's so innocent. I'm telling you, this barbecue restaurant has been doing really well recently, and it's probably because of her. You'll see her when she comes out in a bit. Is it really that beautiful? They were a little confused. Ye Bei smiled while eating melon seeds. I'm not lying to you, it's really beautiful, it's like first love, it's amazing, look, it's out. Liu Yi excitedly pulled the arm of Wang Wenjie next to him, and several people looked over. A girl wearing an apron and simple twin ponytails came out carrying an iron plate with barbecue. Ye Bei also took a look. But after seeing her, Ye Bei couldn't help but tremble. Xiao Qi. Ye Bei's eyes were dazed. She looked to be about 19 or 20 years old, with a very simple feeling, extremely delicate facial features, fair skin, big, lively eyes, simple bangs on her forehead, and 2 strands of hair hanging down on her temples. There was dense beads of sweat on his forehead, he was breathing slightly, he looked very tired, and his face looked a little exhausted, but he still had a faint smile on his face, giving people a very comfortable feeling. She's quite tall, about 1.65 meters, and her chest is flat. Maybe these beauties all have flat chests, anyway many people don't care about that, and their breasts haven't fully developed yet. Although she was wearing an apron and work clothes, her purity and beauty could not be hidden, giving the feeling of first love. But to Ye Bei, she was different. Not Xiao Qi. Ye Bei knew very well in his heart that she was definitely not Xiao Qi. It's just that they look like. Xiao Qi, this name is a pain deep in Ye Bei's heart. She has left this world forever, and she died to save Ye Bei. Ye Bei didn't even have the chance to find her body and bury her properly. When sleeping, Ye Bei always dreams of that scene. In a dense forest, she stood in front of Ye Bei, hit by several bullets. She turned her head hard to look at Ye Bei, tears in her eyes, her mouth moved slightly, as if she was saying, "Brother Ye Bei, live well." Ye Bei was dragged away by others with his wounded body. This dream keeps reappearing. She is the person Ye Bei owes the most, and the person he can never make up for. Wow, it's so beautiful. They couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Hearing this, Ye Bei came back to his senses. Fuck. This is really the feeling of first love. She is much prettier than those pure school beauties I usually see on my phone. The main thing is why I feel that she is completely the taste of first love. She looks just like first love. Maybe for us men, this is what first love looks like. It fits perfectly. Ye Bei couldn't help but look at her again. It really seems like that. She is the boss's daughter. Wu Rui asked. No, she seems to be a student from Tsinghua University next door, and she usually does odd jobs here. Wow. She looks like my first love, and she's hardworking and patient. I love her. As soon as she came out, she really attracted a lot of people's attention. Tsinghua University. Ye Bei groaned. Isn't he that Feifei's school? Although Feifei is only 16 years old, the normal age for a sophomore in high school, she started school 2 years earlier, perhaps because of her family's good conditions. She also entered Tsinghua University this year and became a freshman. Because the university is close, Feifei lives at home. That's why she can always sleep in, because most of the time she has no classes in the morning or has classes later in the evening. This girl looks to be around 18 or 19, probably a freshman. The girl put the barbecue on a table and hurried into their house to work. Brother Yi, how's it going? Ye Bei nodded. I'm quite surprised, it's really beautiful. Wang Wenjie interrupted, I think beauty is one thing, but she is really pure. What a pity. I don't have the ability or qualifications to pursue such a beautiful girl. I guess she has a lot of suitors. Liu Yi said, no need to estimate, there are a lot of them. As far as I know, the second son of the Shin family, Shin Mingjie, seems to be pursuing her. After saying that, he looked at Ye Bei and said, Brother Yi, Shin Mingjie is the younger brother of Shin Qianjun, the one you beat up. He's not young anymore, 22 years old, and a junior at Tsinghua University. Ye Bei lowered his head. I don't know why, maybe it was because of the guilt towards Xiao Qi, maybe they were very similar, or maybe if Xiao Qi survived, she would only be 19 years old. Ye Bei developed a desire to protect this girl. Wang Wenjie poked Liu Yi with his elbow, indicating that Ye Bei seemed to be worried and looked unhappy, and asked him to stop talking. Liu Yi also stopped quickly, thinking he had said something wrong. At this time, the girl came over with a box of beer, carrying it laboriously. Call. She took a long breath and placed the beer next to Ye Bei, then wiped the sweat from her forehead and said softly, Hello, your beer. The voice is very light and soft. Her voice is similar to Xiaoqi's. Ye Bei turned his head to look at her, and it really seemed like, for a moment Ye Bei was a little lost in thought. The girl subconsciously looked at Ye Bei, and immediately dodged away shyly. May I have your name? Ye Bei asked. This girl is pretty good. The eyes are pure too. Chapter 21 Lin Xiaoyu. When Lin Xiaoyu heard Ye Bei's question, she seemed a little at a loss. She was obviously a little scared. Because she is good looking, there are indeed many men who approach her and harass her. Especially since there are so many gangsters in this place, even though the man in front of her is very handsome, she is still afraid. Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu said in a low voice. I went to work. After saying that, she quickly turned and walked away. Lin Xiaoyu. Ye Bei groaned. Brother Yi, what's the matter? Do you have any thoughts about her? Liu Yi asked. Ye Bei came back to his senses, picked up the cigarette on the table and lit it. I have a girlfriend. Ye Bei Dao. Well, we all know what it's like to be a man. Besides, this girl is really pretty. Brother Yi, you've been promoted to the security captain. If you like her, go after her again. Liu Yi smiled. Yes, Brother Yi. We are just small security guards. We don't have any special skills. But you are different, Brother Yi. Guo Rui said. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's drink. Ye Bei Dao. Inside the barbecue restaurant. Lin Xiaoyu was wiping the table with a rag, but Ye Bei's appearance just now appeared in her mind. How strange. She grumbled. Because the way the man looked at her just now was very special, she couldn't tell what was special about it, but it was just a little different. Xiaoyu, this is the meal for table number 8, please deliver it. I understand, Uncle Zhang. Lin Xiaoyu hurried over. Table number 8. This place is about 10 meters away from Ye Bei, with many tables in between. There were 4 people sitting there. Qiangzi, what happened to you? Who beat you up like this? The person who spoke was a shirtless, bald, tattooed muscular man. Ma Baoqiang had gores on his nose. When he heard this question, he couldn't help but take a sip of wine. Fuck. I get angry just thinking about this. A little jerk, a new security guard, who looked weak but could fight. Later, Shen Qianjun came and tricked me. I was beaten by Shen Qianjuan's men. Shen Qianjun. I heard about this today. He even pulled out a gun. Who is that guy? How could he make Shen Qianjun so angry that he pulled out a gun? The bald man asked. I'm just pretty good at fighting. Damn, I have to find a chance to take revenge. The bald man said, don't worry. We were both well known in Erdeoku, Tianhua city back then. Although you, Ma Baoqiang, are no longer a big shot now, I have been doing pretty well in the past few years. I will find a chance to help you get revenge. Thank you, Brother Hao. You really have to vent my anger for me and break that guy's legs. Ma Baoqiang said with vicious eyes. We've both killed people, so what's the big deal about breaking 2 legs? Brother Hao picked up the wine glass and said with a smile, today I invited you to come over for a drink, Qiangzi, just to help you vent your anger. Cheers. Ma Baoqiang also picked up the wine glass and said, Brother Hao, what are you talking about? Drinking is not a way to relieve anger. Brother Hao laughed, then nodded at Lin Xiaoyu who was delivering food to the side. Is this little girl good enough to relieve her heat? Ma Baoqiang looked over and his eyes suddenly lit up. Fuck. This girl is so hot. The campus belle of Tianhua University, how about that? Brother Hao sneered. It's so beautiful. Ma Baoqiang wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, then looked at Brother Hao and asked, but can this little girl help me relieve my sexual desire? It doesn't matter whether she says it or not. Then Hao called out, waiter. Lin Xiaoyu quickly looked over and then walked over. After she came over, she saw Brother Hao's appearance clearly. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble, and her eyes were full of fear. Do you still remember me? Brother Hao looked up at Lin Xiaoyu. Remember. Lin Xiaoyu said fearfully. Your father still owes me 30,000 yuan. If he doesn't pay it off this month, it will be 60,000 yuan. Can you pay it off? Lin Xiaoyu lowered her head. I will pay it back. There was already a tremor in her voice. I can't wait. You have to pay me back today. Otherwise, I will go to your house and cut off 1 leg from each of your parents. Brother Hao said in a bad tone. Don't. Lin Xiaoyu was horrified. Brother Hao, I will definitely try my best to pay it back. Please give me some time. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes turned red. I give you time. Then who will give me time? Can't you pay it back today? Lin Xiaoyu lowered her head and sobbed, and couldn't help wiping away her tears. Some people nearby also looked over. Just look at you. If you don't want to eat, get out of the way. Brother Hao yelled angrily, and immediately those people shifted their gaze. Ye Bei naturally saw this scene as well. Fuck. Ma Baoqiang. Guo Rui looked surprised. That's Bai Yinhao. People in the underworld call him Brother Hao. It seems that Mar Baoqiang used to hang out with him, but I don't know what happened to Mar Baoqiang later. Maybe he quit to avoid something. Brother Hao is still in the underworld, and is doing pretty well now. Several streets in Erdeoku are his territory. He's pretty ruthless. It is said that he once hacked someone in the street but never went to jail. He keeps a low profile now. It is said that he seems to be lending money. Liu Yi said. It looks like Lin Xiaoyu is in trouble. Ye Bei frowned. I'm asking you a question. Can't you pay it back today? Bai Yinhao suddenly shouted. Lin Xiaoyu was so frightened that her whole body trembled, and she lowered her head with tears streaming down her face. Hey, Brother Hao, Brother Hao. At this time, the owner of the barbecue restaurant ran over with a smile and stood in front of Lin Xiaoyu. Brother Hao, what are you so angry about? Smoking. The boss smiled and handed Bai Yinhao a cigarette, then lit it for him and said, I'll pay Xiaoyu back. I'll pay you 30,000, right? Brother Hao, wait a moment. I'll bring it to you after I'm done here. Is that okay with you? Uncle Zhang. Lin Xiaoyu raised her head and looked at Zhang Darhai with tears in her eyes. Fuck. Why are you interfering in my business? Get out of here. Who do you think you are? Bai Yinhao slapped the boss Zhang Darhai directly. Zhang Darhai covered his face. Roll. Bai Yinhao pointed at Zhang Darhai angrily. He glanced at Lin Xiaoyu, sighed in his heart, and walked away. You can't pay it back, right? Bai Yinhao looked at Lin Xiaoyu and asked. Okay. Then I'll give you another way. He stood up and walked to Lin Xiaoyu, then reached out and lifted her chin. Lin Xiaoyu closed her eyes in fear. You look pretty, so how about you accompany me and my brothers to have fun? It's worth $1,000 for one time, is that okay? Bai Yinhao's face was full of lewd smiles. Fuck. You're not a human being. Hey, what can we do? Bai Yinhao is quite powerful, and the key is that the girl is in a very miserable state. Yes, her father is a gambler and owes a lot of money. He even sold the family's house. It is said that he often beats and scolds her and her daughter. If it weren't for the insistence of the girl's mother, I'm afraid she wouldn't have been able to go to school. You didn't see it. The clothes she wore when she came to work were patched in several places. Look at her shoes. The front of them was torn. What a miserable girl. Some people discussed in low voices. No. No, please. Lin Xiaoyu opened her eyes and cried. Fuck. You have no shame. Bai Yinhao was so angry that he slapped Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu screamed in fright and closed her eyes again. Just then, Ye Bei rushed over and grabbed Bai Yinhao's arm. Chapter 22. Is he Prince Charming? Everyone's eyes were focused on this scene. Bai Yinhao was stunned for a moment, and his eyes looked at Ye Bei who was holding his arm. Ye Bei. When Mar Baoqiang saw Ye Bei, his eyes immediately became bloodshot, and he slammed the table and stood up with a bang. Lin Xiaoyu slowly opened her red eyes and looked at Ye Bei who was standing in front of her. What the hell? How did this guy get here all of a sudden? I didn't even notice him. He just passed by me. My attention was mainly on Bai Yinhao, and I felt a gust of wind passing by in a flash. A hero saves a beautiful girl? Har har, classic cliché. What a pity. This is Bai Yinhao, a ruthless man. Besides, did they just have a fight or something? Did you see the machetes on the ground at their feet? It's over, it's over. Those people were talking about it. To threaten a girl in this way, and even use violence, no matter what his character is, at least he is not a man, right? Ye Bei said lightly, and suddenly exerted force in his hands. R. Bai Yinhao's whole body was tilted in one direction due to being pinched by Ye Bei, and he couldn't help but scream. Brush. Two people nearby stood up with machetes in hand. Bai Yinhao was also quite capable. He held the table with one hand, then jumped into the air and kicked Ye Bei. This kick was blocked by Ye Bei, but the effect he wanted was achieved, which was to break away from Ye Bei's control. Brother Hao, this is the one I'm talking about. Mar Baoqiang pointed at Ye Bei and said to Bai Yinhao. Fuck. You dare to meddle in my business without even asking who I am. Damn it. Bai Yinhao's face looked ferocious. Fuck him. Then Bai Yinhao bent down, picked up a machete and shouted angrily. Those who were nearby quickly ran away. They are using machetes, and someone might die. The most important thing is that Bai Yinhao is a ruthless man. He really doesn't consider the consequences when he fights. And Ma Baoqiang has also picked up a machete. 4 of them are holding machetes. How can they not just kill you easily? Ma Baoqiang knew that Ye Bei was good at fighting, but now the 4 of them had knives. How difficult would it be to deal with a man with bare hands? Stand back. Ye Bei said something to Lin Xiaoyu behind him. Sir, it's too dangerous. There's really no need for that. Lin Xiaoyu bit her lip and said. Just stand back. You must be careful. Lin Xiaoyu then stepped back. Wow. Seeing this scene, Bai Yinhao couldn't help but laugh. Fuck, Ye Bei, you are pretending. FK. Ma Baoqiang couldn't help but get angry when he saw Ye Bei like this. Cut. Bai Yinhao said, cut, disdainfully, then walked slowly towards Ye Bei with a knife in hand. The aura is still very strong. Several other people also followed Bai Yundao and walked towards Ye Bei with knives in hand. Brother Yi. Liu Yi looked at Ye Bei worriedly. Ye Bei is very good at fighting, he has seen it before, but these are 4 people and they are holding knives. They are so cruel that they dare to use knives to hack people in front of so many people. How cruel and arrogant do you think they are? And Ye Bei is even more ruthless, because the 4 men walked slowly towards him with knives in hand, and he didn't even step back. If others put themselves in their shoes, they would be scared to death. Grass. Seeing that Ye Bei did not retreat, Bai Yinhao cursed angrily and slashed at Ye Bei's body. He doesn't want to kill anyone, but there's absolutely no problem with injuring someone. Many people couldn't help but scream, and Lin Xiaoyu closed her eyes in fear. She didn't understand why a stranger would help her, especially in such a dangerous situation. Ye Bei dodged backwards flexibly, and then suddenly rushed forward while moving his body backwards in an incredible manner, and at the same time picked up a few chopsticks on the table. Because of the slash, Bai Yinhao leaned forward, and before he could stand up, Ye Bei held his head down and pressed it directly on the table. At the same time, Ye Bei inserted the chopsticks directly into Bai Yinhao's palm, nailing his palm to the table with the chopsticks, and nailing it directly through the tabletop. A scream was heard from Bai Yinhao. Then Ye Bei walked around Bai Yinhao and walked towards the 3 people who were stunned. What the hell? Everyone stared at the scene with wide eyes. Who is this guy? Can his chopsticks penetrate the table? So cruel. Really so cruel, they won't meet anyone more cruel, right? Lin Xiaoyu opened her eyes and looked at this scene with her little mouth wide open. Great, so amazing. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't believe that there were such powerful people in this world. Is he, Prince Charming? Gulu. When Bai Yinhao's 2 men saw this scene, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and their hands holding the knives became unsteady. Then they plucked up their courage and raised their knives to chop at Ye Bei together. Ma Baoqiang didn't know why he didn't dare to move. Ye Bei just stood there, walking slowly forward, facing the 2 people running towards him. He suddenly made a move, grabbing the wrist of the waving man on his right with his right hand, and exerting force. There seemed to be a click sound, and his machete fell to the ground. He hammered the stomach of the man on the left with his left hand, and the man on the left, who was about to chop down with the machete, subconsciously let go of the machete because of the pain and it fell to the ground. Then, Ye Bei threw the man on his right to the ground with his right hand, and punched the man on his left to the ground with his left fist. Then Ye Bei continued to walk slowly towards Ma Baoqiang. Gulu. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but swallow. Oh my god. He's so fierce. What the hell? Who is he? A special forces soldier? Is he that good at fighting? The key is that he doesn't look very strong. So brave. Wow. Isn't this so cool? Lin Xiaoyu opened her mouth slightly, looking at Ye Bei in disbelief and admiration, a little dazed. Gulu. Ma Baoqiang looked at Ye Bei who was walking towards him, and he subconsciously stepped back. Ye Bei, there's no need to do this. Ma Baoqiang said fearfully. Ye Bei walked up to him and without saying a word, punched his bandaged nose, knocking him to the ground and causing him to pass out. Let's go quickly. Bai Yinhao behind Ye Bei pulled out the chopsticks with great pain, covered his hand and shouted, and the 2 younger brothers who were wailing on the ground also struggled to get up. Boy, I'm telling you, if you mess with me, Bai Yunhao, you're dead. You're ruined. Just wait. I'll make you regret it. Bai Yunhao uttered some harsh words and ran away with his men. Ye Bei slowly picked up the chopsticks on the table and threw them at Bai Yunhao, who was running away. R. A scream was heard and the chopsticks pierced directly into his shoulder. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who is this person? Can chopsticks be used as bullets? How strong does this person have to be? Although I've seen people online using playing cards to break cans of Coke, isn't this even more outrageous? Fuck. Big boss. This is definitely a big boss. But, this Bai Yunhao is Bai Yunhao after all. If you provoke him, it will be useless even if you are a good fighter. Ye Bei picked up a few napkins and walked in front of Lin Xiaoyu. Here, wipe your tears. Ye Bei's voice was quite gentle. Chapter 23 Men, it's better to save face than to suffer. At this time, many girls looked at Lin Xiaoyu with great envy. They felt she was so happy. It must be very safe to have a man like this protecting you. And he is so gentle. Lin Xiaoyu took the tissue, looked at Ye Bei with pitiful eyes, then she bowed deeply. Thank you. Her voice is very soft, and coupled with her looks, it can definitely arouse a man's desire to protect her to the extreme. You're welcome. This is my phone number. Feel free to call me if you need any help in the future. Ye Bei took out his business card and handed it to Lin Xiaoyu. This business card was sent to him by Yang Qianchu after he started working at the Yarn Group and became the captain of the security team. The idea was that after all, Ye Bei was now the captain of the security team, he might need it. On it was written Ye Bei's name and the group, followed by a phone number. Lin Xiaoyu took it and then bowed to Ye Bei again. Thanks. Ye Bei nodded without saying anything, then returned to his original seat and sat down to eat the skewers. I went to work. Lin Xiaoyu said to Ye Bei. Go ahead. Lin Xiaoyu then bit her lip and walked away. Fuck, brother Yi, you said you had no interest in her, but now you're a hero saving a beautiful girl. Liu Yi had a smiling expression. Mainly because she looks a lot like someone I knew before. Ye Bei said. Hey, brother Yi, this excuse of yours is so common. Wang Wenjie said with a smile. Ye Bei didn't say much. But brother Yi, you are really amazing. Let's not talk about your ability in hand-to-hand combat. Just the fact that you can throw chopsticks from a distance and pierce into Bai Yunhao's flesh is simply outrageous. Where did you learn martial arts? Liu Yi asked curiously. I stayed in Shaolin Temple for a while before. Ye Bei answered casually. Fuck. Is this Shaolin Temple really that powerful? I thought it was all fake. Although you can practice martial arts, they are all useless moves. It turns out it's really that powerful. They all showed surprised expressions. Ye Bei nodded without saying anything more. The other side. Tianhua First People's Hospital. Shin Qianjun was lying on the hospital bed and had not woken up yet. A middle-aged couple was standing next to the ice bed, and there were several people like bodyguards guarding outside the ward. Husband, you must help Qianjun. He has never been wronged like this since he was a child. The beautiful woman cried in the middle-aged man's arms. That's enough. Isn't this the boy you spoiled him for? How spoiled have you become now? He pulled out a gun and shot in public in front of the people. Does he still have me as his father in his eyes? Shin Juang said angrily. Husband. Qianjun has been an excellent child since he was young. You know what he is like. Everyone makes mistakes. If he wasn't pushed into a corner, how could he do such an irrational thing? Why? Shin Juang also sighed. Because of this incident, my Shin family has become the target of public criticism, and the Yang family is also making a big fuss about it. If it weren't for my Shin Diwang's wide network of contacts, the Shin family would have been wiped out this time. But, you are right, Qianjun is indeed a very good kid, and he wouldn't have been like this if he hadn't been forced into a corner. It makes me very curious, who exactly is that Ye Bei? The beautiful woman said, I even doubt whether this is a trap set by the Yang family. Shin Juang sat down, there's no point in talking about this. Keep a low profile these days. At this time, Shin Qinjuan's eyes moved and slowly opened. Thousands of troops. The beautiful woman quickly ran over and grabbed him. Mom. Shin Qianjun shouted. Dad. Shin Juang nodded. You should take good care of yourself in the hospital these few days. You have a concussion. It's not serious, but you still need to pay attention. I have taken care of everything else. I know, Dad. I've caused trouble for the Shin family. Shin Qianjun said weakly. From now on, I don't care what you do in secret, but you can never do this in public. Shin Qianjun nodded. I understand, Dad. I was also mad at Ye Bei for a while and lost my mind, but I must take revenge. There was a vicious gleam in his eyes. All right, there are no cowards in my Shin family, and we will never be willing to be bullied. We will definitely take revenge, the key is how to take it, but I still say that, keep a low profile, you can do whatever you want in secret, but don't implicate yourself and the Shin family, understand? I see. Well, take a rest. I'll arrange the marriage with Mu Qingya from the Mu family in a few days. Thinking of Mu Qingya, Shin Qinjuan's eyes flashed with greed. I know, Dad. Mu Qingya got into Jianging Shue's car. Why? You're not happy. Jianging Shue glanced at Mu Qingya. My mother also knows about Shin Qinjuan's affairs. Mu Qingya said. Not going well. Mu Qingya nodded. Well, according to her, everyone makes mistakes, and we can't completely deny a person just because he made a mistake. Especially since Shin Qianjun came from a privileged family and has never experienced such a thing, it's normal for him to lose control easily. Jianging Shue shook her head helplessly. It seems that your mother is determined to identify Shin Qianjun. No, it should be the Shin family, hey. Mu Qingya nodded. Yes, she always thinks that as long as I marry Shin Qianjun, the Mu family will move to a higher level and won't have to worry about the future generations. If I don't get married, the Shin family will be unhappy and will make my Mu family bankrupt. Let's take it one step at a time. If it doesn't work out, I'll support you. Jianging Shue said with a smile. Mind your own business first, let's go. Then they drove to Haotai Hotel. The two people got off the car in the parking lot of Haotai Hotel. You go to the social event first. It's not a good idea for me to go directly with you. They might recognize me. When you are halfway there, I will go over as a friend and it will be more natural. Mu Qingya said to Jianging Shue. Okay, then wait for my notification. Okay, I'll just take a walk to relax. Mu Qingya then walked casually on the street with her bag on her back. Mu Qingya didn't have dinner either, so she thought about going to the food street to buy some snacks. Fuck, Brother Yi, here comes another beautiful girl. Liu Yi couldn't help but patted Ye Bei on the shoulder. Ye Bei looked over. Why is it Mu Qingya? Mu Qingya happened to see Ye Bei. She was very surprised. Ye Bei. Fuck, you guys know Brother Yi. They were surprised. No matter what, isn't Ye Bei just a security guard like them? He was promoted to security captain today for special reasons. How could he know such a beautiful woman? And judging from the way she is dressed and her demeanor, she is at least a senior white-collar worker, right? Why didn't you accompany Feifei? Mu Qingya saw that Ye Bei was having dinner with a few men and had nothing to say. She is studying at night. Ye Bei said. Mu Qingya nodded slightly, then nodded. Have you finished eating? She asked. Not yet. This string just came up not long ago. Ye Bei said lightly. Then don't eat yet. I'll treat you to a meal at the Haotai Hotel. Invite your friends along. I owe you this. Mu Qingya said. The other three people's eyes lit up. Oh shit. Haotai Hotel invites you to dinner? White, rich and beautiful. Need not. Ye Bei wiped his mouth and stood up and said, I can't accept a man asking a woman to treat him to a meal. Let me treat you. Haotai Hotel, right? Let's go, you guys follow me. Then Ye Bei walked away. Mu Qingya. I heard from Mu Feifei that he is a security guard now. How can Ye Bei have the money to go to Haotai Hotel? She shook her head helplessly. Men, it's better to suffer in life than to save face. In the barbecue restaurant, Lin Xiaoyu saw Mu Qingya talking to Ye Bei. She clearly understood how well matched he was with such a beautiful and elegant sister. Brother Yi, Brother Yi. Liu Yi caught up with Ye Bei. What? Ye Bei asked. Brother Yi, are you sure you want to treat? I think that woman is quite rich, why don't you let her treat? This Haotai Hotel is one of the best hotels in the city, and it has clear regulations. Even if you eat in the lobby, the minimum consumption must be 30,000. Ye Bei. What the hell? Chapter 24 for Women. Ye Bei couldn't accept Qingya inviting her to dinner. After all, Ye Bei is a man, right? Qingya's identity is quite special. It felt like Qingya was compensating him by treating him to a meal. And does Ye Bei need her compensation? She was Ye Bei's first love. Even if Ye Bei didn't do it for any other reason, just because he was a man, he couldn't let her pay for the first meal with his ex-girlfriend. Ye Bei knew that Hubby Hotel was a 5-star hotel, but how expensive could a few home-cooked dishes in a 5-star hotel be? A few thousand yuan was enough, right? It's not like Ye Bei doesn't understand. Of course there are very expensive things, like a dish that costs 1,000 yuan. So can't he just order one at most? Ye Bei still has a few $1,000s. But who the hell knew that this stupid hotel, in order to improve its status, had set a minimum consumption requirement of 30,000? Ye Bei touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. Well, do you guys have some savings? You can pool your money together when the time comes, right? Don't worry, I will pay you back slowly when I get my salary. Qingya followed the four of them for several meters, but she couldn't hear Ye Bei's relatively quiet voice. Brother Yi, what's the big deal? What's the relationship? Do you want to pursue her? Liu Yi asked. Ex-girlfriend. Fuck, I get it. As a man, you can't let your ex-girlfriend look down on you. I, Liu Yi, will help you with this. I have 20,000 yuan in savings, which I will transfer to you later. I only have 10,000. Wang Wenjie said. I've been here for a short time, so I haven't saved much money, just 5,000 yuan. Ye Bei nodded. That's enough, thank you brothers. They entered the Hubby Hotel together. Although the consumption is high, there are quite a lot of rich people, and the hall is quite crowded. Welcome, how many people are there? The pretty waitress asked with a smile. 5. Ye Bei said. PLZ, follow me. Then they sat down at the table. Here are the menus, there are 2 of them. The beautiful waitress handed it to Ye Bei. Ye Bei handed one of them to Qingya. Take a look. Qingya took it, opened it and took a look. Ye Bei was also flipping through the pages, roughly checking out the prices of the dishes. There are quite a lot of cheap ones, some costing dozens of yuan, some costing hundreds or even thousands of yuan. I guess the expensive ones are all wine. Qingya was sitting there flipping through the menu. Her appearance, her dress and her temperament were all very noble. Her every move was also very good, which was very consistent with this restaurant. In comparison, Ye Bei and the others' clothes seemed too ordinary. A serving of French red wine foie gras. Qingya said lightly. Cough. Ye Bei choked as he took a sip of the boiled water he had just picked up. 1,399. Depend on. This woman is really extravagant. Good. Ye Bei was already prepared to spend 30,000 yuan, so this was nothing. Oh my god, what the hell is this caviar, brother Yi? 200,000 for one spoonful. Liu Yi was shocked when he saw Ye Bei's menu. The beautiful waitress smiled and said, this is white sturgeon caviar. The annual production is less than 100, and only white sturgeons over 60 years old can be used to make caviar, so it is extremely expensive. Oh, he. Liu Yi smiled awkwardly, then nodded. The 2 people next to him just held the boiled water in silence, occasionally glancing at Ye Bei's expression. Beauty, what else do you want? The waiter asked with a smile. Another sirloin steak. Qingya continued. Ye Bei. A top-quality steak for $4,500. One last serving of black truffle pasta, thank you. Qingya then handed the menu to the beautiful waitress. Ye Bei. Another dish that costs 4,500 yuan. Are you going to do it with just 10,000 yuan? Okay. You are so cruel. Well, not that bad, luckily you didn't order that caviar. Qingya's order was so expensive, so of course she couldn't really let Ye Bei pay for it. She was prepared to pay for coming to this place. She also knew that Ye Bei was just trying to show off. He hadn't been to college in the past few years. Even if he kept working, how much money could he save? He was still just a security guard. What about you? Ye Bei then asked the 3 people. I'm not hungry. I just had a barbecue and was full. Liu Yi smiled innocently and said. I'm not hungry either. Damn it, why did I eat so much just now? Now I have no stomach left. What a pity. Wang Wenjie had a regretful expression. Ye Bei sighed in his heart. Good brother. Then I'll order for you. Ye Bei took a look and then ordered a few dishes. These few are all on board. The total cost was just over 30,000 yuan, and we ordered dishes that everyone could share, such as Australian lobsters worth thousands of yuan and roast goose. Anyway, the minimum consumption is 30,000, so Ye Bei is ready. Okay, please wait a moment. Wait a moment. Mu Qingya shouted again. A bottle of Romanée Conti, please. Ye Bei. Liu Yi. Wang Wenjie. Wu Rui. They all looked at Ye Bei with sympathy. What year do you want, miss? The beautiful waitress asked with a smile. I think it was born in 1998. Please wait a moment. Mu Qingya looked at Ye Bei, who was sitting there with a strange expression, and asked, What's wrong? Fine. What a spendthrift old woman. Ye Bei was roaring in his heart. A red wine bar that probably costs hundreds of thousands. Well, if that doesn't work, just ask Dad for some. When Mu Qingya saw Ye Bei's expression, she felt extremely happy. Ask you to treat. Humph. Do you regret it now? He also dated her sister and bullied her together. At that time, he mercilessly called Feifei a slut. Hateful. It's great, this is great. Soon, a table full of delicious food and the expensive, already decanted red wine arrived. Mu Qingya enjoyed the food peacefully, as if it was the fruit of her victory, and ate it with special relish. It's eerily quiet. Brother Yi, what should we do? Liu Yi asked in a low voice. It's okay, eat. Ye Bei then picked up the chopsticks and started eating. The other people looked at each other and started eating in small bites, as if this would save them some money. No one spoke. The atmosphere was quite awkward. After eating for a while, Ye Bei took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Ye Hai. Old man, get some money. Ye Hai replied quickly. I told you that you can't survive without me, right? Although Ye Hai sent words, Ye Bei felt that he was being very cocky. For a woman, okay? Ye Bei asked. How many? About 300,000. Fuck. You're not going to hook up with a beautiful, rich girl, are you? Sure, my son has good taste. Call him. At this time, two men in suits came down from the second floor. One was relatively young, less than 30 years old, and the other was a middle-aged Mediterranean man, Wang Jingwo, the president of Dingxing Group. Mr. Jiyu, you were just asking about the woman who discussed business with me, right? Wang Jingwo asked with his head lowered. Yes, it's very good, tell me about it. Jiyu said lightly. Wang Jingwo then said, she is the business manager of the Yarn Group. Her name is Jianging Xue. She is quite capable and seems to be only 25 years old. It is said that she can get several million in commissions every year. She is really amazing. If she's just a manager, then there's no problem. Just refuse the deal she wants to talk to you about later. I'll show up later, and then you can close the deal with her with my help. Do you understand? Jiyu said. I understand. Originally, I didn't have much in mind for this cooperation. After all, Yarn's group is so big. I don't think there will be much profit from this 10 million project. It will all go to Yarn's group. I came to the appointment just to give face to Yarn's group. I was afraid that they would get angry and do something. It's better for me to follow young Master Jiyu and make a lot of money. Wang Jingwo said with a smile. Dingxing Group is just a small company with total assets that have just exceeded 100 million yuan. It cannot be compared with Yarn Group, which has a market value of tens of billions or nearly hundreds of billions, so it does not make much money. Although Jiyu's Jiyu family is not as good as the Yarn family, it is also a big family and they have a good relationship. Wang Jingwo will definitely choose Jiyu and will definitely do what he says. Well, I happen to have a 50 million project that I can let you do, but you can't let anyone at the Yarn Group know about this. After all, Jiyu is also afraid of the Yarn Group. After all, the Jiyu Group also makes its living from the Yarn Group. Don't worry, Master Jiyu. My Dingxing group has nothing to do with the Yarn group, but it has a close relationship with your GU group. It can be said that Dingxing group can get to this point thanks to you, Master GU. I also know that I can make more money by following you, Master GU. GU nodded, go ahead. Okay. Then Wang Jiongwo walked away. GU was originally planning to make some preparations, but then he casually glanced and saw Mu Qingya eating opposite him in the hall. GU's eyes suddenly lit up. This woman is his type. Oh shit. So beautiful. That's the feeling. Then he straightened his clothes and walked over. Hey guys, I'm the owner of Houtai Hotel. Are you satisfied with the food? GU asked with a smile. Chapter 25, 200,000 yuan a scoop. £1. They all looked up at GU who was smiling. When he got closer, GU could see more clearly. He couldn't help but be shocked. This woman is so beautiful, and her temperament is really amazing. She is on par with the girl named Jianging Xue. They both have their own merits, and he loves them both. But it's always good to cast a wide net, or if you get both, then just take off. He's going to do it. Why haven't I seen such a beautiful woman in Tianhua City before? I saw 2 of them today. As for the other 4 men, GU naturally didn't look at them carefully, but a casual glance was enough to tell what kind of people they were. He was wearing clothes worth several $100s and looked very poor. Only the woman's clothes were more expensive. I didn't understand what their relationship was. He actually ate at his Houtai Hotel. That's right. He opened the Houtai Hotel. His GU group basically deals in real estate and hotels. He poured a huge amount of money into this hotel. He was also lucky as he bought this now very expensive piece of land at a low price. Fine. Mu Qingya replied calmly. GU smiled. As long as the food is good, do you mind if I add a chair? GU asked with a smile. Although he was asking, he had already pulled a chair over. There was no way. For men who looked very poor made GU full of confidence in front of Mu Qingya, and he could completely ignore the 4 of them. Mu Qingya was about to refuse, but GU said, it's like this. I know it's a bit abrupt, so I'll give you a free meal as a token of my sincerity. I just admire you and want to chat with you and get to know you. Is that okay? After hearing what GU said, Mu Qingya thought about it carefully. This is a good opportunity to piss off Ye Bei. I don't know whether he still likes me or not. Anyway, Ye Bei and Feifei made me angry before, and they showed their affection in front of me and mocked her for being coquettish. And they are not boyfriend and girlfriend now. Mu Qingya just wanted to see how Ye Bei would react if she agreed. Of course. Mu Qingya nodded with a smile. GU was immediately overjoyed. It seems that my identity as the owner of Houtai Hotel has indeed caught her attention. As for these 4 men, it is obvious that none of them can be her boyfriend and they are not worthy of her. After hearing Mu Qingya's words, Ye Bei quickened the pace of his meal. Damn. Chatting up Ye Bei's ex-girlfriend in front of him? You really have to pretend to be like this, right? Then Ye Bei will see if you can afford to pretend like this. My name is GU, who is Miss? GU sat next to Mu Qingya and asked with a smile. Mu Qingya. As elegant as a lotus, he lives up to his name. GU exclaimed in admiration. You're welcome, Mr. GU. Although they were chatting, Mu Qingya was actually paying attention to Ye Bei's reaction. When she found that Ye Bei didn't react, she became more and more unhappy. Qingya, are you bringing your company employees out for dinner? GU directly changed the way he addressed Mu Qingya to Qingya. Mu Qingya also sounded extremely uncomfortable. Before Mu Qingya answered, Ye Bei asked, so, Mr. GU, right? GU looked at Ye Bei, smiled and nodded. But my heart was full of contempt. If this woman wasn't here, who do you think you are to be able to talk to GU? You said you would treat me to this meal. Ye Bei asked. GU said, yes, it's my treat. You are welcome, please feel free to order anything else you want to eat. That's fine. I feel relieved with what Mr. GU said. Liu Yi, before you came here, you heard that there was some white sturgeon caviar, right? Ye Bei looked at Liu Yi. Liu Yi was stunned for a moment. Waiter! Ye Bei shouted. The beautiful waitress came over. A pound of white sturgeon caviar. Ye Bei deliberately didn't look at the menu before ordering, acting as if he didn't know the prices at all, and also acting as if he hadn't even looked at the menu before ordering. The corner of Guyu's mouth twitched. You're paralyzed. One spoonful costs 200,000 yuan, 1 pound costs nearly 10 million, right? Grass. Bumpkin. This. The waiter was obviously stunned. Guyu smiled and said, it's like this. The caviar is sold out now. You know that this kind of thing is in short supply. Oh, I see. Your hotel isn't that great. It's just fish roe, isn't it? I eat this all the time. It's in short supply, isn't it? And I just saw the table next to me order some. Ye Bei stroked his chin and said deliberately. Guyu forced a smile, that might just be the last spoonful. We always put this kind of thing there by spoonful. Of course there is more, but one spoonful of this stuff costs 200,000, and he is reluctant to give even one spoonful. He has already spent 200,000 on this meal. Naturally, he is unwilling to pay another 200,000 just to win the heart of the beauty. Guyu knew that these three men were all country bumpkins, and they actually thought that the caviar he sold was the same as the ordinary fish with eggs. Obviously they didn't look at the menu. Bumpkin. You guys are so stingy, selling this stuff by the spoon. Ye Bei pretended not to understand. Guyu cursed Ye Bei in his heart. Do you have any more of this wine? Then Ye Bei pointed at the Romanée Conti on the table and asked. Guyu took a look, his eyes filled with anger, but he couldn't show it on his face. This kind of wine has so many years, and it must be in stock in their hotel. There is no way he can say he doesn't have it. These four bumpkins don't understand, but that woman definitely does. Well, losing another 200,000 for a bottle of wine in exchange for the favor of this beauty is not a loss. This one has it. Guyu nodded. Okay, didn't we just agree not to leave until we're drunk? 3 bottles each, go ahead. Ye Bei waved to the beautiful waitress. Ahem. Guyu couldn't help but cough. Brother Yi, this is not good, right? Although the boss is treating us, this bottle of wine must be more expensive than beer, right? Even if it's 10 yuan a bottle, 3 bottles for each of us would cost a total of 120 yuan. Liu Yi started acting. Cool. What I hate most is these rich second generations who look down on others. I will never let them go if I can cheat them. Ye Bei cooperated and said, it's just over 100 yuan. It's definitely nothing to Boss Guyu. Our meal must cost several hundred yuan at least. Boss Guyu has already treated me to several hundred yuan. He definitely doesn't care. Besides, I drink this kind of wine often. It's 5 yuan a bottle. It's not expensive. Beside her, Qingya couldn't help but burst out laughing, but she quickly covered it up with a dry cough. This Ye Bei is so cheap. It's exactly the same as before. However, from Ye Bei's actions, Qingya could tell that he definitely still cared about her. Although Qingya herself hadn't thought about the significance of this, after all, Ye Bei and her sister were a couple, but she was happy in her heart. This, buddy. Guyu wanted to strangle Ye Bei to death. What? Ye Bei looked at Guyu harmlessly, and then said, Boss Guyu, you won't say that there isn't that much wine, right? Guyu glanced at Qingya beside him and gritted his teeth secretly. Guyu originally wanted to give Qingya the impression that he was rich and generous. If he refused, wouldn't his character collapse completely? After all, he can get free meals worth 2 or 300,000, so 2 or 3 million should be a small number for him. Of course, but how many of you can drink so much? Guyu asked with difficulty, forcing a smile. Ye Bei said, what's that? We drink beer by the case, 3 bottles per person is not much. This thing costs 200,000 a bottle. Guyu said through gritted teeth. What? 200,000 for a bottle? You must be kidding, right? Boss Guyu wouldn't be reluctant to part with it and say that on purpose, right? Well, then I won't drink it. If you're reluctant, forget it. Ye Bei said. Qingya held back her laughter. Good or bad? Guyu gritted his teeth. Damn. Bumpkin. Grass. Should he act like he is reluctant in front of the beautiful woman? Okay. Go get some wine for the 4 brothers. Gu then said to the beautiful waitress. Think about it, it's okay to drink more. It's just a chance to get this beauty drunk. If I get her drunk tonight, can't I take her directly to bed? Although he lost 2 or 3 million, Gu felt that it was definitely worth it to be able to get such a beauty. This beauty is so beautiful. He does. And it's just a few million, which is equivalent to one day's less earnings. The beautiful waitress obviously wanted to tell Gu that they had seen the menu and that they were pretending to trick him, but she couldn't say it to his face, so she just walked away. Forget it, what if the boss guessed it but doesn't he care about the money? She'd better not make trouble. Chapter 26 Intensifying Efforts. Gu then continued to talk to Qingya. But he was interrupted by Ye Bei. Ye Bei picked up their half bottle of red wine on the table. Boss Gu, thank you for treating me. You are so generous. I will drink it right away. Cheers. After saying that, Ye Bei gulped down a half bottle of red wine. When Gu saw this scene, the corner of his mouth twitched. Damn. He never does this even when drinking red wine. Besides, is tea this a waste of resources? Grass. Bumpkin. Country bumpkin. Good alcohol tolerance. Gu said something perfunctorily, then looked at Qingya again. Qingya, when the wine comes later I want to have a drink with you, okay? Qingya had already taken out her phone. She glanced at Gu and said, okay, but don't drink too much. Of course. Gu smiled. He tried to see what Qingya was doing on her phone, but he couldn't see anything. Qingya sent a message to Ye Bei. It's not good to cheat people like this, right? After all, it's not a small amount of money. Although I don't like this kind of young man, after all, I don't have any grudges against him, so there's nothing wrong with him chatting him up. Ye Bei's phone lit up. He took a look and replied. Don't get me wrong. I didn't cheat him just because he flirted with you. I know this guy. He often rapes girls and then takes videos to threaten them. Qingya was stunned when she saw the reply. Then she received a video sent by Ye Bei, and Qingya turned off the sound and turned it on again. The scene begins with Gu and another man walking into the room while taking off their clothes, with lewd smiles on their faces, while a sleeping girl lies on the bed. Although she didn't understand where Ye Bei got the information from, Qingya was very angry and didn't care what Ye Bei said before. She didn't cheat because Gu flirted with her. Please step up your efforts. Qingya replied. As for where Ye Bei got the video from, he certainly has his own way. But Ye Bei certainly didn't really want to trick Gu because of this. It was just because Qingya was approached by him. Be petty if you want. The video was just to make Qingya feel less guilty. He knew that this woman was a very kind person. The red wine is coming. Brothers, let's do it. Ye Bei drank the red wine directly from the bottle to them. The other 3 people are also very happy. Just knowing the price of this thing, I drank it in big gulps and felt very satisfied. Gu felt distressed just by looking at it. He then wanted to take a bottle to drink alone with Qingya, but Ye Bei snatched it away. Does your boss drink wine that costs $5 a bottle like us? After Ye Bei finished speaking, he started drinking. Grass. Gu cursed inwardly. Give me another bottle. Gu said to the waiter. Mr. Gu, this wine is not cheap. It doesn't matter if they don't understand. You really don't need to spend so much money. Qingya said to Gu at this time. Of course, Qingya couldn't be feeling sorry for him, but after knowing what kind of person Gu was, she also began to join Ye Bei's acting career. Gu was so happy to hear Qingya's words. Gu felt that she was not at a disadvantage when she said this. It proved that she was distressed. If he didn't tell her, Gu would still feel that he was being cheated. After all, he knew that this woman would definitely understand. It's okay. Your friends are my friends, Gu. It doesn't matter if they don't understand. Besides, this wine is really not worth much. Gu said with a smile. He wanted to develop this woman into a girlfriend. It would be worth millions. Even if she can't develop into my girlfriend, for example, I can get her drunk tonight and then take a video, it's still not a loss. It's really the best. He had never seen such a perfect woman. What were those women before compared to her? And the one in the box was also very beautiful. He'll take them all. Then Gu looked at the people who were drinking from the bottle and playing rock paper scissors, then looked at Qingya and smiled. Besides, these brothers are so simple and honest, I like them too. Now I kind of regret why I told them the real price of the wine just now. It was totally unnecessary. They even thought that I was reluctant to give them wine for more than 100 yuan, har har har. Qingya also covered her mouth and smiled. Mr. Gu is really rich. For you, Qingya, it's worth spending any amount of money. But having a lot of money is useless. You still need a good woman to accompany you. Gu sighed. Qingya then said softly, to be honest, my family is also very ordinary. I just opened a small company and my annual income is only 1 million. This time, I completed a big order, so I brought a few employees here to have a good meal. It was also promised to them before. Gu nodded, thinking the same thing as he did. But I've heard that there's precious white sturgeon caviar here. I wanted to order some just now, but I couldn't bear to do so. Now I think it might just be luck. It just happened to be out of stock. But Mr. Gu, if you get more next time, please let me know. I'll definitely come over to buy a spoonful to try. After hearing what Qingya said, Gu said directly, no need for next time. Of course there is caviar, but there is still a little left that I am going to use for him. I won't sell it, so I just said there is no more. Since Qingya, you want to eat it, I will have someone bring it to you. No, really. Qingya, you are too polite to me. Gu then said to the waiter next to him, go and get the caviar. Mr. Gu. Qingya cried out. Qingya, I'm willing to do anything for you. I just hope you can accompany me for a drink later, okay? I was in a bad mood because of some things, but now I feel much better seeing you. He was ready to drink. Okay. Qingya nodded, and then continued, it's just, my for friends, they should want to eat too. I can't eat alone and let them watch, so I'd better not. I'll accompany you for drinks. Gu gritted his teeth secretly. Never mind. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. We have already spent so much, and now the offensive is intensifying and the results are excellent. We cannot give up halfway. That's all right. Everyone gets a share. Go get 7 spoonfuls of caviar. The beautiful waitress then walked away. Too much. Qingya looked flattered. Although Ye Bei was playing rock paper scissors and drinking loudly there, he could hear the conversation here clearly. He was also holding back his laughter. This woman was never like this before. It seems even cuter now. It's okay. They each get 1 spoonful, Qingya, you get 3 spoonfuls. I'll let you eat enough today. I always feel that if they each have 1 spoonful, Qingya's 2 spoonfuls would seem insincere, so I'd better give her 3 spoonfuls. Thank you so much, Mr. Gu. I'm so lucky to have met you. Qingya said, gratefully. Har har har, you're so polite. I'm so lucky to meet you, Qingya today. Gu was extremely happy. Maybe I can get closer to her today without even having to charm her. Chapter 27 Mr. Gu is not a fool. Soon, the precious caviar was served on the table. Brothers, this is white sturgeon caviar. There is not much of it. It is a small token of my appreciation. Please don't despise it. Gu showed extreme magnanimity towards Ye Bei and the other 3 people in front of Qingya. In fact, I cursed those 4 men to death in my heart. Damn. A few bumpkins from the countryside now want to eat his caviar worth 200,000 yuan each. They have to work hard for several lifetimes to deserve this. How many years will it take for them to earn 200,000 yuan? If it weren't for trying to please Qingya, they would never be able to eat such precious food in their entire lives. Thank you so much, Boss Gu. Ye Bei said with a smile, then swallowed a spoonful of caviar in 1 gulp. When Gu saw Ye Bei eating like this, even though he was rich, his heart bled. He then turned his attention to Qingya and taught her the correct way to eat. The other side. A man in a suit stopped the beautiful waitress who had served Ye Qianni and his table. What's going on with the boss? Then the beautiful waitress gave a brief explanation. The man looked at Qingya and his eyes suddenly lit up. Oh shit. Beauty. Manager, this is what happened. They clearly saw the menu and knew the price of the wine, but they pretended not to know in front of the boss. They have already cost the boss more than a dozen bottles of Romane Conti and 7 spoons of caviar. Do you want to remind the boss? The beautiful waitress said. Lobby manager Li Qiangwei thought for a moment and said, do you think the boss can't see it? The boss runs such a big company, what kind of people has he not seen? I know without thinking that he must have known it. Do you think he is a fool? The boss just doesn't care about this. The main thing is that the beauty is worth the boss doing this. Okay, don't meddle in other people's business. I will be in charge of that side from now on, you can do other things. Yes. Li Qiangwei straightened his tie and looked at Mu Qingya, who was talking to Gu. So beautiful. He had raped so many girls with the boss in the past, and he had benefited a lot from it. Many times they had sex together, or he would have sex after the boss had finished. If the boss could share a little of this woman with him, Li Qiangwei would be so happy. But it's probably difficult. The boss has spent millions on this woman, and he probably won't be willing to let me touch her. Forget it. It will be worth it if I can have some fun with her when the boss gets tired of her. Li Qiangwei then smiled and walked over. Brother Yi, this damn caviar that costs $200,000 a spoonful is nothing special, and it's not that delicious. I thought it was so good. Liu Yi said to Ye Bei in a low voice. Things are valuable because they are rare. It doesn't matter if they taste good. If you want something delicious, even shit can taste good. What else do you want to eat? Take this opportunity to eat everything you want. I still want to eat that 4,500 Wagyu beef. 4,005 is too cheap, let's pick the more expensive one. Ye Bei said. Liu Yi thought for a moment and said. 2 more bottles of wine then. Ye Bei then looked at Gu. Qingya, how do you feel about this wine? Gu asked with a smile. Before Mu Qingya could answer, Ye Bei came over and said, Boss Gu, we have finished the red wine. Can you give us 2 more bottles each? Gu. Alpaca. Then he looked and found that he had really finished drinking it. Master Gu, no need. They have drunk enough. Besides, even a family business as big as Master Gu's can't afford such drinking. Mu Qingya said to Gu. Gu was unhappy when he heard Mu Qingya say this. He then smiled and said, Qingya, you have already said that I have such a huge family business, so what does a few bottles of wine mean? Give each of the 4 brothers 2 more bottles. Li Qiangwei just happened to walk over at this time. Gu looked at Li Qiangwei, why are you standing there? Hurry up and get them some wine. The 4 brothers are in a good mood, so they can drink as much as they want. Hurry up, don't you want to work anymore? Yes, I'll get it right away. Li Qiangwei nodded and bowed, then quickly walked away. Gu's idea was very simple. These bottles could not be avoided, but this was almost the limit. They drank so much and ate so much. He just noticed that several people could not drink any more. So, he said they could drink as much as they wanted, because Gu knew that it must be enough. Then he could give Mu Qingya the feeling that he was extremely generous and extremely wealthy. Ye Bei smiled and said, Boss Gu is very generous, but you don't have to pay for these bottles. After saying that, Ye Bei took out 100 yuan and handed it to Gu. Boss Gu, please accept it. Just think of it as a token of your brother's appreciation. It's not good to always ask Boss Gu to treat you. The corner of Gu's mouth twitched. He glanced at Mu Qingya and then took the money. I appreciate your kindness, brother. I would feel bad if I didn't take the money. Okay, I'll take it. Boss Gu, you're welcome. 2 more bottles of wine were drunk. Liu Yi and the others really couldn't take it anymore. Mu Qingya also drank a lot. Thank you very much for treating us today, Master Gu. Thank you very much. But we have almost finished eating and drinking, and it is getting late. We should leave too. Mu Qingya stood up, still quite sober. Gu didn't want to miss this opportunity. Qingya, it's really late. You've drunk quite a bit of wine, and you probably drove here, right? Well, my hotel still has a lot of rooms. I'll have someone prepare a presidential suite for you. Go back and take a shower and have a good sleep. It won't be too late to go back tomorrow. Then he looked at Ye Bei and the others and said, Brothers, you guys can stay here tonight. Ye Bei stood up and said, It's okay, Boss Gu. We are not far away. We are still sober and can take you back to the factory to rest. I am sorry for causing you so much trouble. I don't care about these. Do you think of yourselves as outsiders? Gu said. Ye Bei said, it really can't be done. We have to rush the work tonight and hand it in tomorrow. Boss Gu, please understand. Gu looked at Qingya. Qingya also nodded. Well, I'll come again tomorrow and I'll treat Mr. Gu tomorrow. After hearing what Qingya said, Gu no longer insisted. Although it's a pity, he feels that if he confesses his feelings tomorrow, he should be able to succeed. It won't be a loss. For such a top-notch woman, just a few million is nothing. The white-collar worker he previously supported cost him 1 million a year, so Qingya is definitely not losing out. Okay. Then you guys go slowly, or I'll give you a ride. Gu looked at Qingya. No need, Mr. Gu, no need to bother. Several of them stood up. Okay, slow down. I'm going to the bathroom first. Qingya said. Well, I'll go too. Then they went to the bathroom together. Fuck. Brother Yi, we made millions from this meal. Oh my god, I never dared to think about it before. Liu Yi was shocked. Wang Wenjie said, he is really stupid and rich. It's also his fault that he fell into the eyes of lust. But brother Yi, aren't you worried that your ex-girlfriend is really with him? Ye Bei smiled. Don't worry, let's go and pack some things. Har. On the other side, after the two of them finished using the toilet, Qingya also walked out. Gu stood there, smiling and waving goodbye. After the person disappeared, the smile on his face disappeared. Bar. What a damn bad luck. He felt that he had spent so much on Qingya, but he was upset when he thought that the main money was wasted on 4 country bumpkins. The caviar added up to 1 million, and there were 20 bottles of wine, for million. This meal cost more than 200,000, which means that he lost 5 million on this meal. 5 million is not a small amount of money. Although he had spent 2 million in one night at a KTV before, he was unhappy about wasting it mainly on a few country bumpkins. Mr. Gu, this is the bill for their table. Lobby manager Li Qiangwei handed the bill to Gu. Gu gave it a puzzled look. Why are there 12 extra bottles? They took a box with them when they left. What? Gu couldn't help but shout out. Just give it back if they take it away. Gu was angry. Li Qiangwei said in a low voice, Mr. Gu, I also know that I will definitely not give it to them. The main reason is that the person took out the gold card given by you, the boss. Otherwise, I would not give it to them. Gold card. Gu was stunned. When did he give them the gold card? Li Qiangwei continued with admiration. But Master Gu, you are really open-minded. You knew that they were pretending not to have seen the menu and pretending not to know about Romane Conti and Beluga Capia, but you still didn't say anything. You spent a lot of money on a beautiful woman. This is a huge sum. I admire you. Shirley is worried that they are cheating you. You are so young that I scolded you. Master Gu, what have you not seen? Can't you tell that you are acting? You are not an idiot. Li Qiangwei said. Gu. What? What did you say? Are they pretending they didn't look at the menu? Li Qiangwei was stunned for a moment. Yes, they all looked at the menu when they ordered the dishes. Mr. Gu, please. Grass. Gu cursed angrily, then searched his pockets and found that his wallet was gone, along with the gold card inside. Then he quickly took out his cell phone and sent a message to Qingya, but found that he had been blocked. Nimmer. You dare to play tricks on me. Fine. I will never let you go. Damn. Gu gritted his teeth, his eyes seemed to be spitting fire, and kicked over a vase next to him. Then he took a look at the 100 yuan of Ye Bei in his hand, and felt deeply that he was being made a fool of. $100 for something worth millions. Alpaca. Afterwards, he took a deep breath and looked at Li Qiangwei. You can slowly pay me back the money for those 12 bottles. Damn it. After saying that, he walked away angrily. Li Qiangwei. Chapter 28 Women are such weird creatures. Har har har. On the way, they walked and laughed. Ye Bei and Qingya both had faint smiles on their faces. Fuck. This is so fucking cool. I never thought there would be such a day, har ha har har. This feeling is so exciting, isn't it? Brother Ye, you are so awesome. I want to follow you for the rest of my life. Don't just talk about Brother Ye. Brother Ye is awesome, but sister-in-law is not bad either. She acted so well with us later on. Liu Yi smiled and turned his head to look at the two people behind him. Mu Qingya and Ye Bei behind were both stunned. Mu Qingya's beautiful face was unconsciously covered with a layer of blush. Don't yell, she's not your sister-in-law. Ye Bei said quickly. After hearing Ye Bei's words, Mu Qingya felt inexplicably uncomfortable. That's right, don't take advantage of me, who is your sister-in-law. Mu Qingya then also said. Hey, you two are such a perfect match. More? Ye Bei glared at them. I won't say any more, har ha har har. But Brother Yi, aren't you afraid that they will call the police? After all, sister-in-law, or no, Sister Ye has deleted them. Liu Yi said. There was nothing wrong with him calling Mu Qingya sister. The three of them were generally in their early 20s. Mu Qingya was younger, less than 24, and Ye Bei was already 25. Then he has to dare. Mu Qingya said. By the way, how did you get that video? She asked Ye Bei puzzledly. What video? The three of them looked confused. It's okay. Ye Bei shook his head, then said to Mu Qingya, I got it accidentally. It's getting late, I have to go back. I have to send Feifei to school early tomorrow morning. At this time, Mu Qingya received a message from Jiang Yingxue. It's over. I forgot about it. Mu Qingya suddenly slapped her forehead when she saw the message. Fortunately, Yingxue just sent the message. What's wrong? Ye Bei asked. A friend of mine is discussing business at the Hubby Hotel, and I have to go over to help. Ye Bei frowned. Even though they are no longer boyfriend and girlfriend, Ye Bei can't help but worry about Mu Qingya. Don't go. If Mu Qingya went there, she would definitely be targeted, so Ye Bei naturally couldn't feel at ease. No, I have to go. It's all your fault. Mu Qingya glared at Ye Bei. Ye Bei. Depend on. Women are outrageous creatures. Don't go, it's too dangerous. I'll go. Ye Bei said. You go? What's the point of you going? Mu Qingya looked at Ye Bei in confusion. What can we do? That person is the owner of the Hubby Hotel. If you go there, you will definitely be targeted. You might not be able to get out. Aren't you afraid? Mu Qingya muttered softly, no one cares about me anyway. What did you say? Ye Bei asked. Fine. Mu Qingya shook her head. Ye Bei didn't care, and continued, I'll go, I know a little bit about business, and the key is that I can drink. Isn't business just about drinking? We can talk after we get drunk. Leave it to me. Send me the box number later, and you can find a cafe to sit down. Ye Bei said and left. Well, sister-in-law, it's getting late. We won't accompany you. It's a pity to bother you. Liu Yi said to Mu Qingya with a smile. Maybe these two people will reconcile tonight and do something unspeakable. Don't call me sister-in-law. Mu Qingya said. Oh, sister-in-law, Brother Yi is not here. You see, you must like Brother Yi. We can all see that. If not, who would be willing to treat their ex-boyfriend to a meal? Then Brother Yi must like you too, otherwise why would he wade into this mess? Right? Brothers, let's go. After Liu Yi finished speaking, the three people walked away. Mu Qingya thought about it carefully. Could it be that Ye Bei really still likes her? How can that be possible? When Mu Qingya thought of this possibility, she immediately shook her head. Feifei is his girlfriend, how could she? Box number 7 of Hubby Hotel. This private room is not that simple. It has not only a dining table, but also a huge screen and charming lights. It is just like a KTV room. There were some dishes on the table, but I didn't eat much. There was more wine, and I drank quite a bit. There were 4 people sitting on the sofa, 3 men and 1 woman. The leader of the men was Wang Zhongwo, and there were 2 other men who looked like his subordinates. The woman was naturally Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingshue's face was flushed at this moment, obviously she had drunk a lot of wine. Mr. Wang, do you think we can sign this contract? Jiang Yingxue looked at Wang Zhongwo and said. This Wang Jungwo is really difficult to deal with. He keeps beating around the bush with her. She has already made 2 points of profit, but he is still here smiling at her. If Jiang Shue didn't want to make this living, she would have refused to accompany him long ago. Har har har, Manager Jiang, don't be in a hurry. Don't be in a hurry to sign. Have a drink. You haven't even finished your drink yet, so why are you talking about signing? Wait a minute, I'm going to the bathroom. You two should keep Manager Jiang company. If you don't drink enough, I'll hold you responsible later. After Wang Jungwo finished speaking to the two of them, he stood up and walked out of the box. Jiang Shue was really helpless. She had seen a lot of things like this. Fortunately, she was in the business world, so her alcohol tolerance was not a problem. Outside, Wang Jungwo found Jiu. Mr. Jiu, why do you look so unhappy? Wang Jungwo said with a smile on his face. It's okay, how are things going over there? Damn, that woman can really drink, but she's already half drunk. If she drinks a little more, it won't be a problem. Young Master Jiu can leave now. Wang Jungwo said. Jiu nodded. Although he was unhappy about being cheated, fortunately there was a beauty of the same level here, and this beauty had obviously taken the bait and was half drunk. When the time came, he would show up, reveal his identity, help sign the contract successfully, and naturally win her favor. Of course, if Wang Jungwo got her drunk again before this, she would definitely not be stupid. It would probably be difficult for her to do it again, and she might even give up this opportunity. But the appearance of Jiu made her feel that she had another chance. She would not let it go and would definitely drink some more. Once he was drunk, he could get down to business. As for helping her sign a contract and win her favor, it seems like a waste of time, but after all, she is a woman working in the workplace and is quite fierce. By then, she might call the police even if a video is taken, so it's not certain if you have some good feelings towards her. Moreover, Jiu would not need to threaten her with the video at that time. He only needed to say that he was also drunk and had sex with her unconsciously. Plus, since he had a good impression of her, she would probably forgive him. You go first. Jiu said. Okay. Then Wang Jungwo went back. Har har har, Manager Jiang, let's continue. We're having fun drinking today. Wang Jungwo laughed as he entered. As expected of someone who works in the workplace, the degree of his expression change is amazing. I don't want to drink anymore. I really can't drink anymore. Jiang Shue shook her head and said. Then she stood up. Mr. Wang, if you really haven't made up your mind, we can talk about it next time. Jiang Shue said. She knew she had drunk enough, and the other party didn't seem particularly willing to drink, so even if he did, she wouldn't drink anymore. Manager Jiang, what you said is a bit disappointing. It's not that I haven't thought about it, but I just have to drink to my heart's content, right? Wang Jungwo said with a smile. No. Jiang Shue shook her head. She has seen too many cases where some people agreed to sign the contract after drinking, but immediately changed their attitude after drinking. It was too normal. Boom boom boom. At this time there was a knock on the door. Chapter 29. Is it you? Jiu came in with a beautiful waitress carrying drinks and food. Everyone, I'm the owner of this hotel. You've spent 100,000 yuan here. These are some snacks the hotel gave you. Jiu said with a smile. 100,000 yuan is not a small amount, and it is not a small sum for Jiang Shue. Although she can get a commission of more than 300,000 yuan for this order, she feels that it is a loss to spend 100,000 yuan on a meal. But for her, firstly she has confidence, and secondly she will get a share of her total performance at the end of the year, which is a large sum, so she is willing to do it. Moreover, she seldom discusses business in such a luxurious hotel and only comes occasionally. It turns out to be Mr. Jiu, so polite. Wang Jungwo immediately stood up and apologized with a smile. Boss Wang? Nice to meet you. I see you're having dinner here. Har har har, we're old acquaintances. Who is this? Jiu looked at Jiang Shue. Let me introduce you to Manager Jiang Shue, the sales manager of Yarn Group. She's very capable. We're here to discuss business. Wang Jungwo immediately smiled. It looks like your discussion wasn't very successful. Jiu looked at Jiang Shue and smiled. Manager Jiang has to go back for something, so this deal, is indeed not settled yet. How about this? Mr. Wang, please give me some face and sign this contract, how about that? Gu took out a cigarette and handed it to Wang Jingwo. This. Mr. Gu, to be honest, I will definitely give you face, but the benefits of cooperating with this yarn group are indeed not as good as those of other companies. After all, the yarn group is a big company and looks down on small companies like mine. For them, it doesn't matter whether we cooperate or not, and the profit we give is not much. I really have to think about it, and... Before Wang Jingwo finished speaking, Gu interrupted him with a smile, then walked over and put his arm around Wang Jingwo's shoulders. All right, Mr. Wang, the yarn group is a very big company. Although this business may not make more money, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, right? How many people would want to work with the yarn group even if they don't make money, just to get in touch with it? Come on, have a drink, and then we'll sign. Then Gu looked at Jiang Shue. Manager Jiang, what are you waiting for? Come sit down and have a couple of drinks with Director Wang so that we can sign the contract quickly. Seeing this, Jiang Shue didn't have much to think about and subconsciously picked up the wine glass. It would be best if we could sign the contract after 2 drinks. Someone needs help. How many times can such a thing happen in your lifetime in the workplace? I don't know why he helped. But come to think of it, it's probably because of her beauty. How could Jiang Shue not understand? Mr. Wang, let's finish this glass and sign the contract. I'll treat you to a good drink next time. Jiang Shue said with a smile, and then she drank the wine in one gulp. While drinking, Gu and Wang Jingwo looked at each other. I don't plan to drug her as this will leave evidence. It's better not to drug this kind of woman. Har, okay. Then I'll do it too. Wang Jingwo smiled and drank the wine in one gulp. Since you guys have done it, I, the middleman, will naturally have to do it too. Gu finished drinking, and then Wang Jingwo laughed and said, Har, Master Gu has a good alcohol tolerance. Come on, more. Then he filled up Gu and Jiang Shue's glasses. Jiang Shue looked at the glass of wine, thought for a while, and then drank it. After drinking several more cups, Jiang Shue felt a little dizzy. Director Wang, this contract. Wang Jingwo said, Manager Jiang, why are you spoiling the fun? Since Master Gu has spoken, I will definitely sign the contract. We are drinking well, don't spoil the fun. Let's continue. I really can't drink anymore. Jiang Shue shook her head. Manager Jiang. Wang Jingwo frowned. Director Wang, we can almost sign the contract. Gu said. He saw that Jiang Shue's condition was almost the same. If he delayed signing the contract any further, she would probably faint. The main thing is that the wine he brought in has a strong aftertaste. Seeing this, Wang Jingwo also nodded. Okay, sign the contract. Sign it now. After Wang Jingwo finished speaking, he signed the contract and put his fingerprints on it. Jiang Shue breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Mission accomplished. Fortunately, Qingya didn't come so early, otherwise she would have been forced to drink too. But she had agreed to drink with her, but she probably couldn't drink today. Drinking here was definitely not what Qingya wanted. Then, Mr. Wang, congratulations on our pleasant cooperation. Jiang Shue stood up and extended her hand to Wang Jingwo. It's a pleasure to work with you. Jiang Shue's body was a little swaying, and she shook her head to sober up. Then I won't accompany you. I've drunk too much. Next time, I'll treat you two to another drink. Mr. Gu, thank you very much. Jiang Shue said softly. After saying this, she prepared to take the contract away. Manager Jiang, isn't this a bit unkind of you? You're leaving right after signing the contract. Isn't that a bit too inhumane? Wang Jingwo said in a bad tone. This is the truth. But Jiang Shue is really feeling a little dizzy now. And Manager Jiang, we have to have a drink to celebrate our happy cooperation. Why don't you even offer a drink to Mr. Gu? To be honest, without Mr. Gu, I would not sign this contract. Since you are so disrespectful, then I have no choice but to give you no face either. Snap. He took out a lighter and placed the 2 contracts that had not yet been taken back next to the fire. Jiang Shue's brows suddenly frowned. Director Wang, are you going too far? Gu pretended to be serious and said, Boss Wang, I don't care about these things. Don't do anything that would hurt the relationship. Manager Jiang, you've had a lot to drink. Stop drinking and sit down and have a chat. Wang Jingwo put the contract back on the table. Jiang Yingxue shook her head and said, it's a bit uncomfortable, so I won't sit down. Mr. Jiu, I'll come over tomorrow to thank you properly. I'll take the contract first. After saying that, she picked up the contract, put it in her briefcase and prepared to leave. Jiu quickly gave Wang Jingwo a look. The alcohol hasn't fully taken effect yet, so we can't let her go. Wang Jingwo immediately held the door to block Jiang Yingxue. Director Wang, what do you mean? Jiang Yingxue asked with a frown on her face. Manager Jiang, please don't be so disrespectful. I signed this contract for Mr. Gu's sake. Mr. Gu doesn't care but I do. Today, either you toast Mr. Gu with a glass of wine, or I take your contract and burn it. Then he looked at Gu and said, Mr. Gu, don't say anything. I, Wang, am such a person. You helped her, and she just said thank you and left. I don't agree. Even if you don't like it, I have to let Jiang Yingxue learn what politeness is today. Seeing this, Jiang Yingxue couldn't refuse and had to go back. That's right, Manager Jiang, don't blame me. I am just like that. I value friendship and loyalty. Don't take it personally, Mr. Gu. You know me well. Wang Jingwo regained his smiling face. Come on. Manager Jiang. Wang Jingwo poured a large glass for Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue looked at the wine in the glass. She took a deep breath. The other two people also looked at Jiang Yingxue. Just then, Ye Bei pushed open the door and walked in. Sorry, I'm late. At this moment, three people looked at Ye Bei at the same time. Ye Bei. Jiang Yingxue was stunned when she saw Ye Bei. Ye Bei was also stunned when he saw Jiang Yingxue. Wipe. Isn't he this Jiang Yingxue? It turns out that Mu Qingya's friend is her? It's you? When Gu saw Ye Bei, his eyes suddenly froze. Chapter 30. Is this how you do business? Ever since Ye Bei decided to come in, he never thought that he could avoid Gu. At the same time, he was not afraid at all, and there was no need to hide from him. But what surprised Ye Bei was that Mu Qingya's friend who was discussing business was actually Jiang Yingxue. Do you think this world is small? Ye Bei didn't he know that Jiang Yingxue was one of his online dating partners, otherwise he would be even more panicked. But Ye Bei also didn't want Jiang Yingxue to tell Mu Qingya what she knew. The simplest thing is that Ye Bei met Jiang Yingxue on his first day at work. She asked him if he admitted that he was a scumbag, and Ye Bei admitted it. How dare you come back? Gu's eyes narrowed, and then he shouted, Security! Security! If he doesn't come back, Gu will have no way to deal with it for the time being. If he comes back, Gu will certainly have plenty of ways to take revenge. Master Gu, what does this mean? Jiang Yingxue asked with a frown on her face. What does it mean to call security guard when you meet him? Although she didn't like Ye Bei very much, she didn't want him to be a bad person. After all, she had seen Ye Bei's unique side. Hearing Jiang Yingxue's question, Gu hesitated. What does this mean? How did Gu answer? Just say there is a contradiction. Then what? Then Ye Bei would say that he, Gu, was chatting up Mu Qingya. No matter what method he used to pick up the girl, if he said this in front of a woman that Gu was planning to win over, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Jiang Yingxue's good impression of him will also disappear. He rapes Jiang Yingxue. The next morning when Jiang Yingxue regains consciousness, she will still call the police because she no longer has a good impression of him, Gu. No woman likes it if you approach several girls on the same night. The security guard opened the door. Mr. Gu. They shouted respectfully. It's okay, you guys step back first. Gu drove them out again. After calming down, he felt that although the man in front of him was hateful, he was here now and he had plenty of ways to play with him. He didn't consider Mu Qingya for the time being. What he was considering now was Jiang Yingxue in front of him. No one would want things to develop in the worst possible direction. If it is possible not to conceal the rapist, Gu naturally does not want to conceal the rapist. If it is concealed and the rapist is secretly photographed, if it is possible not to use the secretly photographed film to threaten, then of course there is no need to use it. After all, the risk exists. Although he wasn't very scared. But who wants to cause trouble? Yu said to Jianging Shue at this time, I have some conflicts with this brother, but after thinking about it, the conflict is not big, so there is no need to make a big fuss. Ye Bei smiled at this time. How could Ye Bei not see what Yu was thinking? Yu secretly gave Wang Jingwo a look, and he tried to continue to show his perfect side in front of Jianging Shue. Wang Jingwo understood what he meant, slammed the table, stood up, pointed at Ye Bei and said angrily, Who are you? We are here to discuss business, and you just barged in. Mr. Yu, is there anything wrong with you calling the security guard just now? Shouldn't the security guard kick him out? Jianging Shue also looked at Ye Bei in confusion. Yes, why is he here? I came here to discuss business with Manager Jiang. I arrived a little late, so is it okay for me to be here? Ye Bei said. You're here to discuss my business. Wang Jingwo snorted coldly. Okay. I'm putting this out there. I don't have a good impression of you, so I won't agree to you being here. Got it. Talk, it's okay, let's talk. Director Wang, please don't be so bad-tempered. Yu said with a smile. He wants this Ye Bei, and he will spit out all the money he spent on him today. He wanted to see how much money this little thing had on him. Play him to death. No need, haven't we already discussed this? The contract has been signed. Jianging Shue said softly. She could roughly guess without asking Ye Bei that Ye Bei and Qingya should know each other, but they didn't know each other. But she didn't quite understand why Qingya didn't come. Why did she ask Ye Bei to come? Isn't he just a security guard? Can he also talk business? Yu gave Wang Jingwo a look. Wang Jingwo then tore up the contract directly. Boss Wang, what do you mean by this? Don't you want to talk about it? Then let's talk about it again. Jianging Shue felt a surge of anger. She didn't blame Ye Bei for showing up and disrupting the good situation. She was not a fool and she knew that she had been fooled. Although the contract was signed, both copies were torn up together. There was really nothing she could do. But isn't it weird at all? Of course not. What if after drinking this glass of wine, she can leave with the signed contract? Sit. Wang Jingwo extended his hand to Ye Bei. Ye Bei sat next to Jianging Shue. It's all your fault. Jianging Shue said in a drunken voice. But how could this tone be strange? It was simply coquettishness. Indeed, Jianging Shue was drunk. Har har har, since another friend has come, let's have some more drinks. Mr. Wang, you order the wine. Wang Jingwo naturally understood what Yu meant. Okay, waiter, order some drinks. Ye Bei said calmly at this time, no need for wine, let's go back after signing the contract, it's getting late. Sign a contract? Har har har, who are you? Can you sign it just like that? Wang Jingwo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jianging Shue whispered to Ye Bei, contract. I only brought 2 copies, and they were torn up. And why did they sign it when you asked them to? Do you want to use violence? Hiccup tilde. Her tone was drunk, her eyes were a little blurry, and she even burped after she finished speaking, which was very cute. At this time, Jianging Shue was a little dazed and had lost some of her ability to judge. Normally, this is her area of expertise, and she must be the one making the decision. Ye Bei caused her contract to be torn up, so she must be angry. Especially in this situation, the contract was torn up, and Ye Bei still said, sign the contract and leave after signing. How infuriating is that? Your coming caused the contract to be torn up. You don't know anything, but you act like you know a lot and can make decisions. But she was drunk. Her impression of Ye Bei was that of a scumbag, but it was replaced by Ye Bei's mighty and powerful image, especially at this time. She was more like a weak little rabbit, subconsciously waiting for Ye Bei's protection. Being well-behaved and obedient was her subconscious reaction when she was drunk. How do you know? Ye Bei asked. Huh? Don't. Jianging Shue retained a trace of clarity and stopped him. Har har har, Master Yu, what did he say? He wants to solve it with violence. The 2 people next to him laughed to death. Ye Bei stood up, reached out and grabbed the few remaining hairs on the back of Wang Jingwo's head, then smashed it directly onto the table. Bang. With a loud bang, the rotating glass tabletop was smashed directly. Accompanied by a scream, blood kept oozing out from Wang Jungwo's forehead. Gu, who still had a smile on his face, froze. He really dares to do it. Jiangingxue regained some consciousness. Brother, what are you doing? Jiangingxue asked Ye Bei in confusion. Sign the contract. Ye Bei said lightly. Jiangingxue? No, can a contract be signed like this? Is this how you do business? Chapter 31. Why didn't you say so earlier? Gu stood there. After being stunned for a moment, he became happy instead. Now, this person's matter is getting bigger and bigger. Fuck you. I'm going to kill you. Wang Jungwo covered his forehead, grabbed a chair nearby and threw it at Ye Bei. However, Ye Bei grabbed the chair, snatched it away and smashed it on his head. Wang Jungwo collapsed to the ground and wailed. Security, security. Seeing the situation, Gu knew that he should call the security guard to come and arrest him, and then let the police take him away. He would have to spend at least some time in jail. He, Gu, could also rely on his power to prevent this man from getting out for more than 10 years. No, decades. He lost millions, and Gu had a way to charge him with fraud again, but millions of dollars was not something that could be easily recovered. Call security. Ye Bei walked up to him with a sneer and punched him in the nose. R. Gu screamed, covering his nose and backing away. Security, security, security. After being beaten, Gu started to panic. Call security. Ye Bei said, then punched him in the eye again. You asked me to call security. As he spoke, Ye Bei threw another punch. Call again. Another punch. Gu collapsed to the ground after being punched by Ye Bei, and everything in front of his eyes was white. Jiangingxue stood there with her mouth slightly open, looking dumbfounded. Ye Bei, don't do that. Things are getting out of hand. She felt a little scared. The security guard had been sent away by Gu, and there was no one at the door, so no one would hear him even if he shouted. Now, can we talk about the contract? Ye Bei sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, glanced at Wang Jungwo and Gu on the ground and said lightly. After saying that, Ye Bei lit a cigarette that Wang Jungwo had left on the table. Ye Bei, you're done. I'm telling you, you're done. Your life is over. Gu couldn't see anything clearly in front of his eyes. He pointed in the direction where Ye Bei was speaking and shouted angrily. It seems we can't talk yet. Ye Bei, holding a cigarette in his mouth, walked towards Gu carrying a chair. Gu couldn't see clearly, but he heard the sound of chair legs rubbing against the ground. He guessed something. You, touch me again, you dare. Bang. Ye Bei smashed the chair directly on his head, knocking Gu to the ground. Then Ye Bei glanced at Wang Jungwo who was covering his head beside him. Wang Jungwo quickly avoided his gaze. What about you? Can we discuss the contract? Guru. Wang Jungwo swallowed. Yes. That's fine. Ye Bei then sat down. Ye Bei, this is not how you sign a contract. Jiangingxue was dumbfounded. Ye Bei glanced at her and didn't answer her. Instead, he said, you are drunk. Do you know what would happen if I didn't come? I can hold on. Jiangingxue muttered softly. What? You can hold on under the attack of 2 people. Jiangingxue? What are you talking about? Her face, which was already red from being drunk, became even redder. I mean drunkenness. Ye Bei looked at her condition, which was hazy and groggy, and estimated that she wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Don't tell me whether you can hold on or not. Just tell me, do you think they will send you home or take good care of you if you are drunk? Cannot. Jiangingxue said. But, not necessarily, and maybe I can leave after I finish that drink. Jiangingxue whispered. Although it is absolutely impossible for her. Then she looked up at Ye Bei, but you are breaking the law by doing this, do you know that? Gu covered his head and propped himself up. Manager Jiang, you're right. You violated the law. Just wait and see. Gu gritted his teeth. Ye Bei said nothing and walked over again with the chair. Bang. With a sound, Wang Jungwo trembled all over. The blow hit Gu on the head and knocked him unconscious. Ye Bei didn't even look at him twice but went back to sit next to Jiang Shue and looked at Wang Jingwo. Sign it. Wang Jingwo sat on the ground and said with a bitter face, I don't have a contract. Ye Bei carried the chair and walked over again. Bang. Without saying a word, he hit him on the head again. R. Wang Jingwo screamed. Who the hell told you to tear it? Ye Bei said lightly. Jiang Shue looked at it in a daze. Oh my god. Very fierce. But why does he make me feel so safe? Too handsome. Too domineering? Wang Jingwo's tears were streaming down his face. Brother, I'm sorry, but now. I want to sign too, but I have no place to sign. Ye Bei picked up another chair and smashed it down. R. Can't you think of a solution yourself? Wang Jingwo felt like he was about to die, but why didn't he faint? Etc. Faint. He then fainted to the ground. Ye Bei, is he dead? Jiang Shue asked fearfully. Ye Bei walked over, squatted down, and pointed the cigarette butt at his waist and burned it. R. Wang Jingwo opened his eyes and screamed. Are you still pretending for me? I sign it. I sign it. Wang Jingwo burst into tears. What do you want to sign? Ye Bei picked up a vase on the table and smashed it on his head again. Crash. Jiang Shue swallowed. She was now glad that she was drunk and not particularly conscious. I taped the contract together. I taped it together. Please stop hitting me, brother. No, Grandpa, please stop hitting me. I beg you. Wang Jingwo cried bitterly. Ye Bei stood up. Why didn't you just say it earlier? Do you still need me to teach you? You are right, but. Wang Jingwo looked at the scattered contracts on the ground with a sad face. He was now annoyed about why he tore them into pieces. Then Wang Jingwo said with a sad face, I don't have any glue or transparent tape. Bang. Ye Bei quickly smashed another wine bottle on his head. And you want me to teach you what to do? Normally he would have fainted long ago, but since Ye Bei didn't let him, he naturally couldn't faint. I'll go get it. Wang Jingwo covered his head and said. Bang. Ye Bei slapped him again. Get out. Want to run? Wang Jingwo covered his face and couldn't help but cry. Then I'll call someone to send it. Snap. Ye Bei slapped him again. Didn't everyone else see this? Wang Jingwo, then can you get it for me? Snap. Ye Bei slapped him again. You dare to ask me to do things for you? Plop. Wang Jingwo knelt down directly to Ye Bei. Grandpa, what do you think we should do? Woo woo woo. Ye Bei raised his hand and was about to slap again. Ye Bei. At this time, Jiang Shue gently tugged at Ye Bei's clothes from behind, and said in a low voice with a drunken look on her face, it seems that besides asking us to go out and get it, he really can only go out and get it himself or ask someone else to come in and deliver it. Ye Bei paused. Well. It seems to make sense. Yes. Yes. Wang Jingwo nodded excitedly. Snap. Then Ye Bei slapped him again. Why didn't you tell me earlier to go get it? Wang Jingwo? Chapter 32. Is this girl a narcissist? Ye Bei went out for a while, went to the front desk to ask for some transparent tape and came back. Wang Jingwo was still lying there, supporting his body with his arms. Jiang Shue leaned on the sofa, as if she was about to fall asleep. Ye Bei looked at her. A beauty of this level and in this state is truly the most attractive. Her hair was messy, and although her clothes didn't reveal anything, her collar was open. Her flushed face, her beautiful red lips, and the occasional mumbling in her sleep. However, Ye Bei's movement still made her open her beautiful eyes. Ye Bei. Jiang Shue looked at Ye Bei with difficulty. Spell. Ye Bei threw the transparent tape to Wang Jingwo and then sat next to Jiang Shue. You go to sleep first. She didn't even want to say a word and just fell asleep. After a long while, Wang Jingwo finally put the two contracts together, but he was already dizzy. Not only was he hit on the head so many times, but he also lost a lot of blood. Put it together, it's done. Ye Bei took the contract, then helped Jiang Shue out. After Ye Bei walked out, Wang Jingwo quickly called 120. Look! Another beautiful girl is drunk. Outside, many guests watched Ye Bei helping the drunk Jiang Shuai out. The key point is that she is wearing a professional suit, black stockings, high heels, a white shirt, and messy hair. This feeling is simply incredible. Damn. This guy is going to have a blast tonight, right? Fuck. Why can't I get a woman drunk when I go out drinking with her? Why do I always see other people getting women drunk and enjoying themselves? Damn it. Oh, I'm so envious, oh. Everyone was talking about it. Ye Bei originally planned to hand Jiang Shuai over to Qingya, but suddenly he thought, if he handed her over to Qingya, what would happen if she woke up the next day and told Qingya about her own affairs? No. Ye Bei then took the drunk Jiang Shuai into a taxi. Brother, are you picking up the body? The driver asked with a smile. No. Ye Bei shook his head. But seeing the driver's smile, he didn't believe it. Hey, all men know this. I often pick up people who pick up corpses in bars. But the quality of your corpse is quite high. I can't see it clearly, but the body looks great. Ye Bei didn't say anything, but looked down at Jiang Shuai who was lying on her legs. Hey, where is your home? Ye Bei asked. Jiang Shuai did not answer. Snap, snap, snap. Ye Bei slapped her a few times. Where is your home? When the driver saw this scene, he couldn't help but envy. I guess you had a blast tonight, right? Jiangcheng, community. Ye Bei then said, Master, Jiangcheng district. On the way, Ye Bei sent a message to Qingya. Where are you? Qingya replied to Ye Bei immediately. I'm still there, what's going on with you and my friend? Ye Bei couldn't say that Jiang Shuai was drunk, right? Then Qingya would definitely not just leave it alone. If Qingya were to take care of her, Jiang Shuai would definitely tell others when she woke up. Ye Bei, it's a bit tricky, but it shouldn't be a big problem. You go back first. It's too late. I'll go back directly when the time comes. Qingya, why didn't she reply to me? Ye Bei, she asked me to tell you that her phone is turned off. Qingya, okay, then I'll go back first, and you shouldn't stay out too late, is that okay? Ye Bei, I'll ask her to give you a video call. Qingya, no, it's probably not convenient, I'll go back then. Ye Bei, be careful. Qingya, it's okay. Ye Bei breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Qingya didn't really want Jiang Shuai to make a call. Then Ye Bei took out his cell phone and took a look at the message. Feifei sent a lot. Baby, I'm here to entertain your sister's friend, from the same company. Feifei quickly sent a message, yeah, I just asked my sister, and she said it. Thank you for your hard work, Ye Bei. It's not hard at all. Go to bed early. I'll take you to school tomorrow morning. Feifei, okay. Call. Ye Bei breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, Ye Bei brought the drunk Jiang Shuai to the gate of Jiangcheng community. Jiangcheng community is a high-end community. The average price of a 3-bedroom apartment is about 4 to 5 million. But after all, Tianhua City is not a first-tier city, so this price is really exaggerated. Hey, which building is your home in? Ye Bei supported Jiang Shuai and asked again. Snap, snap, snap. Then Ye Bei slapped her face a few more times. Well. Jiang Shuai was woken up by Ye Bei. She trembled all over and looked around in confusion with her red and sleepy eyes. What building is your home in? Number 25, burp tilde. How many units and rooms? She was about to fall asleep again. Snap, snap, snap. This time Ye Bei increased his efforts. Jiang Shuai glanced at Ye Bei with sleepy eyes. I asked you which unit and room your home is in. Unit 11, 2402, what are you doing? Take you home. Ye Bei supported her as they walked and said helplessly. Why go home? Send you to bed. I'm asking you, what do you want to do when you get home? Ye Bei. I'm just teasing you. Jiang Shuai smiled drunkenly and patted Ye Bei. Finally he dragged her home, found the key in her bag, opened the door, turned on the light, and Ye Bei felt relieved. Wow. Ye Bei was quite amazed when he saw her home. It is a 3-bedroom apartment, but it is very large, about 150 to 160 square meters. The decoration of the house is very exquisite, and there is even a wine cabinet. The overall feeling is that it really gives people the feeling that a very successful person lives there. Especially the huge TV that is about 4 or 5 meters long is particularly eye-catching. Ye Bei sat on the sofa and carried her to the sofa. "Okay, I'm leaving now." Ye Bei said this, not caring whether she could hear him or not. As for whether this woman is attractive to Ye Bei, of course. But Ye Bei has Mufay, and even if he can do whatever he wants now, he won't do it. Even if Ye Bei was a scumbag, he would not do such a thing as taking advantage of others. He felt that it was not challenging at all. Then Ye Bei planned to pull away, but just as the hand was about to let go of her, Jiang Shua grabbed Ye Bei. Ye Bei. Ye Bei subconsciously thought she was awake, but when he took a look he found she was still sleeping. "You filthy rascal, you damn scumbag, Ye Bei." Ye Bei. "No. You just remember that he is a scumbag, right? The key is that they don't have much in common. Even if Ye Bei is a scumbag, what does it have to do with you? How can someone mutter such things even when he is drunk? No matter how bad I am, at least I didn't cheat on you, and I didn't take advantage of you." Ye Bei said unhappily. "It's a pity, I like you so much, I even want to be with you forever. It's a pity, I don't care whether you have money or not." Ye Bei. Isn't this girl a narcissist? Even if she liked him, it was unrequited love. It made it seem as if Ye Bei owed her something. "Okay, I'm leaving." You are still a scumbag to Qingya, that damn scumbag Ye Bei." Jiang Shua muttered in her sleep. Ye Bei. He shook his head helplessly, let go of her hand and stood up. Suddenly, Jiang Shua reached out and grabbed Ye Bei again. "I want, Ye Bei, kiss me." Ye Bei. Chapter 33. Did Ye Bei ask you to wear it? It is said that people are not sober when they are drunk. But there is also a saying that truth comes out when drunk. Ye Bei stood there looking at Jiang Shua. She lets people kiss her, and that's fine. She's just hungry and lonely, and there's nothing wrong with wanting to do that subconsciously. However, she subconsciously added Ye Bei, which was a bit strange. This woman doesn't really like me, does she? Ye Bei was thinking. The main thing is, she can still say his name when she is drunk and wants him to kiss her, so what else can that be but love? Ye Bei just couldn't understand why this woman liked him? This woman had a bad first impression of him, and treated him like an enemy when they met later. She had just seen him killing everyone in the yarn group, so could this be the reason that made her fall in love with him? Not really. Then it is too easy for her to fall in love with someone. She is definitely an uneasy woman. It's still Feifei fragrant. Little did she know that Jiang Shua was Ye Bei's online love interest. Jiang Shua really fell in love with this online love interest. Although she was very sad afterwards, Ye Bei's fighting ability and powerful side made her unable to resist being moved again. All this could only happen because she had not completely given up on Ye Bei and still had love for him. Ye Bei put Jiang Shua's hand down, then went to her room and took the quilt to cover her. "Forget it, I won't leave." Ye Bei thought about it and realized that if he left, Jiang Shua would still call Qingya when she woke up and would still tell her. Even if Ye Bei left a note to remind her not to tell her, it would probably be useless. This has to be said face to face. Let's just wait until she wakes up. Ye Bei then got on the big bed in Jiang Shua's master bedroom and fell into a sound sleep. Mu family. After Qingya came back, she passed by the door of Feifei's room and found that the light inside was still on. She knocked and was about to push the door open to go in. However, the moment she knocked on the door, she clearly heard Feifei's panicked movements inside. "What are you doing?" Qingya pushed open the door and saw Feifei, who had just rushed into the quilt. Feifei's pretty face blushed, and then she hid herself in the quilt and said coquettishly, "Oh, it's okay. I'm going to sleep." Qingya walked in. "Sister, what are you doing?" Feifei's face turned even redder. "What are you doing?" She sat on the edge of Feifei's bed, her beautiful eyes seemed to be able to see through Feifei. "It's like being a thief." Feifei puffed out her little mouth, and her two little hands tightly grasped the edge of the quilt, leaving only her little head sticking out. "No. I really need to go to bed." "Okay, good night." Qingya then stood up and tried to leave. "Good night, sis." Feifei saw Qingya turn around and let out a long sigh of relief. Qingya then suddenly turned back, grabbed the quilt in the direction of Feifei's feet and lifted it up with force. R. Feifei couldn't help but scream, and quickly shrank back, then snatched the quilt back and covered herself with it. His entire face was flushed. Qingya was stunned. "What are you doing?" Qingya was a little confused. This Feifei actually stole her clothes to wear. She didn't even have time to take off her white shirt, black hip skirt, black stockings, and even her high heels. This is exactly the professional attire for white-collar workers. No wonder I heard a tapping sound inside when I was about to open the door. It turned out to be high heels. In fact, she felt that it was the sound of high heels at that time. After all, Qingya was familiar with them. But Feifei wore high heels, which Qingya thought was unreasonable, so she didn't think about it completely. Feifei blushed and said coquettishly, "Oh, I just want to try on your clothes. After all, I don't have any, so I just want to see how they look." Qingya asked, "Why do you have to wear it now if you haven't worn it for so many years?" "That's not, still young." Feifei muttered softly. "Did Ye Bei ask you to wear it?" Qingya stared at Feifei and suddenly asked. This Ye Bei is so lustful. His sister is so young, and he lets her wear this kind of uniform. How hateful. That's too bad. The key point is that Feifei is not yet an adult. Although she is beautiful and tall, this kind of clothes can't look good on such a young girl like her. This kind of uniform really depends on temperament, and it really looks good only on women who are a little older. Although it looks good, it doesn't look that good on Feifei. No. How is it possible? How is it possible? Feifei's little head shook like a rattle. Then why are you wearing it? Qingya pressed. "Oh, sister. I'll tell Mom." Qingya stood up and was about to leave. Hey, sister, please don't, please. Feifei clasped her hands together in front of her chest and moved them back and forth constantly. She looked at Qingya with her big eyes and a pleading expression. "Then tell me." Feifei pouted her lips. Then you are not allowed to tell Mom." "Okay." Feifei blushed, lowered her head and whispered, "It is said that boys like girls to wear this kind of uniform. I just want to see if it looks good first. If it looks good, I can wear it for Ye Bei to see." Qingya shook her head helplessly after hearing this. It's pretty much what she thought. Either Ye Bei wanted to see it, or Feifei wanted to show it to Ye Bei. Feifei. Qingya sat next to her and gently ruffled her hair. Her cold and beautiful eyes also showed a little more tenderness. Then Qingya said earnestly, "It's fine that you like Ye Bei, but after all, you have only been together for such a short time. You have never been in a relationship and you don't understand. In short, don't give your all to him without reservation. Men are like this. The easier it is to get someone, the less they know how to cherish him. Instead, they are humble to those who ignore them. That's cheap." Feifei lowered her head and thought. "Oh, by the way, sister, Ye Bei said he was entertaining people. He's just a security guard." "Why would a security guard entertain people?" Qingya said, "I know this, he is helping my friend and entertaining her, don't worry." I see. Qingya nodded, "Go to bed early." Then she went back too. Early the next morning, Jiangxue covered her forehead, slowly opened her eyes and sat up. Her long-term habit of getting up early made her get up quite early in the morning even if she was drunk, but she just didn't feel comfortable. Jiangxue sat up and patted her head, then glanced around. "My head hurts. Why am I home?" Jiangxue was stunned for a moment. Then she tried hard to recall and basically remembered everything that happened last night. After all, she had not yet fallen into a complete coma. "It was only after I got into the taxi that my consciousness became completely blurred." She suddenly remembered that it seemed to be Ye Bei who sent her back. "Oh my god." Jiangxue reacted and immediately checked her clothes. Although it's a bit messy, it seems, nothing special. Ye Bei didn't touch her. Jiangxue was surprised for a moment. How could I not touch that scumbag? Then Jiangxue felt inexplicably lost. Isn't she beautiful enough? Why doesn't Ye Bei touch it? Women are strange creatures. At this time, the snoring sound from the master bedroom attracted Jiang Yingshue's attention. Jiang Yingxue was completely awakened immediately. She picked up the vase next to her and slowly moved towards the master bedroom. Then, she saw Ye Bei lying on his side on her bed. He was not covered with a quilt, but the quilt was pulled up. He was lying on his side with one leg on the quilt and one arm on the quilt. Fuck! Bastard Ye Bei! Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but swear. Ye Bei was awakened by Jiang Yingshue's voice. He opened his eyes and was greeted by the pillow on the sofa flying towards him. Asshole Ye Bei. It's fine if you don't leave and sleep in my house, but you made a drunk like me sleep on the sofa and you slept in my bed. This is my home, I'll beat you to death. Chapter 34 Ye Bei, you are such a bastard. Jiang Yingxue kept throwing the pillows on the sofa at Ye Bei, as if this could vent her frustration. Yes. Jiang Yingxue was really convinced. How unsympathetic this person is. This is Jiang Yingshue's home, and she, Jiang Yingxue, is drunk and in such a bad mood. You just threw her on the sofa like that. Okay, it would be fine if you just threw her on the sofa, and it would be fine if you, Ye Bei, also slept on the sofa, but you threw her on the sofa and you, Ye Bei, slept in Jiang Yingshue's bed, which is really infuriating. Ye Bei lay there, too lazy to even hide. He just turned his head and looked at Jiang Yingxue. I'm telling you, I helped you so much last night. I was so kind to send you home. You must be exhausted. What's wrong with me sleeping in your bed? Don't I deserve it? Just because I helped you, you should thank me and let me sleep in your bed. But your bed is really comfortable. One bedroom is as big as the one-bedroom apartment I rented. Jiang Yingxue. She was panting heavily, and her chest kept rising and falling. But after a while, her pretty face was flushed with red. This is still her boudoir, and this is the bed she usually sleeps on, and now there is a man sleeping on it. Call. Jiang Yingxue took a deep breath, and she kept telling herself. Jiang Yingxue, you are Jiang Yingxue, you need to stay calm, you have seen everything, so what is this? Indeed, although Jiang Yingxue is not an iceberg beauty like Qingya, she is also a rich and beautiful woman with a good image. You're right, forget it. Jiang Yingxue waved her hand and looked at Ye Bei. Why don't you get off my bed? Ye Bei sat up. You're a hooligan. Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but scream and quickly covered her eyes. I promised to stay calm, but it went wrong. This man is not wearing a shirt. Ye Bei looked down, then scratched his hair and said, it's more comfortable to sleep like this. You're not taking off your bottom too, are you? Jiang Yingxue was extremely scared. Oh, no, that's all. I just took off my pants. Ye Bei jumped off the bed and said. Pervert. I give in. How could I meet a pervert like you? You sleep in my bed without any clothes on. Oh. How can I sleep like that? Jiang Yingxue collapsed. While putting on his pants, Ye Bei said calmly, what era is this now? At most I can change the sheets for you. Call. Jiang Yingxue took a deep breath. Are you dressed? She then asked. Wait, not yet. Jiang Yingxue heard the sound of Ye Bei putting on his clothes, and then, as if possessed by a ghost, she quietly and slowly opened a gap with her hand. Ye Bei's body appeared in front of her. Oh my god. Ye Bei is not fat, but he is definitely not very thin. What she didn't expect was that his bronze upper body actually had 8 abdominal muscles. The lines were extremely clear, and you couldn't see anything when he was wearing clothes, but without a shirt, this body. Oh my god. This kind of figure is too lethal to women, right? The key is that Ye Bei is really handsome. Moreover, Jiang Yingxue was completely attracted by another point about Ye Bei. That is the scar on Ye Bei's body. There were scars all over his body, some long, some short, and even what looked like gunshot wounds, but Jiang Yingxue couldn't tell whether they were gunshot wounds or not. They were very shallow, but still clearly visible. Such a figure, full of dominance, stories and masculinity, is too lethal to women, right? You peeked at me. Ye Bei raised his head, glanced at Jiang Yingxue, and smiled. Without. Jiang Yingxue quickly closed the gap between her hands. But suddenly he felt very guilty, so he took his hand away and stared at Ye Bei. Do I need to peek at you? Is there anything wrong with me just looking at you openly? Who wants to peek at you? Really, who cares? Ye Bei shrugged his shoulders, put on his shirt and walked out. Jiang Shua quickly made room for him. Snap. Ye Bei walked to the sofa, sat down, lit a cigarette and smoked it happily. No smoking in my house. Jiang Shua frowned slightly. Just one. Okay. Jiang Shua then walked over and sat on the sofa opposite Ye Bei. She poured herself some water and drank it, occasionally stealing a glance at Ye Bei. Hello. She suddenly looked at Ye Bei and shouted. You have so many wounds on your body. What did you do before? Were you a gangster? Jiang Shua asked curiously. I used to be a security guard. Oh my god. How can a security guard have so many wounds? I saw one that was about 30 to 40 centimeters long. Was it a knife wound? You must have been a gangster before. Jiang Shua said firmly. Believe it or not, this is your contract. Ye Bei pointed to the contract on the coffee table. Oh, yes. Jiang Shua immediately slapped her forehead and looked at Ye Bei. Do you know who you beat up last night? Gu, from the Gu group, and Wang Zhengwo, the chairman of the Dingxing group. You beat them up like this. Either you turn yourself in now, or you run away. There's no way they'll let you go. Jiang Shua became worried when she thought of this. But thinking about Ye Bei's domineering behavior last night, it was so cool. You don't have to worry about that. Hey. I'm not worried about you, but you're trying to help me after all, and you and Qingya are friends. I don't want to be seen as a criminal. The key is, you've definitely committed intentional injury, plus their power. To be honest, if you're arrested, you probably won't be able to get out for more than 10 or 20 years. Jiang Shua looked at Ye Bei. Okay, I get it. Ye Bei took a deep puff of his cigarette and looked at Jiang Shua and said, speaking of Qingya, you are friends with her, right? Best friend. Har, you Ye Bei are really amazing. It turns out you also know Qingya. Does she know about your scumbag behavior? Jiang Shua said unhappily. That's what I was going to say. Ye Bei put out the firecrackers while saying, don't tell Qingya that you and I knew each other before. What's wrong? Are you scared? Are you afraid that she will know that you are a scumbag? It seems that you do have a special relationship with her. Are you in a relationship with her? Jiang Shua kept asking. No, it's better to have less trouble than more. Besides, we are not familiar with each other. Apart from this time, we have only met twice. Anyway, please don't be nosy. Just consider it as my reward for helping you. Ye Bei stood up wearing his coat. Don't worry, I won't tell Qingya about what happened before. Yesterday was the first time we met, so that's it. As for you being my network, it's okay, I won't tell you anyway. I do owe you, and you can't protect yourself now, so I will find a way to hire the best lawyer. Jiang Shua said. I really don't know how to tell Mu Qingya that Ye Bei beat someone up last night, and she doesn't know what their relationship is. As for Jiang Shua and Ye Bei's online romance, Jiang Shua doesn't plan to expose it for the time being. Thank you. Ye Bei put on his shoes. I have to go now. I have to take my girlfriend to school. Hearing this, Jiang Shua became even more curious. She wanted to see who Ye Bei's girlfriend was and who was the unlucky one who was being cheated on by Ye Bei. Could it be Mu Qingya? No, Mu Qingya doesn't he have to go to school? Wow. How many people is this guy dating online? Or does he have a girlfriend in real life, and is dating several people online, including Jiang Shua? Could Mu Qingya be one of them? In fact, even though Jiang Shua just found out that Ye Bei and Mu Qingya knew each other, she always had a feeling that the relationship between these two people was more than just friends. It was just a woman's intuition. Who is your girlfriend? Jiang Shua asked curiously. Oh, Qingya didn't know you knew me, so she definitely didn't tell you. She's her sister. Ye Bei said lightly, then opened the door. Feifei. Jiang Shua groaned for a moment, then suddenly raised her head and looked at Ye Bei, who was walking out. Ye Bei, you are such a bastard, such a pervert. You are so cruel to the sisters.